new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Hello and welcome back, Dota 2 fans, for our final day of closed qualifier action here in Southeast Asia. You know, you got Otomo joining myself, Malibu Jesus, for one last ride in the lower bracket finals, and we have, two grand final caliber teams waiting for us. Boom Esports, Team Arius. Otomo, hello sir, how are you today?
I'm good. I'm glad we are doing this. I wish we were doing it all the way, but it's nice that you're saying, we have two teams that each of them deserves to sort of go all the way and be the crown champion. But here they are in the lower bracket finals, and this is not even the first time these two teams have faced each other. They have actually played against each other twice this week. And the total score is 2-0 in favor of Boom. In games, it's 5-1. Aureus has only taken one game to Boom's 5. So, coming in, there's definitely a clear favorite here.
Yeah. So how are they going to get the monkey off their back here today, Otomo? What do you think they need? But
it's kind of hard to say, right? Because you've studied this team. It's probably the team that they've studied for the most if you're Aureus. Boom Esports, they did qualify to Dream League 27, so maybe they're going to take this one a little easier, but I'm not sure. I feel like they seem pretty hungry in this tournament. They've been doing really well. I would imagine you look at what Execration did yesterday against Boom, and you play with that. One thing to mention is that they did show us the position 5 Witch Doctor. They also brought out the Bat, right? Like, you play with strong lanes and you beat Boom that way. So that might be the play. Sorry, just because the strongest lanes you can and hope for the best.
All right, take the secret strats from Big Bro on Execration. But today, our schedule, you've been looking at it here, folks. You got Boom Esports versus Team Arius starting very soon at 11 SGT, and then Execration versus the winner of the lower bracket final at 1500 SGT.
Well, it's gonna be about 3 p.m. there in local time, but. We'll be introducing the teams in just a second, seeing who's playing on each side. And I do have a little bit of a tidbit here. I'll tell you that after this. As when we score, it's going to be Jackie, Sanctity, Jabs, Yokam, and Narman. Now, we've seen Jackie on a lot of those very frontline strength cores, the Sven, the Medusa. One thing we might be thinking about is the Gyro. It is Natsumi's best hero, so if Jackie can play it, it would be a good idea for him to take it himself.
Yeah. Excited to see these guys get back into it.
As
we casted their upper bracket semifinal together, right?
I mean, unless you were casting behind my back, then probably we did together. You know what I mean? I think it was against Team Nemesis. It was the longest match of the tournament so far. It was a very good match. I'm glad that we were able to get the best game of the qualifier so far. Another thing you might be worried about is Sanctity's Puck. He's very confident on this hero. Just in Void Spirit, I think. But Void Spirit in this tournament, in general qualifiers, has looked pretty weak. A lot of teams just pick the hero, get Spirit Vessel, get Aghanims. By the time you have Aghanims, everyone has a Manta or a BKB or a Lotus on the other side, so it doesn't look too good. So, I feel like you want to ban out the Puck. Jackie, hope you get the Gyro before him. Jabs, he's pretty good with the Dawnbreaker, but some of his other heroes that he plays a lot isn't winning so much, like the Darkseer. I say it negative, even though Boom has beaten Aureus twice. But
yeah, they know what they're in for,
You gotta point out some of the weaknesses and hope for the best. As now, let's look at Team Aureus after this while we do wait for the two teams. I think everyone is in. No, one guy is not in the lobby. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So Aureus Natsumi has been doing insane with the gyro. First, he plays it a ton. Like I think it's like 18 games is his most played. The second most played is like the Terrorblade with the 6 or 7. So he loved the gyrocopter and he's won 12 out of those 18 games. So if you can get him the gyro, that's a big part of their success. If not, Medusa is a good option. Tims has also played Hoodwink 5 games in a row. In the last 5 games has been all Hoodwink, and we've seen his bushwhacks. They are very impressive.
Absolutely. I would say he can scurry with the best of them. Yeah, Tim's give this man the hoodwink.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. I think back to Natsumi's performance on Gyrocopter, just the satanic in the pit, just wiping the enemy. Oh my, unreal.
Well, and by the way, this is the team that Execration would prefer to play against in the finals. Not because they think they're weaker, but because both teams have a Malaysian coach with 5 Filipino players on each side. So they'd be like, they'd be able to represent their region very nice if they can do that. So that is the idea. I think Aureus is also Filipino, but they don't have that Malaysian coach. So that's the main part about it, I guess. But I feel like I would say I'm rooting for Aureus because of the Malaysian coach. I like Skem. I know I've talked to Yopaj in the past as well as a cool guy. And in general, like I want them to beat, like you said, to get the monkey off their back. I want them to beat Boom Esports because they lost them twice. So I'm rooting for the underdogs on this one.
Me too. I would love to see that story. This is not exactly, I wouldn't say exactly a Cinderella story team, but they have to forfeit their first match in the upper bracket and then make the full lower bracket run. That's one of the better stories out of the closed qualifiers here for Blast Slam for sure.
Yep, as I think we should be going into the draft in just a second. So again, I expect if you are Boom, you get rid of the gyro, get rid of the hoodwink. I expect if you're Aureus, you aim for super strong lanes. Tusk, Bat Rider, Witch Doctor, whatever you think will win for you. Because if you can get Boom on the back foot, it does seem like, or at least Execration will able to use that. So, all right. No, none of the things we talked about so far, but it is going to be the Marcy and the Enchantress. On the other side is the Chen. I believe that is they're getting rid of Narman's Chen. Oh, sorry, no, the Skem Chen. My bad. He's the one who plays it.
Now, interested that they don't want to take Enchantress. I feel like that's a solid first pick to get your draft started. I know Skem plays it. Also, Tim's. Wait, no, it's not up there on Tim's. But
here comes the Dawnbreaker.
We saw this hero yesterday, and it did a lot of good things. Also, hero can be flexed. Saw Lelis play an amazing performance on the Dawnbreaker earlier today. Pause 5. Ended up getting a refresher with just refresher ags on the 5 Dawn, just pulling way more than their weight.
By the way, Skem played the Dawn 5 yesterday as well. So it is not only it is a flexible hero. Yes, it's almost always on the offlane, but it can be 5, and it's been done by a player here. At the same time, we talked about Boom saying Sanctity would love to get his hands on a puck. First picks it. If you're Aureus, Silencer has to be the main point. Now, someone's going to ban it, or it's going to be picked next, because it's a good counter to both these heroes, and, why wouldn't you take it?
Right. Now, Tomo, obviously, Boom Esports, they have the first pick in the second round. Is there any world where you are Aureus and you don't ban the Silencer? We saw this dance of the Global versus the Solar Guardian yesterday play out.
I feel like no, you're setting yourself up for a tough time. If you do move the Dawnbreaker to 5, it may be a little bit more reasonable to Silencer through. But I don't know about this. I feel like just get rid of the Silencer. It's tough. Or there's another idea. You let the Silencer through, but you pick a lot of channeling type heroes, a Snapfire, a Dawnbreaker, things like that.
Right.
And Silencer will never know when to ult. He's like, do I cancel Solar? Kisses are coming out. Do I cancel that? There's always something worth waiting for and not canceling.
Yeah, you stagger your threats to mitigate the losses.
Exactly. So that could be another way. And then, boom, to be fair, I don't think they've played a lot of Silencer on Narman. He's played Warlock, Shaman, Enchantress, Pugna,
Mhm.
Disruptor. That's the one.
All right.
Okay. Now, on the other side, does Skem want Silencer? To be fair, he also hasn't played a whole lot. So they just say, let's take the Earthshaker instead and Tim's Hoodwink. That's going to be 6 games in a row.
I mean, this draft. I mean, both drafts to this point, like just to know that there are how many? What 10 strong heroes so strong that they're already banned, and you still have these 5 on the board. Like,
5 seconds remaining.
I know Dota. We've had some heroes that have been unpicked in competitive play at the highest tier for a few weeks, going on months now. But I mean, the pools are deep.
Well, I guess there it comes. Jackie Sven, as well as the Narman's Warlock. That only leaves Jabs as the last hero for Boom. On Aureus, will you take Natsumi's Gyrocopter is the question. To be frank with you, Gyrocopter is not a good matchup for the Sven. 1 versus 1, I favor the Sven. And also, your flak cannon damage is physical. Sven gives Warcry. Everyone's really tanky. So, I don't know if you'd want a Gyro. You can take a Medusa. That's but similar problems.
Terribly. How does Terribly play in the Sven?
He's okay, but my worry with Terribly is that he can be controlled, whereas Gyrocopter is a little bit better against. If you get controlled, you have your lifesteal, Acceptor. You can usually out tank it, and they go for the Medusa. Okay.
All right.
I'm very half on this choice.
Okay. Then walk me through that. Why are you half?
It has very similar problems to the Gyro, right? Which is that you're doing spread damage. This one's reduced, in fact, compared to a Gyro. You're up against Warcry. The better part is that the enemy has no mana burn. That's nice. They're very unlikely to get mana burn. It's only the Jabs hero left. Maybe they can ban out his Dark Seer so he doesn't get good clones. Pango, something like that. But
the AM comes out immediately. Probably the Dark Seer next, as you mentioned.
Darkseer or Pango, I think. Whatever. Because the Jab's Darkseer has not been super successful competitively.
Okay.
You know, maybe he's just been unlucky.
I think you mentioned that. I think you mentioned that, Atomo. Coming back to that. Poor Jab.
And I mean, to be fair, you gotta give the guy a little bit of a jab sometimes. Like, thanks, buddy. You don't seem to be winning so much with this hero. Aureus, they probably need an off or a mid. I like the Earthshaker versus the Puck mid. I think the Earthshaker is not bothered by it. So they are doing the right thing on Boom by getting rid of Force or Nico's hero. Oh, assuming this is a Dawn 5, which, by the way, they're thinking it. You know?
Yeah, they could flex this. I mean, you do want a Bruiser kind of to get in there and own this lane for you. Help you see stick the harass from the off lane.
Now... I wonder if they consider something like a Primal Beast or a Doom for Force. You know, get some BKB, run on the Sven, pulverize, Doom him or like that. That's what I'm thinking for off lane, this Primal or Doom. Assuming, now if this is a Dawn off, 5s. Naga's not there.
No, she's gone. What about a Clockwork? Do we have a Clockwork enjoyer in Skim?
I mean, I'm sure he can play it, but he hasn't been picking it a lot. So I don't know. I feel like this is gonna be the Dawn 5 somehow, and you might pick something to give you damage because Dawnbreaker as an offlane is not a damage dealer. She's kind of shit at dealing damage. But sorry. Oh, they go for Sansa. All right.
Hi, Nortram, you made it through to the final round. Look at that.
This happened
yesterday, right? This happened yesterday, right? There was like an obvious pick in the first.
Yes, it was last week.
Second round, first pick. Yeah. Came
all right.
through.
We mentioned him so long ago, but Silencer comes out as the 5 Dawnbreaker. Okay, Boom, you need an offlaner, something for Jabs. I feel like Pango would be the best, honestly. A Darkseer's fine as well. But
what
Pango?
about...
Oh, here it comes. Okay.
I
Like
was
it?
gonna say, what about a Huskar?
Oh.
But because
Mm,
we've seen the last pick Huskar offlane come out. But
uh,
it's so much control in the break. Yeah, the Pango. Certainly the safer,
mhm,
more reliable option.
of course.
And with
The-
if it were a
mm,
melee safe laner for the Dire, maybe better
mm.
suited.
Oh yeah. If it wasn't the thing they picked, and then it was something else, then the thing I suggested would have worked completely. I'm like, I never tried that as an analyst. I'm like, oh, if they hadn't picked this hero, my suggestion would have been right. Ah, that's a
That's
good
right.
trick, Malibu. All right. So Pango comes out. This is a hero that they were lacking mana burn. They were looking for a hero that can deal a bit with the Medusa. Pango comes out.
Mhm.
Pango has a secondary very nice benefit, which is he's not really affected by global silence. You often roll from a distance, you blink in, and suddenly it sounds like, oh, global. You're like, well, what's global going to do at this point? He's already, he's
Right.
got his stuff going anyway.
The ball is
30
already
seconds
rolling.
remaining.
Exactly. Oh, the thunder is coming at you. But
Right.
a similar problem exists for the Sven, by the way. You often God Strength blink in, boom, boom, and then he's like, oh, Global Silence comes out. You're like, well, I already stunned and hit the guy with God Strength
Yeah.
on. So it's not the easiest silencer game. And I don't like the Dawnbreaker. I feel I'm gonna have to go with Boom on this one. This last pick
Mhm.
Pango was good. I do not like the last pick Silencer as well, which is such an ironic thing for me to say because I love this guy.
Right. I think maybe do you think Arius just have the read on shutting down Sanctity? That he might be the big problem here?
I guess, but apart from Global, I mean, you have Global and Fissure; those are pretty good. But like the Gorgon's Grasp is nothing. The Bushwhack is nothing. Good luck with Starbreaker on Puck. You know. So
Yeah.
I don't feel like if this was the pick to counter the Puck. Reminder, they had 4 other picks they could have worked
Right.
with, and then it's like you picked Medusa and Hoodwink who do nothing to the Puck. So I don't feel it.
Alrighty. Well, we will
Well,
see how these teams are feeling as we get underway, folks. We got our first game. Everyone is loading in, and picks are on the board. We got it. Boom. Are on the Radiant. Team Arius on the Dire. And Atomo and I are parked in our chairs, ready to bring you this game 1 action. And Atomo convinced here by the Boom Esports draft. I think they have far more answers. And what do you? So if Arius do manage to upset your prediction,
yes.
how are they going to do it?
How would Aureus do it? Probably just that we're going to see Natsumi go crazy. And he has in the past. I actually think Medusa is very close to the way he plays Gyro, right? Like this, create a distance, hit everyone. But the difference between the two is the laning phase. Gyro, you turn on Flak Cannon, you last hit and harass the enemy in position 4 and off lane together very easily. Medusa, not super good at that,
Yeah.
So
30 seconds
a much weaker laner compared to the Gyrocopter, and that changes a lot of things. Suddenly, the enemy off-lane duo is having a better time. Your position 5 is struggling a little bit more. But if Natsumi can farm really well, he's the main guy, I feel like, in this game.
Yeah.
Oh, and Japoi as well. By the way, that's what they call him everywhere. It's Japoi.
Japoi, not Sumi,
Japoi.
you mean?
No,
Like that's
Yopaj. The
Yopaj.
Earthshaker.
Oh,
you call him Japoi.
yeah.
Now, I know it's his name backwards. I'm not sure if it has another meaning, like your boy or something, but that's Japoi.
Right.
So we have to call him that,
I'm
by the way.
sure. I'm sure chat will let us know here.
They
But
will,
I think the odds here looking maybe this is the most balanced that we've seen the odds, even not obviously 2.13
Oh.
for Arius. A big glimpse early
Okay.
on. It's
Okay.
a lot of mana already gone, Atomo. These right clicks are adding
Whoa,
up,
whoa,
and
whoa.
oh my god, a big Mystic Snake, but the stick charges keep him alive.
Wow.
Also,
Yes, my
Yeah.
bad.
yeah, that was not the way we thought that one was gonna go.
By the way, not only did he get the kill, he actually then immediately denied the creep as well. I'll say it again, Skem, he's like, I'm not gonna say he's like Whitemon, because Whitemon's in a complete league of his own, but he's incredibly talented as this 5, and a very good captain for the region as well. So always glad to see him do well. As Joker, he's walking towards the Medusa. Medusa's walking back. Oh, the glimpse. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Right into that shield crash. Natsume low. Does have 2 charges on the wand, and we use that mango. Okay.
I wonder, did that shield crash land in time? I think it might have been a tiny bit too early, but if we had the replay feature, we could actually spot that. So, if only
That'll
we had.
That'll be coming out soon. I think you just gotta ask a little nicer, Atomo.
Nicer. I said if only we had it. That's a hint. I'm good at those. All right. Well, they promise they'll show us that moment as soon as they can. And meanwhile, bottom lane, Hoodwink Dawn versus the Sven Warlock. It's hard to kill for Aureus, but this is a good duo to get kills for sure.
Yep. These bonds on the full camp certainly making Tim's job very difficult. Can't really get close enough to poke now that you have that level 2 on Jack Boys. I mean, what is he? Is this Stormhammer Cleave or Stormhammer Warcry? Stormhammer Warcry.
I was gonna say that. Thank God he picked it, because I was actually gonna say Cleave. But Warcry can take it level 2. Mid lane, Japoy doing a good job with those 6 denies. Again, not much. I mean, not much you can do as a puck. Once the levels comes in, you'll have enough damage to, overcome the Enchant Totem.
Right. Enchant Totem. What a spell.
Balanced.
What a spell. Do you think, Atomo, if you went back to the first international,
yes,
and you told people you're like Earthshaker's a mid, what would you get? What kind of response did you get?
People were a lot less flexible. Oh, Narman dies. They did get the kill in the bottom lane. Well, we did say this is not a bad duo for getting kills. This is a very nice combination.
Yeah. Do you think that had to be on the Lotus spawn, right?
Yep.
Maybe Sven just kind of sidetracked, doing his job, hitting creeps, like a good Sven should.
Oh, by the way, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Skev was a big part of Boom Esports in the past, actually. Back when they were having their best season, I forgot if it was like 2022 or something. And he and Jack Boys were former teammates during that time. They won like every DPC Division 1 thing. Someone correct my history if I'm wrong, but I'm very sure that I know that they were our teammates, and I believe that they were also winning all those tournaments together as well. So
now, do you think, Otomo, that might be why the record between these two teams is so heavily favored in favor of who? Yeah. Just kind of talking over what we know is going to happen here. Poor Skim.
Yep.
Roshan is at his day job, so he would have been bottom. Sorry, Skimmy. Yeah.
I was like, can I go die here? It's like, no, sorry. But they do get the Jack Boy courier in the meantime.
Yeah, he needs to have a little briefcase or like a.
That would be cool, right? When he moves. Oh, Natsumi. Low mana.
Good glimpses all across the map here from Joko.
Yeah, and we haven't mentioned, but this is a position 4 disruptor, which Joko. Yeah, he's played quite a bit this patch. And now if he hadn't used the glimpse on the Medusa, he could have sent Skim home. Oh.
Maybe a mercy tip there.
It's like I could
like
have.
a welcome back to the lane tip, Yopaj. What a beautiful play. So Puck reads Yopaj, stepping up to the range creep there. So he makes the play and doesn't really have his attention drawn to that Hoodwink who'd rotated. And there's no observer from the Radiant side on the bottom river approach to the mid lane.
Japoy, by the way. And this is Tim's, like we mentioned, 6 games in a row with the Hoodwink. You give him the Hoodwink, you're asking for trouble at this point. You're like, all right, this guy clearly is very comfortable with the hero, but we think we can deal with it. The Warlock was an actual nice choice against it, because I was looking at Hoodwink. You start with like 2 health regen on this hero, or something like 2.2. It's pretty garbage. Yep. And low health, so...
Does not feel good.
Yeah,
I was just to say, it doesn't feel good at all.
If you can get a couple of fatal bonds on her, you can zone her out just like that. But Yeah, he knows how to play. He's just rotating and stacking as well. Look at that on this squirrel.
Played a Grimstroke game earlier at Tomo.
Mhm.
Love my little artist. Had
Oh.
28 stacks in the game.
Nice. Oh, were you
Oh,
bending
so
the
rich.
thing so it hits like 2 camps as well?
Yeah,
That's
that was
the
so
way.
rich. That was so rich, man.
Then you get like 5 stacks on each side. You bend it the wrong way. Suddenly you kill all of them because it has that increased damage. You're like, oh shit, I cleared it.
Right.
Oh.
There were a couple times where I got fed up. I was like, why is no one?
Oh.
Oh yeah, a little slamma jamma for Japoy.
Japoy.
Your boy Japoy.
But he's almost level 8, by the way. And on the other hand, Sanctity is very close to 6, but still almost
Right.
8 on this Earthshaker to the almost 6 on the puck. That's a 2-level difference already, though.
Adds up quick. But, you know, once Puck does get that 6, Coil will be online, whereas Echo still going to be down for 100.
Boom. Tim's.
Oh, not that same tree.
Tim.
Sanctity, you've been here before. Okay.
And
Cheeky denies.
I love when teams do this, by the way. They're like, the mid is, really farm. So so he tells one of the supports, listen, guy, I want you to go to the lane, soak up some EXP, soak up some last hits. And look at Tim's. He actually gets the creep out of tower range so he can enjoy it by himself. He's like, no, don't kill steal. Very nice.
Delicious.
Radiant are scanning.
It's those
And
small
wisdoms
things.
Wisdoms go 1 for 1, right?
Yep, 1 for 1.
Radiant
Can't wait for
are
that replay.
scanning.
But tell me, the small things add up to separate the pros from the best. Uh-oh. Coming in. Jabs down just like that. Last word. Good spell.
Your Podge doesn't even have Echo Slam. It still gets the kill right there.
And tell me, how do you feel about that observer word? See it placed pretty commonly just right down in the water, bottom of the ramp.
It's it doesn't give you the most vision for sure, but it gives you the ruin, and it's one of the places that you're not likely to put a sentry as well. So it's fine with them. Like, I like it. It becomes more risky if Roshan's up and one of the team wants to go for it. You're always going to put sentries in that area. But early game, I think it's very unlikely to be dewarded.
Okay.
It's
Now another question.
oh, look at that!
Oh, that's so cute.
All right, now draw a nose.
They're
Those
twinsies.
are 2 eyes.
They're twinsies. Yes.
There you go.
Yes!
A mouth. A mouth as well.
Oh.
There you go.
Hey. That's
Oh,
production
something's
staff in the world right here. You'll love to see it. And no one dies.
Not in the meantime.
We had
though.
our dark artistry inspired by Grimstroke talk earlier. I love it. But yeah, Tomo. So my follow-up question on this ward battle. It has some reduced vision just due to being on the flat ground, not on any elevated surface. But I think it's positioned such that maybe the timing of the information that it would give, like if you see a position 4 coming down from top, you have plenty of time to respond, and vice versa. If you see someone coming from the mid lane, you're gonna have time to read that and react. Do you think maybe timing is more appropriate than a full vision coverage? But that thought pushed back into the Starbreaker. Oh, God Strength coming out, returning blows. Nico gonna have to try to get back here, but will lock him down. And Narman, Narman, you can't help it, but you take the kill from your carry.
Japoy is continuing to farm. He used Echo Slam again. Did we catch that? Did we see who did he kill someone with it? Because I know the last time I clicked on him, he was like 30 seconds on his Echo, but looks like he used it again. Going in. Haste.
Yeah, what luck. And Shaker with the phase boots. Now, I feel like most commonly I see the phase boots. There's some variation with the full treads, or maybe you just keep them brown boots for a while. What kind of decision trees go into your boot choices for this mid or Shaker?
I think a lot of it depends on if you're going to think about right-clicking, if you're up against like a lot of low health or low armor heroes, where your right-click is going to matter with Enchant Totem, So you can take the damage talent at 10, and, it adds up. But if you're going to focus on like Octarine Core Kai, you don't get the Acceptor, for example, your right click becomes a little bit less important. And then you can go for, as you mentioned, like not upgrade your boots or save it for travel. I don't think anyone gets Arcade. I don't think that happens. But yeah, I wonder
if mana issues are problematic for you, I feel that I've seen just the early Sobi mask, the Sobi mask picked up. Pangolier, Global, and the last word.
Your Dota one's
Not the
leaking.
Sobi mask. That's the Dota one. I know.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Leak. Yeah.
I was like, it's showing. It's Sage mask.
The Sage's mask.
All right.
Who was Sobi?
A lot of the names in Dota are inspired by something IceFrog likes. Like, do you know that Weaver is the name of an ant from the movie Ants? There's a guy called Weaver. So because I was watching the movie Ants a little while ago, and I was like, Weaver, holy shit! It's from Ants. It's an ant in Dota. A bunch of his names were from Diablo 2. Like Daedalus was Buriza, which was an item in Diablo 2. Yeah. Reaver was Mr. Kamadat's Reaver, or something like that. I don't know how it's pronounced. Oh, killing!
We see the Sanctity puck go down. Rolling Thunder coming right in with that glimpse. Good timing from the duo on the Radiant and God Strength. Looking for Nico. Jack Boys, what can you find? You're going to turn your attention to Skim. Joining that Golem. And Jabs versus Tim's. Squirrel versus...
Pango. That's an actual angle.
Pangolin. A pangolin. Yeah,
yes.
Pangolin. There we go.
Big win for Boom. And then this glimpse.
No. The hammer will stay on the ground. He will have a little bit extra. No. Locked it down. So the hammer with the full return. And this is the God Strength spin. Taking your stack.
Is that triple or quad?
I think that might be a quad. Yeah. I see 4 different types of ancients there. Okay, Natsumi joining the fray here. Big fissure from Yopaj and the glimpse.
Beautiful.
Oh my god, they're stuck together like peanut butter and jelly. Jack Boys trying to get out, but get down, Mr. President. Warlock steps up, takes the sharpshooter, and your spin is right as rain, but Warlock, different story.
It was your own damn fault. Damn. But overall, it's a pretty big win for Boom Esports. They lose Sanctity early, but then they're able to turn it around with a kill on both Yopaj and I think Skem. They go to the enemy side. They steal 60% of that ancient stack. Remember, it's an ancient stack that they were able to get their hands on. So the enemy team has been stacking and taking time off the lane, and they still managed to get some of it. Net worth deficit goes from 2 to 1k. It's not a big deal, but it's a nice move for Boom overall.
Yeah. I'd love to see this early contest coming in. Just really trying to do some economic damage and not really let Arias get too comfortable with this rhythmic taking of the ancients. Yapaj shove two waves, hit some easy camps, come over. Oh yeah, big old stack. But a big kinetic field with a static storm. Rolling Thunder. Jabs is stuck, but a coil will help you get a little more love. Trying to heal off the creeps, and the global coming in right at the end as you get the disruptor, and you're looking for more. Yopaj joining the foray, and Medusa here, Echo, and Sanctity gets the orb off, but he's so low. A little bit of restoration from Puckish. One more will do it. Scam.
Jabs. Oh, sorry. Force, look at him. He puts himself on a cliff chasing the Pango. Oh, poor guy gets cliffed on this Dawnbreaker trying to chase Jabs, but oh well, that happens. And looks like they are going to be trading.
Steal the wisdom, yes?
Yep.
Oh, no, it's a trade.
Yep,
right.
because both offlaners are like, I could use the wisdom right about now. That would be very helpful for me.
Right.
So
I could use a little experience.
One thing I'm wondering about is if Natsumi will consider going for a Molineer. You're up against a lot of physical resistance, and we have seen the Molineer Acceptor build on Medusa. So far, he's going for Butterfly. Maybe he doesn't feel like he needs it just yet, or maybe he won't get it at all. So we'll see about that. Otherwise, kind of the standard items. Ags on Dawn, Kaya on Earthshaker, supports with their Glimmers, the usual stuff. But I like what Jokam's
there's
doing.
No real big pipe builder either, so that Mjolnir gets a little extra weight in its favor, I think.
That's extra hefty, as we call it.
Yeah.
One thing
Hammer.
for Disruptor.
Hammer has good.
I was gonna say Disruptor is going for Blink first. I like this. He just wants to. Jokam is actually having a really good game overall. Those glimpses have been pretty pivotal so
Radiant's
far.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. Poor guy. He's still sitting at the bottom 2.5k. But I mean, he's made great plays. Like
Yes.
good kinetic fields, as you mentioned. Good glimpses. Static fields have been on point as well.
I like what Sanity is doing as well. He's like, I'm going to go Blink into Aeon Disc. We have seen him do it a couple times before. It's really nice because it gives you that get out of jail free card. You're like, oh shit, shouldn't have blinked there. It's okay. I Aeon Disc. I got like 2.5 seconds to get out of there. My team can back me up. It's a very nice a sort of evolution of the hero.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Especially when your entire kit centers around mobility. So it's like, okay, well, I get a get out of jail free card. Now I can press any of my buttons that I might need, And I got options.
To be fair, though, Aureus might consider they don't have very good nullifier builders, but it is a good nullifier game, right? The Sven Warcry, the Pango Shield, the Aeon Disc, any Glimmers, Force, or Solars that come out. So
Yeah.
the only issue is that, Medusa doesn't really like nullifier that much.
Yeah, I think if I were Natsumi, I'd be very hard pressed to budget for a nullifier here.
Right?
Maybe if my team was like, we'll buy you a burger afterwards. Just please.
A whole burger.
Whole burger. Yeah. And fries.
I feel like if you need to motivate your carry with burgers to get items, no, they have other problems to worry about.
Well, you just got to know what the value structure of the player, right? That's team building. That's knowing your roster in and out. You got to know what makes them tick. For some, it's burgers.
Yes, not the $1 million tournament on the line. The burger.
$1 million burger.
I like
some see food as the path to the mind and hearts of the masses, Tomo, and that's how I have a read on it.
I like when they tell me that there's like this pizza in some country that has gold flakes on it, and each slice is $1,000. I'm like, really?
Good
Why?
for them.
Yeah, right? Like, well, I'll take mine with cheese and pepperoni. Is that okay?
Right. Little pepper, maybe some salt thrown on there. Thank you. Yeah,
mushrooms good.
Don't get me started on mushrooms.
Hey, mushrooms.
We need like a mushroom-based hero. I know that we have the Nature's Prophet with the mushroom treants, but
true.
There are no real fungal heroes, right?
I don't think there's many heroes based on any sort of food anyway, So or plant.
They're treant protector. Hello.
True. Well, like one. I mean, like, how many heroes do we have that are ice and fire and like that? Like, there's more concepts as Nico. That's a concept.
Going forward with the hammer, but the Rolling Thunder coming in, and Nico locked down. They even commit Static Storm. That way, I mean, you had Solar Guardian, you could have gotten out. With the Ags, the
Living
speed of
fast.
the Ags will get you out of there. Yeah.
I mean, you can do it. You can't get out there by the time like Pango hits you, hits something else to roll back to you. It was a safe option, as the two teams are getting ready for that Tormentor right now. 30 seconds before it spawns. It feels like Boom has done a lot to ensure that Aureus does not extend their lead. They're like 2,000 goals, not a big deal, but they were making sure they didn't get into any bad fights. The Bee Fly is available on Natsumi. Goes a long way. No, Buriza is Daedalus.
What is the butterfly then?
Butterfly.
Is it just the
butterfly. There's always been butterfly. Yeah. Cranium Basher was an item as well that was from Diablo 2. It was so that's another one.
That one tickles me. Yeah, haven't heard that title in a while.
Right, I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure that he calls them greater. Scam. No, sorry, not Scam.
Okay. Good find. You use the sharpshooter, but otherwise, nothing of like a punishing nature regarding cooldowns is used.
It's fairly low cooldown as well. It's not a big deal. All right, Natsumi, you've got the butterfly. of Skadi. All right, so it's a very standard Medusa build. Nothing wrong with it. I don't feel like you absolutely have to get Molyneux or Nullifier in this game. Both. You can stick to the standard build and it'll get you probably all that you need. So who's going to get it?
Yep.
Scam. Woohoo!
Oh, yeah. You get it early? Nice.
Top tower is under attack.
Already with 6 stolen int. Won't have to buy it on his own. Helps him build towards that Pavis. We'll finish it.
Dire's
Now into
middle
his Solar
tower is
Crest.
under attack.
He becomes the richest support instantly because of that. As oh
Uh-oh.
no!
Yeah, we know how the boom feel about that, but oh no. Jab's unlucky.
Jabs also going for a very standard build. Diffusal, Axe, probably a Basher or the Axe Shard after that. But with the Scepter, you will get those extra hits as you roll, which is very nice against the Medusa. And I believe, Swashbuckle isn't affected by the evasions. Like, it's going to hit you no matter what.
Yeah, I believe so.
Used to be 4 hits, now it's 3. Can you imagine? It used to be 4.
Yeah, I played against it, and I didn't play Pengo at that time, so I suffered.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
It's
attack.
A lot.
They did increase the damage though. They're like, all right, we're gonna make it do less hit strikes for more hits. Oh, Sanctity!
Oh, Global following up with the Solar Guardian crashing down. Sanctity locked
Boom.
down and dead. -3. Oh, that instant turnaround on that shard or Schem. Who's gonna have mana issues first here on Boom due to the stolen it?
Probably, I'd say Sven, right? He doesn't build any items. He's not a big. Oh, he's God Stranging.
And that is a 4-tap squirrel.
And
Beautiful
another one.
glimpse continuing in fashion with Yokum and his play. You get both supports. You throw your puck up on the sacrificial altar, but at least your Sven's happy.
By the way, Jack Boys, yeah, it's a 1.5 int gain, so if they can get a kill on him, it is like 2 levels of int growth, and he doesn't build for it, but well, that's just an illusion. That ain't real.
Just think what I'll do to the real hero.
A lot less than that, I imagine.
Yeah.
Significantly more tanky. However,
Now,
both of these...
Tomo, my question here is, Spin BKB is probably your fight condition. So it's up right now. What can you do on Arius to bait out this BKB? That way you have a more clear angle to fight.
I think if you can get it like a fissure from a distance, you try to get in the bushwhack, he might think you're committing more, whereas you're not really. You're just using a lot of like long range spells. He might be spooked and use the BKB. He's like a fissure. You throw an Acorn shot next to him. He sees the tripling play. He's like, oh my god! Presses BKB as like just Earthshaker and Tim's there. No one else. Because there is a chance that if you get a stun off, Dawnbreaker Solar, the stuns continue, get locked down. Okay. Jabs is there, and he's up. He TP's out. He's fine.
Yeah. Looks like Disruptor is going for what the hell?
He's doing something.
He's got to be going for a TP out, right? Or just farming.
That's a big Watcher. All right. He's like, I'm gonna get that Watcher, and there's nothing gonna stop me. Okay. Max Thunderstrike, by the way. These days, no one's maxing Kinetic Field like they used to. It used to be Thunderstrike is 1 point, but okay.
Oh my god, the fissure into the Echo follow-up. Bushwhack, no, misses. Oh. Okay.
Do you see what he just did? Do you see what he just did? He actually unlocked the Aeon Disc. Can you look at him? He disassembled it. He let it be, and then he disassembled it so that it doesn't go on cooldown. That was insane. Sanctity. I think he was waiting for a Solar Guardian or something. Then he would have let the Aeon Disc be. But then he went out. He's like, okay, it could happen. Let's just say Aeon Disc be formed. And he's like, all right, no one's coming for me, and he disassembles before it locks in. That is crazy.
Can you manipulate items while you're stunned like that?
I know. Yeah, you can unlock it and it will proc. I've seen it a million times. But it's when he jumped away that he was like, "Oh, it's not happening," and he disassembles. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, almost on a levels of item manipulation mid fight, or mid encounter.
I've seen there's video of ATF. He was about to be hit by a spell that he didn't. He had Lincoln. He's like, it was a small spell. He drops a Lincoln, so he gets hit by it, and then the Doom comes out and picks up the Lincolns right before, and he's like able to block the Doom, and you're like, holy moly, you know?
Right. If it's a stun and it hits you, your Lincoln is on the ground. Yeah. Oh man. Okay, I miscalculated, but no miscalculation here. As boom, turn their attention to Roshan.
All right, Sven and Medusa, by the way. Same net worth on these two. Then the other cores also same net worth, 400 from the Dawn to the Pango. Then the supports, similar net worth between all of them, really. Maybe, you know, maybe a little bit less out of Narman, but it's not a big deal. You know, his Warlock is fine.
You just gotta press R, right?
That's it.
You're a Golem and Bonds bot at this point.
Pango is going to get the shard before the Basher. That's perfectly fine. It's going to be... Oh, that's a disconnect. Sanctity is going for the Octarine core. Like you mentioned, we've seen it, right? He goes for the Witchblade, Aeon Disc, Octarine, so that the Aeon Disc cooldown is not too long.
Yeah. The logical progression here that we've seen introduced.
Jokan does have the Greedy on Disruptor and is going straight up Acceptor. I like it. He's like, Blink so I can get my spells off, Acceptor so I make sure that they hurt. As the game continues to go more and more, it's actually 73% in favor of Aureus.
Huh. The Medusa factor, I guess.
I suppose.
That is...
That is...
You think that's skewed inappropriately?
I think so, right? I mean, I don't think Boom is lacking. Look, they have Puck, Pango, Warlock, and a Sven carry. Like and later on, Disruptor with Axe is also one of the strongest, you know, late game heroes, late game supports. On the other side, Silencer's strong, sure. Dawnbreaker, Enchantress, and Medusa are also strong, but that's what I mean. I don't feel like one side has this massive hero advantage in any role. In anything, I think Boom's Disruptor is better than the Hoodwink. Very.
You know, we just we just don't have access into the mind of Gaben.
Yes.
Just hasn't been granted yet.
Yeah. You know what's the mind of Gaben? If you go in right now, it's like this giant yacht on the ocean, followed by a bigger yacht. He's in a bigger yacht, you know, he's just looking down the smaller yacht like, poor people.
Look at that. Odds getting closer and closer. They flipped at one point in favor of Arius, but boom. Making themselves the favorites here by a small margin.
That's about 33 minutes and a half left for the Sven Aegis. Unlikely that they're going to go too heavy on it. Like, okay.
Go too heavy on what? Go too heavy on the Aegis. Sven Barian low. Little heal coming up from the Warlock, but this Scotty
got him.
Showing its value. Aegis gone. Okay.
Has the bushwhack
early as well. Are we playing on ping or what's happening here? Rolling Thunder to match the fissure. Hoodwink is low. Barriers applied. Is surviving for now. Remember, Spin with Jack Boys coming in. Solar Guardian coming down, crashing on Spin's noggin.
Stone Gaze.
Knocking him down. Global to cover. Stone Gaze coming out. Gonna amplify that damage if he gets stunned. BKB ticking away in its final moments. Jack Boys low, and a slam. Yes, sir. Going for the DP out on the Disruptor. Will he be found? Yes, but missed.
And that is, yes, it costs you 2 supports, but you do get the critical Sven kill while he still had, as we mentioned, 3 minutes of Aegis left. And I love what we saw coming out from the Earthshaker in that fight. He was able to throw the fissure to cause the Sven to turn around and look at the Medusa. It didn't actually result in him turning to stone. He needs more time, but very nice move by Japoi to block him that way.
Yeah, and the vision game down there. We see the Dire Ward just left of the lane. The Radiant Ward just to the right, up by the Lotus Pool. Do you think this vision was appropriately placed per side, Otomo?
I think so. I mean, after Sanctity.
So sorry, I am baiting you. I apologize. That's a plus. Okay, 2 hero kill on Sanctity.
How much has Silencer stolen? He's only got 1 kill since he picked up the shards. He went from 6 to 9. Since then he's got. This is why I wish the shard was a little different, because like you can sometimes this is what happens. You get the shot in 15 minutes and you get one
Yeah.
kill in the 15 minutes after that. Sorry, they got the 20-minute tormentor. So 9 minutes he's got one kill.
Right.
Radiant's top
Well, at least he didn't have to pay for it, right?
Yes, but it's also providing no value. That I would rather it's on Tim's where it's like really useful and does not increase my net worth unnecessarily. Boomerang,
Makes my
baby.
buyback more expensive, right?
Makes my deaths more fruitful for the enemy.
True, true.
Oh,
Oh, Jim on the deck. Okay,
Oh.
Arius feeling like they're in a position where they can start to constrict the map.
Oh. Medusa's going for Daedalus. Does he have something else coming for him? A BKB straight up on Medusa. Because I was looking at him, I was like, he's got the Skadi for like, I don't know, 5 minutes. Probably has a different item. He didn't have any gold. He was like, nope. It's a straight up Bakab.
Now, is this just so that you can fight into the Pangolier?
I mean, there's a lot. Nothing goes through BKB apart from the Golem, right? So, like the Pango Roll, the Disruptor Static Storm, which is like, it's not that bad for Medusa. You can't use your spells. Stormhammer, Coil. There's a lot of things that the BKB helps against. It's a very good BKB game. I suspect all of Aureus should be getting BKB soon, as Earthshaker already has his, and same thing with the Dawnbreaker. Hers is 9 seconds and unused.
A big fight coming out with these fresh new
Juicy.
BKBs with they still got the dealership spell. Oh my god, coming through the twin gate, unlucky. Solar Guardian coming crashing down with the Rolling Thunder, backing him up. Good use of this BKB, but Nasumi with low mana, Jack Boys with low health. Who's gonna come out on top? And the Golem matching with an Echo on the retreating Boom
Satanic.
roster. Yeah, Satanic active, gives him a little bit of health here. Medusa low,
Full
hit
health.
by the roll up, and Jack Boys in for round 2. 3 dead on the Dire, make it 4. And where is that Earthshaker? He got out.
Oh. To be fair with you, they should have known that was a possibility since they are the ones who took the Tormentor 10 minutes ago. So they're like, oh yeah, let's go get Tormentor. They show up there and they're full, just waiting for them. Beautiful move by Jack Boys. The ulti with the Satanic heals him back to full. Not immediately but he was about to die. Gets like 1,000 health from it and then heals up later. Oh.
Tough break for Arius, who had been playing quite patiently.
Yes.
And not really made any critical error up until that point.
Dire's structures are
That's
fortified.
73%, not looking too good for Aureus right now.
No. Now we saw that XP change. It was like 10,000 in favor of the Radiant. Are there any big level thresholds coming out for the Radiant lineup?
Let's see. I guess the Warlock 15 gives you that upheaval attack speed. It's kind of nice. I feel like... Oh, and Sven's getting very close to level 25. His 23.5, that God Strength extra damage is huge. So far... Oh, by the way, he's also got an MKB. So that Butterfly from the Medusa, not really pulling its weight.
No. No, one of the defining factors now irrelevant, almost.
Ooh, by the way, Disruptor, he's about to get the Axe Scepter. Very close to it. He's got that upgraded Greedy enhancement. So he's going to be able to blink, throw a Static Storm. You can't do anything about it.
Look at how greedy this farming is. He's got 250 health. Doesn't care.
I was like, he's playing like a core. It's okay, guys, I'll dodge the... there you go.
He's even walking at the lane, just like face checking.
No way. Like I said, he's playing like my carries. It's okay, guys, I'll dodge Hex. Really? He's like, yeah, don't worry, I'll do it. So it's the same thing. He's like, I'll just farm super aggressive. And if they come, I'll blink away somehow.
This wave is my BKB. This wave, don't worry, it's fine.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I'll dodge Fissure. I'm very quick with my fingers. And I'll see it as it forms.
Yeah. Okay. Anticipation of the active rune. Yopaj pump faking the fissure.
Dire's bottom
But it's
tower
top.
has
Ooh.
fallen.
Despite the fight, and it is 4,000 gold ahead for Boom Esport, there's no like major gap between any heroes, right?
Uh-oh, movement for the rune here. Sanctity gonna pick it up. Rolling Thunder used. Okay. Hoodwink had spotted out that arcane Atomo, but I think Yopaj had just TP'd home.
That's fine.
Be
Yeah,
sure to
if
click
you
on
look
that
at
pinned
it,
message, by the way, chat.
yeah, there you go. Make sure you bet responsibly always. Yeah, money wise, it's not that big of an advantage for Boom. You look at everyone; they're like the sports, 1 to 1.5 gold ahead of the counterparts. That's fine, not a big deal.
Mhm.
The cores as well. It's like the biggest gap is between the Pango and the Dawnbreaker. It's about 2,000 gold, but it's not insurmountable. It's very mountable, basically.
You could ride it into battle, even.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, look at
Yeah.
that!
Tower is under
Narman has actually taken the upheaval radius. Now that is a man after my own heart. He's like saying, "Okay, bigger upheaval. I've got the shard. Why not? It's such a good spell, upheaval. It just takes like 10 seconds to be fully useful."
Right. And once it does, I mean, it's massive. Like, you have to worry about where the fight happens, right? Okay. Rolling Thunder jabs with
Nice
the double
double jump.
jump. Yeah, over the fissure and through the woods. Dyer's tier 2 he goes, but not fruitful, this Rolling Thunder.
Dire are scanning.
It's not the biggest deal. They have a minute up for Roshan. It's very low cooldown. And Aureus, they do smoke up. The attempt on this vent bottom was very nice, but since then, it doesn't. They've been a little bit more cautious, ever since they lost that fight in the Tormentor. To be fair,
Yeah.
they only have 1 or 2 more chances to play like that. If you get team wiped again, the game's completely out of your control.
Right, that snowball will just keep rolling downhill.
Oh, Sanctity.
Smoke from the Dire.
Scam is playing in it. By the way, I like how little of the portrait he takes. Do you see that? It's like 95% empty. And that tiny bit at the corner of the silencer portrait, you can see him. It's like an esport player's webcam,
Right.
Where it's like you can
RPing.
see. Oh, right.
Oh yeah, here we go. Loose puck goes in. Orb and the Rolling Thunder committed now. Fissure with a force stack to the high ground. Narman safe for now. Dodging the illusions. I hear a spin with the war cry. Yes, yes.
No. Neither team fully wants to commit that situation. I think both of them were worried that there's vision on the other side. So Booming Squares don't want to jump in. And of course, it's always hard to jump in against Solar Guardian and Global. You can
Right.
see, look at Force. Super careful on this Dawnbreaker. All the way on the other side of the map. You're not catching Dawn. He's like, nope, I'm not. I'm here. I'm fine.
Yeah. The one of the only camps you can farm at this point without really being threatened. Let's see. Radiant do have a nice little river ward just north of that tier 2. So, if Dawnbreaker does get bold enough to branch out and farm closer to the fight, she'll be spotted.
All right. Do you want to bet that Jocam might consider going for a refresher orb on Disruptor? It's like, well, I have greedy. I got 1,000.
Jokem will go for a what? Sorry, your
the
mic cut out.
refresher orb.
Ooh.
I mean,
He's
got the
he
Zeus-
greeted for the Ags. Yeah, I think you do. Oh, Fissure control with a sharpshooter afterwards, popping the Aeon disc. This could be big. Jack Boy going in and
Okay.
smashing down Nico. Golem to match with the Rolling Thunder afterwards.
Nico?
Medusa v spin. Medusa has a high ground. Global committed. Here we go. Nico coming back for the Pangolier. Silenced and Blizzard Silencer here. Static field with ultimate containing the carry. Here we go. Jack Boy's very low, but Natsumi running out of mana. Echo Slam to control him. Will he get in more lifesteal? No! The Fissure afterwards. Medusa living on the high ground while the jabs v Nico. The immunity and the heal. Oh, does it work? Medusa dead. Jabs going in for more. The Outworld
Got
stat.
him.
Beautiful item. Does get him. Can Yopaj 1v2? Buyback on the Hoodwink. Squirrel. Oh, the
Bye-bye.
squirrel gets glimpsed. Oh, you get the bushwhack of the acorn before you go back to base. What a play. What a play.
Oh,
6 games
stays
in a row.
alive. I mean, was it worth the buyback? You do get the kill on jabs as you mentioned, but your Japoi still dies at the end. It's another victory for Boom Esports. It did feel like it was hard for them to time the global silence in that fight. As they used it, they're like, kind of a lot of spells have been used already. So Tough fight for Aureus again, and they're losing this Medusa. The damage she's outputting is not fast enough. Nothing compared to this Sven. She's not really threatening this Sven. It's a worrisome situation.
It
Oh,
is.
did you see the size of that static storm? It
I
was
did.
huge.
He's got Dayzoon, right?
Dayzoon, yeah, baby.
Must. And
And 3,000 gold in the pocket. I'm feeling it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's close.
Uh,
It's a refresher. Gotta
Or,
be.
I mean, he could get. I suppose he could get a hex, and that's fine too. Blink hex is good, but why get blink hex when you can get AOE double hex?
Get a Gleipnir. Buff up that AoE a little bit.
Now
Make
you're
your static
thinking.
storm bigger.
Now you're thinking like an ancient.
That's right.
Well,
At least I'll be
seriously,
well
man.
defended.
He's got that big Dayzoon. Well, he should get something out of it. Another, and to be fair, AOE stuff it like adds what's it call it? Multiply, whatever that word. Multiplies.
Multiplicative?
Yeah, there you go. Skim,
Uh-oh.
he's not multiplying anytime soon. He's he's alive.
Well, so you say that, but a nice heal and a global to match. Skim now live can commit the spells, and that is a dead
Thank
puck
you.
for a minute and a half.
Guess what? Roshan's up. Well, both teams should know it. It's been dead for quite a while. We'll see if they jump on it. Skim. You don't often see it, but the Dawnbreaker's like, I got you, bro. I'll keep you alive, and jumps to save him. Oh, I think a big factor is he does have that 15% evasion from his enhancement. I was like, he should be dead. Might have dodged a hit or two.
Yeah, if that play happens
Scanning.
6 minutes ago, you don't have the appropriate enchantment for it.
Exactly. Oh, nice
he
guess.
Finds the Dawn. Goes out. Rolling Thunder, not committed. Refresher on Dawn, refresher on Shaker. Uh-oh, here we go. Yopaj and Tims. Fisher,
Not
they
bad
find
kill.
the Warlock. A good start. BKB committed, and it's not enough.
Whoa.
Has to use a second Fisher after the refresher. A buyback on Warlock, too. Rolling Thunder coming through. Jabs, looking for a target. 4-step to the high ground, buying some time and space. Natsumi. Puck
Nice
buyback.
glimpse.
Golem coming down. BKB used on the Medusa. Jabs rolling through, splitting the fight up. Ends with the Bushwhack, controlling the spin. Stone face coming out. Oh! Goes to the Netherrealm. Still dead. Not enough time from that. And spin the Medusa. Comes out on top. God strength is still ticking. But the stuns, they're all there. And spin is dead. Silencer buyback. Probably no global yet. And that's Doomy. Low mana. Sanctity in the fight. This is a puck buyback. And
The stun.
another Solar Guardian crashing down. Arius fighting their way to a surefire advantage here. Sanctity so low. Certainly not going to try to tap dance his way back into this fight.
Norman, you need to haul ass, buddy. You can't stay there, but they also know that Natsumi cannot fight. They go back. That is a buyback on the puck, a buyback on the wall. It's a team wipe, by the way. They all died in that situation.
Yeah.
Skim. I'm sure you should. He didn't buy. Oh no, he just took out Observer Ward. Sorry, my bad. Norman did not buy back. I was like, he bought back because I was like, there's that side of gold. He must have bought back. But either way, it is still a nice one fight for Aureus there. And they go on. The
Norman did buy
Medusa.
back. Norman
He
did buy back.
did, right? I was like, I saw it. I'm not crazy. Not yet, at
Yeah, you
least.
just-
Yeah.
You just have to
Just-
scroll up. There's
Oh,
so
there you
much
go.
that happened.
Right? Everyone died at some point.
Yeah.
You gotta be
Oh.
start thinking about that refresher orb for Scam. The one global, you're seeing a lot of people just are able to Aeon Disc or BKB through it. It's not enough at this point.
Right. And all the cool kids have their refresher.
That's
You
true.
don't want to be like them? Come on, man. You got to be part of the team. This is Team Refresher.
I will also say that Japoi did not play that very amazingly with the refresher. He jumps in, tries to kill Norman, doesn't. He's like, all right, I got to refresh. Does refresh, kills him, dies before he can even use the second echo. And Norman instantly BKBs, kind of nullifying the impact of all the spells he used before. And they still won the fight.
I think maybe the redeeming value of maybe like rushing the play on the Warlock is the golem opens up a little bit of timing in the Medusa BKB for the Sven to hit.
Yes.
And I feel like once these BKBs are either like you're stunned during them due to BKB piercing spells, or they're down, that's when we see these carries start to get the edge. It's like whose BKB will run out first. So maybe that's just a little bit of a look into the brain of Mr. Jipoy.
I think it's becoming very hard for this Sven to play because besides the fact that you're right, like there's BKB piercing, there's also just a lot of stuns in general, right? The double, the Refresher on Earthshaker, that's a double volume of stuns. Dawnbreaker, one ulti, second ulti, both pierce BKB. Bushwhack is annoying if it comes on you. Tim's has an Aeon Disc. I'm pretty sure it hasn't procced. It's the first Aeon Disc. A lot of these fights have started with Tim's dead. That's not going to happen again.
No.
So...
No one kills my
just...
Tims 7 times in a row to initiate.
Hey, he's only died 5 times. Come on.
Yeah, that's why I said no one kills him 7 times in a row. They might do it 6, but they're certainly not getting to 7. Yeah.
All right. We'll bet a burger on it that Tim's die 7 times. You know?
Oh, I thought you didn't. I thought you didn't care about burgers. I think they were.
I care about burgers. I just don't think it's the best thing to motivate a Dota player with, you know? There are other stuff. All right. So Pango, by the way, is also going for a Refresh Orb. I like this a lot. He doesn't have a Basher, which is my only issue, but the Refresher Orb is good. We are seeing that fights are now lasting 15, 20 seconds. So one BKB is not enough, mostly. And you gotta lock down the guy more, basically.
Now, Atomo, these fights are lasting longer, like 15 to 20. What I'm surprised by is the discipline. Like these fights are still staying quite spread.
Yes, they are. You are correct.
How does how do you communicate this in a team fight? Like, do you try to communicate about like certain features on the terrain that you want to keep one hero around, like your Medusa? Do you just want to centralize the fight around her and have everyone spread out around her? Like, what do you think that looks like?
All right. When the fight looks good, you say go. When the fight looks back, you say back. That's how it works. I'm actually not quite sure how they'd be able to communicate in such a situation, right? It seems very crazy, like very chaotic. But
yeah,
I imagine if you can they want to jump on the silencer or the Hoodwink on one side, the other side, they'd love to be able to catch the Disruptor or the Warlock. Supports are super easy. Everyone else has, you jump on them, there's a save. There is a massive problem on Boom. That is that Puck is 25, and he took the Waning Rift Radiance and Distance instead of Dream Coil Pierce's BKB. Now, I'm going to assume he picked it. I also feel like this is a very risky decision because the Dream Coils... You don't want to break it. It's a 6-second route in a way when you have that talent, but without it,
right?
I don't know. I can't imagine why he would take this.
Yeah, especially with the BKBs and refreshers now, like being able to pierce that debuff immunity, pretty important.
I feel like it is, but apparently Sanctity does not. I know he plays it different. I love his item build. I think that's Aeon Disc is fantastic with an Octarine core. But not taking 25 coil pierces.
Right. I think my next question would be the cooldown on Waning Rift, 7.5 seconds. Are you looking to...
It's all, but if you notice, he took almost all the Waning Rift talents, cooldown, damage, radius. Did not take the silence duration. He's like, by that point, 40 damage adds up to maybe getting kills. As the graph is 77% for the Dire side. They have 2 minutes of Aegis. We'll see what they can do with it, though. Oh, Swift Link on Medusa. I think the other side wanted to go Swift Link as well. Yes, Sven has it too.
Completed on the Sven, man. These carries are absolutely kitted.
I was gonna say these doesn't seem like there's much to buy left on the carries, right? You're like, guys, I think I'm done. I'm done farming.
You're still lacking crit on the Sven. I will say that is one thing that can just open and shut the door on a fight immediately.
Sell boots, get crit, why not? You can buy moon shards, eat axe scepters. Disruptor? No, that's just a tormentor. Who's it gonna be? Wow, look at the gold.
Yeah. That's a lot of Jabata. And look at the squirrel. Trying to run away. Whoa, my.
Nullifier.
Yeah.
Nullifier
Ags.
Makes it useless. We've been mentioning Nullifier being a good item this game for both sides. For Aureus, no one really wants to buy it, but for Pango, he's like, yeah, that's fine. I can get it. I'm happy to do so. Also removes, I think, the Solar Crest coming out from the Silencer. Silencer is close-ish to the Refresher. Ish.
We'll get it. I believe in him.
By the way, I love the Southeast Asia region. You know you're gonna go late. You know everyone's gonna have a refresher.
Right. This game will last 60 minutes. The next one will last 45, and then the third game will last 80. You know, that's just how it goes here.
I like that when you said that. The second game is gonna go like 30 minutes, right? You're going, Observer, no, come on.
Oh.
We'll keep you
we're
company.
all gonna grow. We're all gonna grow closer together, and we'll be better for it over the course of that journey. I hear a Soul Guardian. Where is this? Where's our Dawnbreaker? Up a little.
I think they jumped on
puck.
Sanctity. Yeah, they did proc his Aeon disc, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah,
that's about it.
Long cooldown, even with this Octarine.
165 seconds is a very long time, to be fair. You know, it's maybe we should have an upgrade Octarine 2.0. You know, cooldowns reduced by 40% or something.
Oof. Oh man, that's dangerous, man.
That's what we want.
Start getting into the like no cooldown zone for a couple of the spammable spells, you know.
Oh, where's Tim's? By the way, that was Tim's 6th death, so one more and I get a burger.
Oh no.
No, you promised. It was, we have video evidence. You were very clear about it.
I was not on video.
That was well, it was your
AI.
voice.
It was AI.
Of course.
And AI, they find the Dawnbreaker, but they find the puck as well. That became the double slam with a Fissure follow-up, and he's controlled spin. Oh, not like this boom. You just boomed yourself. And Jab's trying to get a little bit of love here, but Yopaj able to reset. Natsumi quite healthy, and Warlock will not get the TP out. Tim's hits yet another bushwhack.
Armin? No way. That was wild. They're gonna get the golem as well. They get the Dawnbreaker, who until now has been sort of very impossible to catch. Bring her down. There's a static storm there, but Japoy, I'm not sure if he blinked with BKB on or he just stayed to the side, but he was able to get all his spells off. They killed the puck. That little, skirmish in the jungle that put Aeon Disc on cooldown came back to bite Sanctity in the blubber. You know, they're like, oh yeah, you can't actually do anything. You're right
an Echo to stop the Rolling Thunder with the Bushwhack follow-up. A question mark indeed. Oh, this crit from the Medusa starting to pierce the veil and the heart of this Pangolier.
Silas has the Refresher Orb as well. Things have gotten astronomically harder for the Boom side. And I love how Yopaj, he sees him, he's like, oh, he's rolling up, straight away uses his ultimate to stop him, and knowing his team is going to show up in time. Very impressive.
Yeah. The trust. The trust from this team is inspirational, and a new roster as well.
It makes you want to play. Makes you want to play Dota and have someone rage quit in the first 3 minutes. Usually on your team, of course. You're like, yes, I forgot. This is a pub.
Well, no, they don't rage quit in the first 3 minutes. They do go AFK for the first 3 minutes because you can't pause now.
That's true.
Time. Right.
No jabs for 40 seconds. What are you're going to go high ground, but how committed are you, Aureus? Doesn't seem like they're all too keen. They know that Roshan could be up. Decide, hey guys, let's get it. Now, ironically, this Refresher Shard is kind of not too useful for the team, as their 3 biggest Refresher users already have an orb.
Whoa. You're telling me double acorn shot is not worth getting right now? Are you crazy?
I suppose you can give it to the Medusa, right? Double BKB, double Stone
Yes.
Gaze. It's not too bad, but I mean, would you remove
The Medusa inventory is so full. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
would you remove a butterfly for it? I don't know. You're probably gonna have to remove something for the BKB anyway. Sorry, for the Aegis.
The Aegis, yeah.
Mm. Oh, this Medusa's almost 30. What's his talent at 30? Can we check out? No, it's talent. It's 25. Gorgon's grasp volley.
Uninspired.
That's all right.
I think. Oh, blink forward, looking for Tim's. He is. Oh, that's a dead Warlock. 4 shots will do it. Global coming out, buyback on the Warlock, and now Natsumi trying to get involved, but
dead.
Jab's rolling away, creating chaos. Tim's dead. Thank you, Huck.
Okay. Buyback used by Narman, still has his ultimate, and he does have that golem on death.
Spin a smoke. Okay, smoke broken.
Oh.
And let's go. Yeah.
By the way, it's going to be there for 3 minutes. Very likely, Boom will have to take this fight on the dire side of the map. So you have that outpost to teleport to. That is still called the outpost, right? I mean, have you heard them called outposts, shrines?
I still refer to it as the outpost, and I think
it is the outpost.
Yeah, the in text, the in
because remember,
text. Also.
There used to be an outpost that you would get on, gives you vision or something, just to give you EXP at 10 minutes if you control it.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of outpost type buildings in the past.
I miss the region ones.
Oh,
get your
the
whole
wells.
team around it. Yeah, the wells.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was I'll be honest. I think that was the worst one. I hated the wells. I like the wells when they were in the map, but early on when they were in the base as well, and it made going high ground a nightmare because there was wells next to every tier 3. So fight begins, you take a well, and you're like they're healing. That's not fair.
A la Moonwell. From, the original, right?
From the Night Elves.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how are the Night Elves doing in Warcraft? I'm sure their tree is still standing and not burned for no reason.
Yeah, that's still a touchy topic for some people. Let's just say we're not seeing a lot of Drow Ranger in the meta these days.
And for a reason, right?
Yeah.
You know what we are seeing that's weird is Narman has a Vlad on the Warlock. This is not the first time I've seen like a Silencer Vlads or a Warlock Vlads. I find it incredibly unusual. To be fair, 18% damage and 20%.
Seem to be a little cheeky play. BKB used on Yopaj here. And
that's okay.
Bit of a head scratcher. Yeah, but he's safe at least.
Yeah, staying careful. Well, what do we have on the Pango? He's got Disperser now, still working towards that Refresher Orb, but doesn't have it yet. They want to wait until Roshan moves. This is very clever by Boom. Why would we force a fight in the Rosh Pit on your side when we can take it on our side? Much better for us. And by the way, Jokam has gone for Shadow Blade.
Really?
On Disruptor. Yeah, does not want
like
the double. I think you could get away with a Refresher, buddy.
Yeah, okay, so as opposed, I thought you meant in addition to the Refresher.
Oh,
he has now picked up a Shadow Blade.
No, he picked up a Shadow Blade instead of a Refresher Orb. And he's about to hit 25, by the way. It's going to give you that big static field. 2 of them, you can cover the entire map.
Or the radius.
Oh.
Yeah, here we go. Static field is down. Storm, and now Silencer dead pre-ult. No way, you get the Earthshaker too. Natsumi is contained on the high ground, and a big blink in with the global coming in now. Crashing to the ground, controlling the spin. BKB getting low, buyback on the Shaker. Just a screen away as rejoining the fight, but he misses the puck on luck.
Silencer has his buyback in about 10 seconds as well. So, I think you're very happy for Boom. You got the Yopaj buyback, only caused you Jokam losing his life. That's not too bad. That was a very nice static storm he was able to throw out as well.
Definitely.
He's so close to 25 on this Disruptor. feel like you might want to wait for it and get that extra radius. With the Zoon, I was gonna say you can cover the whole screen. I said this whole map instead.
I was like, you know what? I use hyperbole at times. Uh-oh, Yokum finds Tims, and now Pango, always a screen away, comes thundering through. Outworld stacked to buy some time, but a roll-up helps out, and Jack Boys comes over to confirm the kill.
Puck is 29. Could have that level 25 talent again. Then suddenly you are working with that Dream Coil Pierce's debuff immunity.
My Puck is complete. I hear an Aetherlands pop.
You mean Aeon Disc?
Aeon Disc, yes.
I was like,
do mean an Aeon Disc. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Observer's like, he's like, I speak Malibu. I know that mouth and brain aren't always connected.
That's
in
what
they mean.
That's right. We've had 3 days together now. So the osmosis is complete.
Medusa has the moonshot, but and has 12,000 gold. If you look at, Aureus is 2,000 gold behind, but 12,000 of that gold is actually useless because it's not translating to actual items. I mean, of course, the Sven has 7,000, but there's a lot of gold that's just sitting there as Jack Boys picks up the Aegis. And now Narman can take the refresher off. Who's got the shard? Sven? Okay.
Sven, yeah. The Aegis on Sven.
Okay,
it's
someone else.
Oh, all right. Drops it for his Pango, who has the refresher recipe already purchased. These items now share cooldowns.
Yes, but
here's
what's going to happen. Oh, I loved it too. When you can orb, shard, and you get like 3 ultimates off. Oh, that was the best.
Yeah.
But I imagine that they might consider moving the shard to the Puck when he hits 30, or maybe giving it to Joe Cam. Because as you mentioned, if Pango can buy his orb, it's kind of a waste to give him the shard. He dies, and he's like, what? He's gonna buy it after he uses it? It doesn't make any sense. So once he has the buyback and the orb money, he's gonna do that.
Mm-hmm.
This is... Oh, we're seeing tier 5 items, by the way.
I expected nothing less, man. It's a lower bracket final. Both teams want to go to this LAN. Both teams probably deserve to be at this LAN.
For sure.
We're seeing tier 5s. What are you expecting? Other than, let's just go ahead and rule out Helm of the Undying. Yes, we know it's good.
Yes. 5 Helm of the Undying. Everyone's gonna Helm of the Undying. I imagine Sven would love to go for the... What was that? The evolved one? The one that gives you 40 attributes? Oh, wait!
Oh, hold that thought. Here we go. Close that window. We got a team fight going. Global coming out with the static field. And Disruptor going to pay for getting his ult off. Aegis already gone. What do you have left in the tank, boys? Let's see what you got.
Nice
nearby. Coil containing the silencer. Tim's found on the blue ground. Guardian coming down, crashing and spin. Low, and dead a second time. Bye-bye, Golem. And Pango trying to get on the highway out of hell, but the Yule Scepter will contain him. Global used again. Jabs. No way he dodges the damage. Puck gets another kill on Skem. This is a solo kill. I mean, big surprise. Puck and silencer. Yeah, right.
Jack Boys wasn't able to use the BKB once in that fight. I feel like he had some distance. Narman's gone.
Oh my. You gotta kill this golem though. I think it will cut the wave.
The Thames is on it. Is like squirrel on versus golem. He's gonna be fine. Jabs,
like a squirrel on a nut. Yeah.
Jabs like, come on guys, I need this refresher orb and buyback so badly. His buyback costs almost 3,000 gold. So he needs a lot. He needs 7,800 to afford it, and he's got 7.8. Oh, I forgot the death
heroes without buyback. Those are on timers right now as well. Here we go. First base breaking of the game, Atomo. Will Boom let it happen?
Not enough time for them to go for the throne. I think you're saving this Sven buyback. You're not using it for this.
Yeah.
It's Rax is just not worth it. As we are past an hour. Sanctum doing his best to slow them down. Glyph is used. Unfortunately, a wave comes just before backdoor.
Okay, silence with that extra waning rift range.
All right. In the end, this was not a death blow for Boom, but that was a fight where they had Aegis and Sven did nothing. Very scary thing to see for your team.
Yeah. I do wonder, were Boom just too split for this that jump?
Or maybe the miscommunication, right? One guy's like, let's go, and the other guy's like, nah, come on, guys, this is a bad fight, let's go back. And Sanctity at least was able to get a kill and kind of stop that from being a complete disaster.
Right, man. I love on land when you can get the team comms and pull them in.
That's great.
Those little clips are so entertaining because sometimes, like, you would expect the booth to be going crazy,
streaming,
but it's just silent. Like, very precise call out.
Yes.
Silence. Very precise call out. Cooldown timing, and then did we just see like 3 regalias?
Yes, we did. We did see 3 the regalias. Everyone wants damage at this point, and such a risk because if you die, you lose it. And I think a lot of them took evolved as well. Is that for Dawnbreaker's got 5,000 health now with this evolved? Of course, she'll melt anyway. It doesn't matter, but still. Medusa's got the Audacious Helm of the Undying. That's 80 extra damage, magic damage per attack, and 100 attack speed. So
that attack speed, man.
Timeless Helm of the Undying, of course, for the Earthshaker. 16% spell amp, by the way, added to him. That's a lot.
So just him being able to get his spells off no matter what now. Okay.
Tim's!
No, not like this. Not the Burger Boy. Oh, Solar Guardian crashing down and jabs, trying to make space here. A big storm that you have to weather here, Sanctity, and the orb hiding from the reality. And a reset, but jabs with another Rolling Thunder. Doesn't want that reset to happen. In the river battle of the carries, they are splitting this fight. Global and the buyback on the Squirrel. Natsumi versus Jack Boys. And Medusa controlled. Where is she? She's so low. Oh, the Helm of the Undying proc. Okay. Nico going up. Will he get the TP out? The chase is on. Golem comes down, but it's a little too late.
Oh, the Static Storm controlling the Medusa for so long. They bring down Tim's again. He's always been target number 1. Fragile. Even this Aeon Disc is useless because they have the Nullifier. But they get the Medusa in the end. I don't think did any Divine Regalia break in that one? I think they're all still not disgraced yet. Not disgraced.
No, the Dawnbreaker didn't die. Yeah, the Dawnbreaker almost did. Very close.
By the way, even the Silencer has a Helm of the Undying. Oh, the Silencer's got an Axe Scepter. Okay, that's kind of nice. Silencer might be dead, in fact.
Let's take a look in the Dire base real quick. We have a Diving Puck. My goodness. Not a play you'd expect when all these towers are still up. That's speaks to the confidence of Sanctity.
Look at the Static Storm.
It's bigger than the kinetic field. It's wild, man. All right, gets to the high ground. Nice.
Oh, good glimpse.
Items, but a glimpse. Ooh.
Bit of a misclick.
Safe.
I think he wanted Nico. I think he might have wanted Nico because he knows Nico was on the low ground going there. Tim's, he's like, he probably came from the right anyway. I think that may have been a misclick.
Yeah, misclick, maybe max range, quick cast, something.
Yeah. Some mistakes were made. We're not gonna say where. As Disruptor with a Shadow Blade, still okay.
Big fan.
I think it's adorable that he's got a Shadow Blade. It's just so cute.
Yeah. Why? I mean, as the game goes on, the likelihood of having vision on you is much lower. You want to sneak by? No, not like this. Silencer, you need a BKB. Helm of the Undying gonna help him put on some work. Maybe still gets the global. Good play, making the most of it. And a Rolling Thunder down for this.
By the way, he does not have buyback on the Silencer.
He's gold gated.
Yeah. A risky move when you have, I mean, you have a refresher orb. So that was what he bought. Instead of keeping the gold for the buyback, he decided to get an Aghanim Scepter. Huh. Bold.
It is. Is the damage in slow from having your Ags? Was it worth it? Nullifier now on the puck.
I feel like at this point,
this is a nightmare playing against this puck if you are a support or a person without a BKB.
or a squirrel.
Or a
There's also
squirrel.
support.
And a squirrel.
I don't like it. Now, yeah, I wonder about at this point you gotta wonder how useful Volsan's gonna be. Oh,
Spin traveling in on
that's the
Yoko,
one.
who is Shadow Bladed. That's the play. And the Echo Slam coming on the Disruptor. The carry versus carry matchup going in favor of the Dire, but not for long.
Satanic!
Spin cutting through the HP pool Dion Breaker. More like Dead Breaker. And Helm of the Undying getting a couple clicks, but it's inconsequential. Now you're seeing the power of the Shadow Blade. Only when paired with Travel 2s, Atomo.
Middle tower is under attack.
Wait, how is Dawnbreaker there? He didn't ulti in. He just sort
He
of
was
walked
farming.
into the.
Yeah, he's
like,
walking up. I don't know, man.
Well,
Okay.
that base is looking mighty fragile.
Yep.
Japon!
BKB with the Echo coming in. Guardian crashing down. Buyback on the Medusa. The right clicks are there. Spin is dead. Helmet Undying clicks coming through. And okay. Still making plays. Buybacks were not respected.
Used.
Once again.
That is. Oh,
Coil.
Scan. Scan.
Oh, this coil is attacking you. Okay, nice. Good Wind Waker use from the team here. Skem is going to get out of this. Oh, beautiful Starbreaker. And
Skem.
jabs once more. Skem just can't get away from this damn
Leave it
angle, and he's
alone.
rolling. He's tolling. But he goes back to the graveyard.
He was baiting, is what he was doing. You know,
Yeah.
Scam's like, oh, were the casters worried? It was all according to plan, you fools.
They
By
really
the way-
do care about me.
Roshan is up. We'll see if either team cares enough to go for him. And oh, shield rune at this point. Very nice. Look at that. That's 1,700 shields.
My God.
Oh. Let's see. By the Yokam has kept the Dizun's blood right, but he got fleet-footed with it. Huge movement speed bonus on him.
Yeah.
Tim's
492 with Shadow Blade. Holy.
look
This
at
guy
me.
can just change the angle of attack. Come back into the fight.
Are
Drop
we-
his spells. Do it again. It's-
What are the levels? Can we? I think is everyone hitting 30 or like? Wait. Okay, not everyone. The supports are still 25 and 26, but all the
Aw.
cores are 30. All the cores are 30. It's crazy to me that Earthshaker still does not want to get an Ags or eat it. He's like, nah, it's not for me. As again, Aureus has that weird problem of we've got a refresher shard, but everyone who has a good ultimate already has a refresher orb. They've got 4 refresher orbs and a Tim's. It's like,
What could
I
you
think
get? What could you get on the Tims to make? I mean, you can refresh your Aeon, you can refresh your BKB.
He's doing the right thing. He's
The
Sanctity!
biggest bushwhack you ever saw. Phase shift. Will it be enough?
What?
And a global.
That was like a blind one.
Let's go. Yes. Oh, how did
That was. I don't know. He didn't have. He didn't see. I was like, he doesn't have vision there. He just throws it there. Somebody check that man's, apps on on his computer. Make sure we don't have
The squirrely sense was tingling.
Dota map. Bright.exe. Maybe that's on. Well, in the meantime, they could use this to force a buyback on the puck, but I think they're also pretty low on buybacks on Aureus side. Aureus has a tough decision. Do we go force a buyback on the puck while we don't have one on 2 of our pivotal heroes? Or do we wait, use this Aegis as a buyback time killer?
Right.
I don't know.
A buffer,
Do you really?
if you will.
My wife asked me today, she's like, how long do you think the series will take? I'm like, it's 2 to 3 hours. This is game 1. We've been here for an hour and a half. It's an hour
You just
and a half.
say, you just say, whatever you want me to do, honey. Make a list, and once the game is over, I will go down the list item by item. I promise, because We love Dota, we love Southeast Asia. The combination of the two always makes for some unforgettable series in just volatility, length. Just they become epochs, you know. It's
Yes.
something to behold here, and it seems that you and I always find the longest ones.
Good. That's what we want. I don't want to see a stop. I'd rather be here for 80 minutes with a really good long game than that 20 minutes, death pushing. Like, oh my God, what am I supposed to say? But
Yeah.
you did ask earlier about what Tim's could get to make the refresher shard worth it. He is going for a hex. I like this a lot. You hex someone, refresh, you hex them again, and they did give him the shard. So this is like they're on a very nice idea for this hoodwink.
Right.
And to
Yeah,
be fair, double
I-
bushwhack is okay.
Yeah, and I mean
Yeah.
the way Tim's has been playing, I think his idea of this hero is right on point. Like, you just say, what do we need to give you access to that will help you
Enable you
maintain this level of impact? Yeah.
with Disgrace Regalia. Oh, but very soon the Dawnbreaker will be able to regain the Regalia. Does everyone have a Disgraced Regalia? Yes, everyone's Regalia is disgraced. For shame. Shame.
For 2 more Madstone.
Bad Regalia. Well,
Good Regalian.
Timeless Helm of the Undying again by the Silencer. Oh, Timeless actually. That's not bad.
Yeah.
16%, 15% longer global silences. Not bad.
Yep. And the Spell Amp, you got the Arcane Curse on your ultimate now. You got
That's true.
the two charges of Arcane Curse independently. Dude, if you hit Refresher, you can get like 6 applications. It's
And then
nutty.
the guy then pops one BKB or whatever and removes them all, and you're like, oh, whoops, I forgot about that.
Radiant's
is
middle
there,
tower is under attack.
Can you make Arcane Curse undispellable?
That
no.
used to be a talent at level 20 back in the good old
Yeah.
days, but that was removed. That's
Back in my day, Echo Slam.
Sanctity.
Uh-oh. This squirrely puck. So slippery, so slimy with this Aeon Disc. And now Puck takes the Divine Regalia after that gank attempt.
Fleet-footed on the Pango, so he also wants to move very fast. I think at this point, just assume everyone has a refresher orb. We can't keep pointing it out. They're like, Disruptor did get his, but that will be the only new one. So we're going to be seeing 2 big static storms.
And now this time around, only 1 Divine Regalia per side. Everyone's like, yeah, I'm probably gonna die. This is just, what's not?
I gotta say, I'm surprised that the Dawnbreaker kept his Divine Regalia. You're not seeing like the big damage coming out from him that he would want it. Was it 20% more damage? Was there really no better option?
Tough choice. Because, I mean, you lose your enchantment when you die, It's not like you just lose the damage buff. It's everything.
That's true, right? Because I was hoping I saw the the Disgraced one gave nothing, but I had assumed that, I was like, oh, just that's gone. But you're right. Maybe that is how it works. As Octarine Core on Silencer. Silencer is thinking, guys, I need Octarine Core because we're going to have a fight, and then it's going to end, there's going to be buybacks, and then we're going to have another fight within a minute. So, okay.
Yeah, I need to get my refresher off cooldown faster, guys. Come on. How do I do that?
How many...
All right.
How many refresher... This might be the most refresher orbs I've actually ever seen in a game. 1, 2...
Times like this make you glad that you're on the analyst desk, right?
Yes. Alright, there's 6 refresher orbs and 1 refresher shard on Tim's.
My God.
Oh, he's still working towards his hex.
Yes, he is. Now, notice, please.
Yes.
Oh, Shadowblade v Shadowblade, but Yoakum's got a gem.
Mm.
All right. Whose vision is this? Dire? Yeah.
By the way, this was the move that we expected Oris to make, right? When we said they got the Aegis, they wanted to make sure their Aegis is not farming Aegis, but it's a buyback time killer, I don't want to go high ground. They use 1 buyback. I have 2 guys without buybacks for 4 minutes. It was too risky. So they're like, all right, we're going to go for a full reset. What does the win percentage say at this point? I wonder what Gaben has to say in this 1200 last hit Medusa game. And
It's just going to be question mark first side.
Look at the graph. It goes up and down in different colors, and like huge spikes up, huge spikes down. It's a beautiful graph that we're looking at. Oh, Tim's bought something. Was it BKB? Was that?
I think so. It's
No,
he's
no.
had it for a bit.
He's
Got
had
two
it for a
uses.
while, yeah.
Yeah. Does maybe a full axe? No, he doesn't have that
Oh.
axe either.
You know what's weird? Tim's does not have items shards on this hoodwink.
Oh, that's a head scratcher for me. With this Earthshaker with his silencer,
Come on,
spell
bro.
damage is wicked. You really gotta snatch that up. All right, fights are brewing, storms are coming, and we are the storm chasers. Yopaj gives away his position with this fissure. Narman. Oh, but a blink into danger. The
Risky.
static storm coming down. Jabs getting the roll up, and now Sanctity with the BKB Medusa in the low ground
Narman.
river, and this is a
Narman's
dead
gone.
warlock. Will he get the spells off? You can still be silenced while you are Helm of the Undying. Golem on death coming out. No true ult used. Stone James coming.
Sanctity.
Natsumi looking for the puck, but it's going to be a soft reset. Fights into the golem. And
Oh.
now the coil. Oh, but Yule's buying some time here. Natsumi with the rolling thunder, jabs, and Silencer's dead. Ghost form active and trying to chase down this Pangolier. Shaker
Fire's
uses the
spin.
Shadow Blade, is invis, BKB, and then where is our spin? Where is he? He's on. Okay, yep. On top of the Medusa, the Pangolier is straining all of this mana. Jabs doing a ton of damage. Spin versus Dawnbreaker. Who's gonna win? Nico getting low, but the battle of the right clicks, the battle of the big Bruisers going in, and Shaker joining it. It's no longer a fair fight. Medusa even lending her bow. Helm of the Undying still active, but it's not going to be enough to put a true dent into the Medusa. Buyback on Panko. Buyback on the Silencer has been used.
Tim's
low. Another Yule's buying some time, and Puck is controlled. Aeon just pops on Tim's, and now Rolling Thunder round 2 coming in. Puck low, Dawnbreaker low. But Puck dodges out. This gosh, she's so slippery, this hero. And
They got
now
Tim's.
Tim's bound in the tree line. Spin his bot back and rejoin the battle. Ghost Squirrel doing some damage, but not enough. And the Shadow Blade active on the Disruptor. We'll see the debuff creeps here. Gets pinged out, but the TP. Ooh, the TP.
In the end, by the way, what won the fight for Boom was that they were more decisive with their buybacks. Jabs and Jack Boys were like, yes, let's do it, let's go in. Even Narman used his and was able to get that golem off to stop Force. And now, if you're Boom, you're like, guys, let's just go. Force them to use. We'll still have Sanctity and Jokam if things go bad. So, it started out pretty crazy. Japoy jumps into a Static Storm and manages to walk out, turn the BKB, and still fight. I thought he was dead to rights in that situation. In the end,
It's amazing.
they know Jack
Amazing.
Boys does not have the Aegis, so they're saying, let's give it to him. After this, I feel like you need to go straight for the throne. But you have time. You have time. You can do it.
I mean, if you go straight for the throne, you're fighting into what? Shaker buyback, Dawnbreaker buyback, Clipwick buyback.
Yep. But that's what you want. You want them to use those buybacks and rely on the fact that you have Aegis and 2. If they can get those buybacks from Oris, they will have none. The thing is, Tim's is coming pretty soon. I don't know if they're going to have enough time.
Gotta get back soon, boys. Oh, look at this Puck right click. Over 300 damage.
Divine Rapier on Medusa. All right.
It's time.
Look at that. He is literally 9 slotted. He
Yeah.
has got
Oh.
the Manta, the boots, and the Refresher Orb in the backpack. It's like those are the items that.
Exact shard. It's all online here. But Megas, okay. No buybacks used from the Dawnbreaker, from the Shaker. We'll have those to work with.
All right.
Now.
So they don't go straight up for the throne, but they still secure a massive advantage here for Boom Esports. And reminder, they can use this Aegis to ensure that they have buybacks when they go for the throne. I like a lot. It's not It was a good decision what they did. They didn't want to force a buyback. Then they say, "Oh, Oris, they show up. Yes, they don't have buybacks. We're fighting on their side of the map." And things can go pear-shaped, as they say in the UK. But they say, "All right, we'll just get megas."
Right.
Very
Megas attained. Pear shape
amazing.
avoided for now. If you are a Boomy sports fan, still 2 full lanes. Looks like the tier 3 mid is done and dusted. But Atoma, I am surprised that we haven't seen more of the travel 2 plays coming out.
I feel like I've seen a couple of them. Wait. No. Let's see who's got it. Most people are selling their boots, by the way. But Sanctity's got a boot. He's got the travel too. Sven as well. There's a few of them. It's not too bad. I like the Minotaur horn on the Pango because you can use this. It's like another option, but he doesn't actually have any BKB, so it's a good way to get it if you're silenced.
Right, and you can use it while you're using Rolling Thunder, right?
I'm pretty sure
in
you can.
In case you need to
sustain
pop your shield crash or anything,
Dawnbreaker's is thinking about.
These odds are starting to stack up against Arius. I mean, Mega Creeps and the Aegis on Sven, it certainly makes sense.
Nico check it out. He's eaten the Axe Scepter. He's like, all right, I don't need it anymore. And now he's going for Divine Rapier, thinking that I need to do the damage. Interesting. I mean, with Starbreaker, it is a solid amount of damage. It is fairly low cooldown at 7 seconds.
Right. I think the biggest part of this play here is when you crash down, if they are clustered in 2 or 3, you have the chance to wipe out that segment of the team,
Yeah, and the cooldown goes down really quick because he does have that solar charged as well. So, how often do we see games like this? 81-minute game. Our previous record was 72. We're blown past that, and it might even go for like 90 minutes at this point. Who knows?
I don't have anything else to do later today. My Sunday's free. Oh, they find the puck. Sanctity. That Aeon Disc is paying dividends at this point. Yopaj, not content. Goes with Shadow Blade and following up here. They anticipate Yoka. Global coming out. Tim spots him, Fisher, and they are on top. Oh, that's a 1500 crit from the Dusa. Oh,
but he does have buyback, and you are fighting to Aegis, so it's not like Aureus can look at this and be like, "Oh, we should try to do something out of it." Even creeps are pushing in. They're landlocked. For Aureus, it does seem like the most likely option for you to win this game will be when enemy pushes into your side of the map, into high ground, and you team wipe them.
Yeah, team wipe is a necessity, maybe even 2 rounds of it. But Tomo, part of me wonders, it looks like Tim's, even though he is playing the 4, his net worth, it suffered more than I anticipated. I wonder if he had access to more items earlier on. Maybe if he played a little more selfishly.
Yep.
If the game would be in a different state right now.
I agree. Tim's is definitely the poorest player in this map. He just finished the Scythe at least and has a refresher to benefit. Oh no, he does not have the refresher shard anymore. Okay.
But he's got a Scythe. Yeah.
He's got a Scythe.
Finished now. And he did pick up his shard. Final.
That is very
I think one of his teammates looked at his inventory and they're like, "What are you doing?
How do you not have a shard yet?" Every time we got Sven to 20% health and he lived, that's on you, Tibbs. That was on you. As Nico could go for that Divine Rapier if he wants to now. And what's that? The Unrelenting Eye. Oh, okay.
Oh, and Atoma, something else we hadn't considered. The Boomerang is incoming spell damage, so Dawnbreaker's her Starbreaker. That's spell damage, right?
That is spell damage.
Even though it's physical. Oh my god.
Oh, by the way, Sven has got the Titanic Titanic on him, so that's 20%. That is like a free Divine Regalia that doesn't break,
Exactly.
It's so good.
The recycle reuse option.
Disruptor has Boundless on him, 350 cast rate. Can we look at the cast rate on Disruptor's Glimpse for a second? Because he's got 8th. All right, I want you to let me see, where does Glimpse end? It's all right. There we go. That's Glimpse.
Oh.
So guys, you
the
have to make
entire
sure
state of New Jersey, if you're familiar.
that's a big place or a small place.
It's I mean it's a state. It's a state nonetheless. It's a relatively small state, but my God, you can glimpse them from side to side.
Oh, by the way, he doesn't even have the Aether Lens equipped. No wonder. I was like, I thought it would be bigger, but turns out the Aether Lens is in the backpack. Ah, okay. But if you're Aureus, you're like, guys, do you see that giant circle around Jocam? Try to avoid it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't step in there for 4 seconds. You know, you gotta think 4 seconds ahead where you want to go as well.
They're like, sure, bro. What else would you like us to do? Oh, do I get
also keep
2...
all of the waves pushed in always, please.
Oh, by the way, do I get 2 burgers if Tim dies 14 times?
No, you get 1 double stacked burger.
Ah, I don't like those too much. I feel like they break my jaw to open my mouth that big. You know, like...
That's exactly why you're getting 1.
Ah, thank you.
Because.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Joker, Jack boys, very close
Ships.
to each other, the 2 teams, but not quite there. By the way, Aegis has expired, so any kill is a kill.
Yeah. TP and home. Here we go. Dopage and Nico to be the first point of contact on the wave.
Mm-hmm.
Nico dangling that divine rapier, right in front of him.
Dawnbreaker, Harpoon. He's fully switched into that right-click build with only the refresher sort of being like... He might consider buying some other item. After he uses refresher, he swaps it out. As yes, everyone's 30 except Tim's, Narman, and Jocam. Those golems are going to be, what, magic resistant, physical immune, basically? That massive, yeah, 20 armor and 80% magic resistance very soon. And he's got...
Yeah.
He's got refresher eggs. Refresher eggs work, and we're not even
That's right.
surprised. We're not like, oh wow, refresher eggs. Like, oh yeah, there it is. 4 golems.
Going for an Aeon Disc as well. These Aeon Discs have been turning the tide here for Puck.
I agree.
Probably going to be just as helpful for Narman.
I think they've been doing more for the Radiant, but yeah, because Tim's got his, but it's not super elusive on this Hoodwink. You know, you pop it, you jump on him after he dies, but Sanctity has made massive use of the Aeon Disc. Like, what work he's done.
Yeah. I mean, he's been putting himself in danger intentionally to use Aeon Disc off cooldown, it seems.
Do you think Silencer's also thinking, maybe I should go right-click, guys? You know? I'm level 30, I have that Glaives down. Oh, Silencer!
They find him. Puck with the Rolling Thunder on him, and he's still stunned up. Will he get the burst off? Yes is the answer. Yopaj BK, B Medusa. Fitting the tier 4. Oh, and this does it with the Divine Rapier. Holy, the damage.
Okay. Now, it's a fast Roche, by the way. It's up in 15 seconds here. Sanctity is not around. He probably does not want to use buyback, which means one of the teams is going to take Roshan, and then we're going to be in for another. Yeah, we did say 90 minutes. It's going to be a 90-minute one. It's a 90-minute one.
What's 90 minutes between friends? No, you're everyone out there sitting nice and cozy. Gotta imagine you're in for the long haul here. Oh no, Yopaj in there. The Echo Slams, Lord Guardian crashing down. They even get jabs, and it's also the damage is real. Holy.
And that's it. All right, they have buyback on all 3, but that's 3 cores down, and Roshan is up. And Aureus, they have enough time to take this Aegis and, you know, haul ass. They aren't checking it in the top lane just yet.
Yeah, having those travel 2s on the Medusa, being able to connect to these plays now, they're taking a page out of Boom Esports' book here. Narman, you slippery little man. Look at you.
Still not checking on this Aegis, and unfortunately for Aureus, these creeps push in. You know, it's like, oh, you try to get something on the map, but no, they don't even have creeps past the river. Okay, they do on the bottom lane, but that's a long lane.
It is. Need more Helm of the Overlord.
What made
Surprised we
you
haven't
think?
seen it.
Yeah, what made you think of that travesty as Gnar, man?
Look at
Shadow
him.
Blade.
No way. No way. Is he going for this? Is he looking? I mean,
He might drop a golem.
Puck
Yeah,
has
I
traveled too.
thought so.
Yeah.
Let's just drop a golem, get out.
Uh-oh. The instant response is the TV
He's
stuff.
quick!
Oh! The jump, but okay, look at this micro. This is a man that has played Naga Siren in the past.
And I was like, let me put a golem here. Let me put a golem there. All right.
Oh, that pure damage. Holy. That one punch. Okay. Natsumi trying to force the buyback. You know the Shaker TP might be cooldown,
No.
but
Oh, okay. They got mid-raxes, but if they lose these, I think that's Mega Creeps. A Stygian Desolator on Natsumi, and the Glimpse gives you 10 seconds.
he's like 3-tapping this. Okay. Yep.
Wow. The range creep, yep, that's it.
Mega.
Mega.
Uh-oh, on the back line, Puck going for Tim's. Natsumi gonna have to direct his attention backwards. BKB Aetherlens
phase.
pop on the Puck. A on disc, not an Aetherlens. I'm a liar. And all refresher used on the Warlock, trying to control Natsumi. Whoop, get to the low ground, BKB pop, and the Rolling Thunder coming through, stunning, and in the Static Storm,
Whoa.
global with the Fissure coming in. Oh, Dawnbreaker crashing down, big damage coming from the Dami Mommy as Natsumi gets cleaned. No! Oh, temporarily paused, buyback, and the Claries are dead. Puck is in, gets hit with the Echo, it's all there. Natsumi back in
Well landed.
instantly. Oh my god. And I think we're seeing some synergy here between the Helm of the Dying and the buyback as the chase is
yes.
on by jabs. Yeah, you buy back and you are on the ghost position. I don't think that was a travel
Exactly.
back in. Oh, what a play.
Yeah, because Natsumi was dead. I was like, how is he still here? Like, he bought back, he comes back. It's like, dude, Nico, what is his damage in these fights? We mentioned that he has been switching. He did almost the same amount of damage as Natsumi. He does that Starbreaker on the Sven, brings the hammer down, brings Sven down as well. Natsumi did use buyback though, so he has to take the Aegis. If this Medusa gets killed, it's still win condition
over.
for Boom. And well, all right. Now here's a question:
What's
do you
that?
think we're gonna get to 100 minutes in this game?
Maybe. We might.
Who
it
had
depends
that on
on-
their? I was
On
gonna say,
how many tier 4s they get down. Right.
do you think they have that in the 1xbet odds? And then I can open up that. I'm like, I think it's gonna go to 100 minutes.
We need a 1x bet bingo card. I would play that so hard. Oh, that would be so fun. But you know, Tumble, we've talked about the Dawnbreaker damage. But we've not talked about the heal coming from the luminosity from this Dawnbreaker.
Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah,
Right.
it's massive. By the way, they have to be very careful. They have Glyph, and they should be all up, but it's risky to be like, oh, it's okay, guys. We'll buy back when they're hitting the throne. They could hit the throne and bring it down, like, I don't know, 5 seconds at this point. Everyone's damage is massive. So you gotta be very careful here. Dire, their base is looking very nice. No radiant creeps within miles of that place. I say very nice, it's got 1 tower, but it looks safe is the better word.
Safe enough. Okay. Yopaj
So-
with the vision game.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, can he?
Yokum.
Can he?
Okay, he spots it. Nice. What a play. That's the benefit of
By the
having
way-
that gem in your backpack or in your inventory right away.
I wonder if we've actually seen 2 Static Storms in a fight. I don't know if they've been on top of each other, but I don't think I've seen them like, you know, circles overlapping like Venn diagrams or anything. I feel like I've only seen one.
It should start like snowing and lightninging. Just like Commander's Hockey, some crazy stuff popping off. All right. Smoke move. They see Puck showing on wave. Tim's will be open up.
That's the
on the fog
Hex!
with the Guardian crashing down.
Hey,
And on
on
this
this-
pop, you gotta nullify it. BKB used and a global committed even. Now you have to watch out because they might make a move on.
He's
Boom
out.
here.
Oh. Oh, that was tense. But that's been what Tim's has been hoping to do with the Hex. Unfortunately, it's the one target where you can say it's the least likely chance to succeed. Oh, what is current gold? Can we see current gold on everyone? I want to see that. I know we've looked at the yeah, that's that one. I want to see current gold. How much is everyone holding in their pockets? Let's I'll get
There we go.
15,000 to 6,000. That's how much gold everyone's holding. So that 15 gold advantage for us is so inconsequential because we don't even know what gold is items and what gold isn't.
Right. I mean, you're buying every gem available, every century. You know, yeah. I mean, just like having happenstance by happenstance, having like a sentry and observer combo in a random choke point could end the game just because you see the Shadow Blade Shaker for some reason.
Yep. You know what's also really cool? These pros are so good. Narman has
Echo. They find the puck. Maybe no. Aeon Disc is not on cooldown. Here we go. Hex to follow. They find him dead for a minute and a half with buyback. Okay, leading the charge. They find the disruptor. He gets the ult down, but Rolling Thunder with the global as coverage. You got to get out of that storm, Nico. You still got the rapier. You got a responsibility to hold on to it. Oh, Narman very low. Hex on the spin. Tims is doing it all. Refresher with the disruptor ult. Ult coming down. Oh my god, the damage is real. Jackboy's trying to get out. Glimpse back, and Sanctity is in. The buyback has been used on the puck. Yeah, rapier on the ground. Oh no, oh no. Where is your chance here? Okay, Medusa, the right clicks, controlled. 2 golems smacking her. Creeps are fine. Neither base is threatened.
But
Where'd that...
Boom! Feeling like they don't want to go for more. I'm a little surprised. I thought they would want to because they do know that Dawnbreak, I think she used all of her abilities, like the Refresher double ulti, but not feeling like it was worth it for them to stay. And Tims picks up a Divine Rapier. It is, I think, one of his friends' Divine Rapier. I don't think it's his. Probably the Dawnbreaker. He's like, yep, here you go, buddy. And it might also be worth it for Japoy to be thinking about getting a Divine Rapier, but using the magic one. It gives you like 25%. Could be an option. Shadow Blade on Silencer. Okay.
Yes, 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 yes. This is what you want to see.
Oh, I want to point out something about Narman. He's actually carrying a bottle, because we haven't mentioned ruins could be a big deal. A double damage ruin at this point in the game could win you the game, and there is a double damage ruin in the bottom.
Right. Whenever you're able to pick and choose the battlefield with that rune active.
Yup. With a bottle, filling it up. Well, we'll see if anyone wants to go for it. It's going to be there for about another 70 seconds. That's Tims finally completes
my
his
hoodwink.
Oh! About time!
There we
also
go.
See
there we go. Welcome to the age of Aghanim, Mr. Earthshaker. All right. I think Boom have had enough, Atomo.
Aren't they going to check the ruin? Guys, you have the bottle of Narbit. Come on. You can't do this. It's right there.
They don't want runes. They don't want little stones. They want blood. There's no blood rune. Ooh, blood rune. That's an idea.
Could be something,
what would
right?
Yeah. You see a faint outline of enemy heroes through fog.
No, I was thinking it makes all your damage, all your spells or abilities deal damage over time, but like double or something could work. Bleeding effect as Narman smokes in. No, sorry, not smokes in. Shadow Blades in, but isn't able to spy on. The DD rune is going to expire. No one's going to pick it up. Oh, so disappointing. Yeah, it's going to go in about 5 seconds.
Let's get a countdown, chat. 5, 4, 3.
AD. I know.
Bye-bye. Hey, happy new rune. There we go. I took one look over at chat and they are going crazy. So funny. Yeah. So, Tomo, how do you break a stalemate? I think that's the question both teams are asking themselves right now.
I'm sorry, I don't really have much experience in 98-minute games. You know, like I'm gonna at this point you sort of bow, you're like, I'm not really sure what they're gonna do, and I think the teams are also a little unsure what they're gonna do, because this is a very rare situation, Dota. Less than 0.1% of games. This is a 1 in 1,000 games go this long. So
yeah, chat, you're 1 in 1,000 to us.
Oh,
the Blast Slam qualifiers. We're happy to have you with us for this journey. And mind you, children, this is a best of 3 series. We haven't even finished this first game. Can you imagine what game 2, game 3 are going to be like? Oh, I think I may have leaked the script, Atomo.
Oh no. You said game
Uh-oh.
3. No, no.
No.
Betters and shambles. 2 O's.
Yeah.
God. Bottom lane. They saw someone, but they see it and boom. Narmin is like, these are 2 supports. Maybe I can drop a golem on them.
Radiant are scanning.
Warlock getting closer. Watching this mini map movement. I do. Oh, Skim.
Dude.
Skim. No. You can't,
All right.
You can't do this, Skim. Skim, what are you? What?
It's a bait.
Global of the bait. Oh my god, that warlock. There's a warlock-shaped puddle where Narmin once was. Buyback available.
By the way, on Aureus, they're starting to think about going for more right-click. As you can see, Silver Edge on Skim. He doesn't need this. Shadowblade is just as good. Not anything big that you want to break. I guess the cleave on the Sven is pretty nice, but he's thinking, guys, it's right-click time, you know? And he right-clicked all over them.
Yeah, I mean, infinite scaling. It's the way
He's
of the
got it.
future, Otomo. Rapier queued up on our Sven.
All right. Maybe neither team wants this game to end. They're like, the game, neither one of us can be eliminated if we lose this game. So
this is a means of continuing this game is a means of protest. You know, they think all 3 of these top SEA teams should qualify.
We'll be
won't
here.
stand.
Execration's like, we can't even go because we have no opponents, and these 2 guys will be like, we're just here, and the Relock will give out invites to all 3, or Blast, sorry, and then that's it. We'll have all 3 C qualifiers. It's the 5D chess move.
Truly. My question is, when does a Dota strike turn into a hunger strike? Because I mean, you can't leave the room, right? You gotta stay locked in.
Oh yeah, I think we have these players on camera. Listen, you get some food, you get a bottle, you're good to go for a day or 2.
All right, we'll open the window. We'll throw it in. We got you guys. Don't worry.
What item is each person working with? You know that?
Oh, you found the Echo and Medusa right on top of Jabs. Solar Guardian crashing down, but bringing him back down, dead for 100. The bodies of the creeps are flying, and Wind Waker coming out. Got the blink off as well. He's silenced and goes invis. Shadowblade, you laughed when the Shadowblade came out on the field at Tomo, but me, a true man of the trenches, a true man of the people, I knew what was in store, and it's beautiful.
You know what we haven't seen for a while? We haven't actually seen Jack Boys hit anyone on the Sven. He's been like very, I don't know, cautious, careful. I don't know what you want to say, but he has been keeping his distance in most of these fights now. I think that's been the main difference maker. Not to me, it's more like a hero pick, you know. Medusa can go in and hit and keep her distance. Sven's more fully committed, but I don't know, it has cost him. And I'm wondering if you should consider buying an Acceptor so you get that extra mobility that will help. You know, it does make you Superman, you know? It's pretty good.
It does. Yeah. And I mean, if you need to we have oh my god, Echo with the global coming in afterwards, crashing down right as Roshan falls too. How rude to interrupt.
And Puck, he actually used the refresher orb to ensure that the Aeon Disc procs again, giving him that 5 seconds of damage immunity.
Global coming out. They found him. Sanctity and Spin spotted out. Coil on the ground, limiting 2 heroes. Medusa
Jack's
very
out.
low mana, and yeah. Disruptor also TPs. When did the Disruptor show?
They got Wind Wakers, by the way.
Yeah. Wind Wakers. This is what we need for these longer games. You know, a little longer than average. We need more item evolutions at Tomo.
I mean, do we? Like, as we mentioned,
Yes.
we're entering this 1 in 10,000 game territory, right? Like, how many games can go for up to 2 hours?
I want my trident back. I want my trident, damn it.
I want Trident back too. To be honest, I would like to see Trident come back as Nico's got the Fallen Sky. Nice stun, actually. We haven't mentioned, but they have been recycling their neutral items. So everyone's getting the exact neutral item that they want at tier 5 at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's timeless book on the silencer. Hoodwink's got that feverish helm of the Undying. And Dawnbreaker's got the Fallen Sky. Oh, and he's got Crude. 18% faster attack speed. Pretty insane.
The heals, the damage from this this passive. Oh my god! And I think it's only 3 hits now, right? With the talent as well.
With the talent. How fast is he attacking? He's attacking once every 0.45 seconds. So 3 times every about second and a quarter. He's getting 3 hits. That's pretty fast.
Yeah. That hammer is powered up. It's a rocket hammer. Oh my! They find the silencer. But good news, he has buyback just like every other player in this lobby, and they want to go. Tim's
Sanctity.
Oh, Yules! Wow, what a reaction time there. Oh, and a golem coming down onto the Medusa. You're gonna have a refresher coming out soon. Hex used. I think that was an allied Wind Waker for the
Yes,
bot.
it was Disruptor because I was looking. I was like, he doesn't have Yules because Wind Waker from Joe.
What a save! What a save!
All right, now Skem's dead. Do you know that the bases are exactly the same? They each have a tier 4 tower as well. Like 1 tier 4. Yeah, there you go. 1 tier 4. Other side. 1 tier 4. There you go.
But they're both on the top side. It's not mirrored. You know, my OCD is really holding me back. I've been staring at that mini map now.
Let me go in the map editor real quick. I'll fix that for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We haven't seen enough block of cheeses. I think Jabs might have one. He has 2. No, I don't.
So Tomo, that's the problem with being 9 slotted. You can't pick up the lotuses, right?
It's like he's got. Yeah, I mean he has a block of cheese. He just hasn't eaten jump cap.
And they have a disruptor.
I'm flying.
Being chased by the Medusa, goes invis, and invisibility is invincibility here on Dota 2 when you have a 100-minute game. Stormhammer onto creeps, I believe. Medusa not daunted. Going forward, look at the huddle. Team meeting by... No. Oh, my God.
Almost. By the way, Skem is going for BKB as... Oh, Sanctity.
Sanctity.
He feels it.
Reversal of expectations, yeah. His little Puxentas. Then Puxentas are going to sense an Echo Slam coming at him.
There we go. He's out. By the way, his refresher orb is in the backpack. It does not move its cooldown when he does that. So he needs to move it back into the actual inventory slot. It's going to stay at 12 seconds forever unless he moves it.
Will it lose cooldown if it's on the ground?
I don't think so, but I'm not sure. That's actually a good question there.
Okay. But you know an item, that cooldown will tick while it's backpacked on the ground or on your courier. Helm of the Overlord. And your creep will not die if you put it on the ground either. So I mean,
at 107 minutes, a silencer looks at the helm of a dominate creep and he hits it like twice and it dies. So it's not quite gonna do anything for you. And
think of the wave drag.
The wave drag. It's mega creeps. You ain't dragging nothing. They'll just kill you. Refresher up only progresses in inventory, so I imagine the ground also is useless.
Tough. This is when you need a lone druid. More inventory. Jabs. The silencer leading the charge. Not something you say often. Oh, they find him. Real on Invis. Global coming out with a Rolling Thunder. Call down coming in. He go looking for the puck. Finds him the Echo Slam and another Global Silence coming out. 3 dead. Warlock trying to waddle out, go for the TP, but a Wind Waker will toss him into the air. We hardly knew ye.
He's trying to get rid of the creeps in his last few seconds of life, and I think he does. Okay, good job. Sanctity.
Buybacks. Here we go. Sanctity on the wave, and Natsumi showing up. Oh my God, crashing down with the globals. Sanctity very low, trying to get to the rune for a little bit of respite. That's a dieback. Indeed, Pango is gone for the foreseeable future. Cheese eaten, and Sanctity gets the kill on the Hoodwink. Buyback for Tims is available.
Tims is bored. He's out. He's like, let's do this, guys. Let's go all in. This is going to be a 5 versus 4 fight, no matter what Boom does because of Jab's dieback.
Also, something to be mindful of here. Puck does not have a TP due to the recycling of his travels. I think he removed them from his inventory before, so he's gonna have to get to the enemy base. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the play, right? Let them come back and defend. I don't know, Jack Boy, buddy. We don't have much time. There we go.
We're knocking, and the static storm is down. Oh, but the God Strength right clicks are coming through. Global silence coming down. Nico joining the fray with the hammer. Will it fall? Yes. Finn is dead.
That's it.
Whoa. They take the game. 109 minutes in, we have our first victory of this best of 3, and Team Arius put a notch in their belt and move one step closer to the grand finals.
Wow.
Yeah.
That game came down to the laning stage. That's the problem. The laning stage, if it had gone a little bit better for Boom, they would have won it. But Arius, they get that extra kill on the laning stage. It changes the whole game. 109 minutes later, they won because of that.
Yeah, no, the real thing, Hoodwink did not get that shard
Yes.
when they needed to. There were so many kills that were just narrow escapes with a sliver of HP. But you know what? What a game! What a stunner! And how did the teams come back? How do they have anything left in the tank for Game 2, Atomo?
How do the teams have anything left in the tank for their match against Execration, my friend, is the actual question. Because reminder, this is the lower bracket finals. We have a best of 5 for whoever wins right after this. And winning this match gets you nothing. So we'll see. But what we are going to do is we're going to take a break. I'm not sure if we're going to go, if the teams will ask for a longer break or not, but we'll come back in about 10 to 15 minutes and we'll see how Game 2 goes. I'm hoping even longer. We'll see you guys when that begins. See you then.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Oh, that's crazy.
Hi.
Hello and welcome back. I heard you all like Dota and you didn't get enough in that first match, so we've got a game 2 coming right at you, and you know it's still Atomo, it's still Malibu bringing you the action. Hello, you ready to get back
Hello.
into it, sir?
I am, and you know, I was looking at the graphs after that game ended, and really was.
Oh, Atomo,
one
your
of the
mic
big-
is clipping out on me. What were you looking at, sir?
Oh, maybe I should just join the Discord call and see how that works out. One sec, as I rejoin, and hopefully this is gonna be better. But yeah, in the first game, at like 80, a little bit below 80 minutes, Jack Boys had 40,000 damage, and Natsumi was like, I don't know, 60, 70, something like that. And then for the next, until the match ended, the other half an hour, Jack Boys did 8,000 damage, and Natsumi did 50. Because we were saying, like, the Sven is not hitting anyone at the end of the game. I was looking at him every fight. He's not really joining, or he's kind of dying really fast, and he only does 8,000 damage in half an hour, while the enemy carry does 50. So
Yeah.
you gotta think maybe there's some other hero that can enable him if we go ultra late, or they could just be like, that's not gonna happen again.
Right. Maybe you got to either change your draft to cater to that Sven. You got to change your playstyle to cater to the tempo of that Sven, or you just throw the Sven in the bin. Oh,
I
the new
imagine-
elf on the shelf. Sven in the bin. I like it.
I think because of what just happened, Jackie will feel like he wants to take Morphling. You know, when you've been playing a hero for like a while, you feel like this hero is kind of useless in the match. So you want to go for a hero that's very different. Even though it wasn't bad what happened, you just be like, no, I don't want it anymore. I want to play Morphling. As
Right.
boom, open up with the Skemnaga. Skemnaga's unbeaten this patch. 5 games, 5 victories. So, right.
Impressive record for another waterlogged hero, the Naga Siren. Will Arius be the first to do it? Who's to say?
We'll see. Oh, sorry, by the way. Oh, damn. I'm sorry. That's Boom's Naga, not the Skem is on the other team. Whoopsie.
Yeah.
Whoa. Sorry, guys. I messed up. Hey, we just went through a very long game. You know, we're still readjusting. You have to like reset, and after that, it's not just the players, us as well. As Aureus, they take Force is Centaur. They say, all right, Dawnbreaker was banned because we can't first pick it. Okay, I think it's all right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's,
No real flex potential unless you're gonna go mode Thompson, right?
Mm,
Have you seen his mid centaur?
no, I haven't. Is it the one? Does he go the extra damage one? Right? Yeah,
Oh
that's pretty
yeah.
cool.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he goes what is it? He goes phase
Counter Strike. I think it's
something.
called.
Phase blink ags,
Mm.
I think, is like the order. Maybe a blade mail if the game calls for it, but inspirational.
I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
So
sure. Please don't try it in any pub I'm in. You know, just any other pub, go ahead. But please, when I play, just pick a normal mid. As it's going to be they ban out Tim's Hoodwink, despite it not being amazing. That is 6 Hoodwink games in a row that he's played. Congratulations.
Let's go, my boy. Oh, he's finally on the main stage. Grimstroke. Yes, but no Tim's Hoodwink. The next best thing. We're gonna see some real artistry here in game 2.
Do you think it's going to be a 4 or 5 Grimstroke? Because what do you think?
I think the 4.
Mm.
The 4 Grim. I mean, it's such a good pairing with the Centaur. The double stun, the insane damage. I mean, especially like we know that Boom enjoy picking the gyrocopter, right?
Yep.
So gyrocopter, they're really going to double down keeping these camps unblocked, in my opinion. And you know they're going to stack them, pull to the stacked camps. All of a sudden, you're getting an Inkswell Centaur running in. with Stroke of Fate coming in buffed up by all this creep damage, all these creep numbers, and yeah,
You can do
Grimstroke
some
Centaur.
work.
It's a match made in heaven. Yeah.
Although it is Aureus who likes the because they're the ones with the gyrocopter more on Natsumi, whereas Boom's Jackie Boy, he doesn't play gyro as much. He has to spend the Morphling. We'll see what he goes to go in this game, but they have this support duo on Boom. It is going to be Jokam again on the Disruptor. I thought he had a phenomenal performance in game 1, and Narmin on the Naga. So are you going to go for Puck is in the pool? I think Sanctity was MVP of their team in game 1. I don't mind seeing his Puck again.
Yeah. The I think there were times, especially late in the game, where it felt like the Puck was maybe overstepping or most vulnerable, but it's only because he had to. The onus was on him to carry that game by playing the waves, dragging Arius around the map, creating opportunities for Sin to have a better jump, which, as you mentioned, only 8,000 damage in the last 30 minutes. Just didn't really materialize. But yeah. His
You pointed out.
Who likes the gyro? Who likes the gyro?
Right.
Right.
I mean, truthfully, Natsumi plays it so much more, but they won it on Jackie Boy. So, and this does solve the problem we were talking about, where gyrocopter is much easier to get those hits in late game if they go for it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Otomo, I think your side gunner would cover that 8,000 damage by itself in 30 minutes, right? Like, you don't even have to press buttons. You just run around with your ags, and it's still gonna do more damage than that Sven did across the 30 minutes.
Well, yes, but one thing that we also have to add is that Jackie has played carry Naga Siren Dispatch, so there's some flex there. How'd
the carry Naga go for him?
I think he won that game, but he only played like once or twice this patch, so it's a very small sample size to work with.
All right, so they get their flex Naga, I get my flex Centaur. Everyone's happy,
I don't think we're gonna get the flex unless it's a carry. That would be kind of cool. Okay, Aureus, that's going to be the mid co-op secured for Boom. Again, the Puck feels solid, and you have played against the global. It's not as much of an issue for Sanctity since he rushes the Aeon Disc. It's decent in the lane. We'll see if he wants to go for it, or they're going to go for Jab's hero right now. What would?
So I feel like do you want a melee carry into this gyro?
There are good options for that. Like I was going to say Ursa, but Lifestealer is also fairly solid if you can get it. Troll Warlord is kind of popular in the region. He doesn't mind going up against the gyrocopter too much. I kind of like that. But my worry is the amount of kiting. They go for the off lane. They pick the Lycan. I don't think Puck's making it through this band phase.
No, a great matchup into the Queen of Pain as well. We saw it yesterday, and maybe we'll see it again today, Atomo. The Natsumi Nature's Prophet. I mean, we just had a 100-minute game. You're going to be zipping around the map. TPing.
There he goes. Well, they don't have next pick, to be fair, right? So it could have gone for the other side. Boomy Sports were like, we would love to have it. And Sanctity has played Nature's Prophet mid. So this leaves Shadow Fiend, not super good against the co-op. You have the Spirit Brothers, if you want, the Ember, the Void. I don't like the Void, but Storm is okay. Not a whole lot of choices to go mid at the moment.
Do you have to go a little unconventional and open it up? I mean, this is an elimination game.
It is they go for the Ember. No, nothing unconventional there. It's just Ember Spirit. Okay.
You know my feelings.
I know. For me or for the hero?
For the hero.
Oh, okay. Those are negative.
I keep my real feelings deep, buried even.
Hey, we mentioned this hero. We did say Northling will come out, but we swapped them around. I thought that the gyro would go to Natsumi and the Morphling would go to Jackie, but they did come out just on opposite ends. And Morphling really likes the gyro. He's like, hey, that flak cannon, let me make it, I don't know, 3 times better and my own.
Yeah, and I mean, talk about a late game hero. This Morphling speaks to me deeply. Do you think that this will be up-tempo game? I mean, the gyro can fight pretty early, still likes his items, Lycan, as soon as he gets Helm Dom online, probably wants to run down this Morphling. Ember Spirit scales pretty well. Itemization for him builds through the game. I don't know, Tom. What do you think? We're gonna see another hour-long slugfest or something a little shorter, more abbreviated?
I'm down for an hour long. I would like to see that. Both offlaners, like you mentioned, will probably go for Helm of the Dominator. Jabs will upgrade his to Overlord, but Nico won't. But that's going to be like a little bit of push there. The mids are going to try and make space. The supports are kind of soft. We have ultra late game. Feels like similar-ish drafts, but I'm going to favor Aureus again. Quap does so much better than Ember in the lane. Late game Global Silence is super strong. Sleep and Stagstorm is good, but I favor the Global more. And we've seen so many times the Lycans, they fall off and do nothing late game, whereas Nico Centaur can save people. That by itself makes him so much better than the Lycan late game. So I'm going to go with Aureus on this one. Again, actually.
Okay. Yeah, I enjoy the Aureus draft way more. I mean, most of it is just due to what we think is a heavy mismatch in the mid lane. Just the Quap versus Ember. We know Sanctity and Yopaj are pretty close in skill. I mean, it's been apparent through the matchup here, but I just think the hero is so it's weighted so heavily in favor of the Quap.
Yep.
But I do worry a little bit about the supports are slow. Dems or the Silencer, the Grimstroke.
Yes, they are.
I feel like they could get run down if this Lycan has a good start here in Game 2. But speaking of Game 2, chat, we are in it. We have Team Aureus on the Radiant and Boom Esports on the Dire. You got Atomo joining me, Malibu Jesus, again for round 2 between these teams. This is an elimination game. If you want to go to Blast Slam, baby, you got to win it here.
And then win the next match against Execution.
And then win the next match.
Execution, they're licking their chops on this, by the way. They're like, yes, keep playing. Another 3-hour game. More 3 hours. We don't mind. We can start at 8 p.m. Go take a nap, boys. Because there will be, I think, a 1 hour gap between the match, between the seasons. It's supposed to start at 3 p.m. Obviously, this match is not going to end in like 20 minutes, even if it favors Aureus. But as something goes late, there might be a 1 hour gap, but that's not much time to recover from like a long best of 3. It will be pretty tiring for whichever team makes it through. And Execration will be like, thank you very much. That's what we want.
Absolutely. Wear down your enemies when you can. Just like poor OG Latum. Uh-oh. Stroke of Fate lands, but Narma gets a Dispel, so slow no longer. Skem very low. This Black Cannon is flying. Silencer getting lower and lower. One more hit will do it. Dims. Yoakum gets that first blood. Thunderstrike good. Confirmed.
But very nice spell to have. As the meantime, Bounty is going to go 2 for 2, so it's just a straight up win for Boom Esports. They get the same amount of Bounty Ruins. Probably not the best person to give that early first blood to on the Disruptor, but hey, maybe you go behind the Midas early, play for the 80-minute timing. We've seen it before.
That's right. Expectations are set. So, I mean, they know how to behave here. Narman on the Naga, certainly a great hero to stack for your Gyro.
By the way, if Nico gets the Retaliate Aura, it's pretty good against the Gyrocopter,
Yeah.
Multiple people reflecting the damage. It's a pretty good Blade Mail game as well if him and the Quap get Blade Mail. So
Absolutely.
That uncontrollable AoD damage could be a problem for them later.
Right, and then it's like, what am I going to do? Stop attacking? Like, that's not really the best option either.
No, you turn on Satanic and attack, then you just lifesteal like crazy.
Or BKB, and then you're fine.
That's true. I think Retaliate doesn't care about BKB, but Blade Mail definitely has no impact. So, top lane. This lane, I would favor Aureus once we get a couple of levels in. The Inkswell, run in, stun, double edge, stun again because of the Inkswell. It can be very dangerous for Boom. Mostly Narman. Narman can really struggle if he's ever out of position.
Yeah, absolutely. Positioning going to be key here in the early game. Yoakum very low. Looking to pay for his sins of first blood, but will be fine. Maybe I spoke too soon. No, he's okay.
He actually chose to upgrade his stick into a magic wand with all that extra gold. He's like, haha, I stick with this. All the extra stats, very nice. I personally find upgrading Magic Stick very early to usually not be that worth it, but he knows what, you benefit from the free slots, at least.
Does he have enough gold to make use of those free slots? That's the
point,
$1
right?
million question, right?
I love when I see Crystal Maiden going to the lane with a magic wand and wards and tanker. I'm like, well, what are you saving those slots for? You've got nothing. So, upgrading magic wand, it's not usually not gonna get you a whole lot of money. I mean, sorry, it's not usually gonna be worth the value. Meanwhile, though, there's going to be Afterburner on Jack Boys. When you take Afterburners, that usually indicates that you kind of want to do a bit more in the laning phase. You want to be able to chase people down. Because the homing missile one is kind of better scaling in terms of damage-wise and team fights. Afterburner is, good at chasing, good at winning the lanes for you. I suppose Ultra Late Game might give you more move speed, but I don't really see that value.
I think the pairing with the Naga and the Deluge, you're getting into some really, really strong movement speed differentials. That could be overwhelming. Maybe you catch somebody off guard.
That could work. Japoi, not actually winning versus Sanctity. You were saying these two mids are like equal in skill. I kind of feel like Sanctity has had the better showing this tournament over Japoi. Sure, in Yopaj, he's done very well for himself. His team is at least in the upper bracket lower bracket finals, one win away from making it to the grand finals. But if I had to be personally, I think Sanctity has played better.
All right. Well, let's see if he can outplay the training weights of the hero that is Ember Spirit. Right. I feel like any Dragon Ball Z fans out there, it's like Piccolo with the weighted cape and apparel.
How bad do I sound if I say I've never seen Dragon Ball? No.
No.
I only know. I know the show from memes is that they charge up.
That is insane. You're old like me and you haven't. That's crazy.
Firstly, don't say such nasty words. Right? Old. But,
all right, well, chat. If you're disappointed that Atomo has not seen Dragon Ball Z, let's get an F in the chat, please.
About two guys with F.
That's all I need. I just need a little validation to hang on, and validation may be found here in the middle lane. Sanctity very low. Some snap regen with the Fairy Fire available on Yopaj. I feel like this is a situation or scenario of who will flinch first, right?
He's got that 3 points in the Shadow Strike. All this harass has been adding up. Sanctity dodges that one though. Very nice.
He's like, I can't play Puck to dodge spells, so I'll get the next best thing, I guess. A big glimpse, and the Queen is punished. TP comes in a little too late from Skim.
And Jokam, very nicely done. He is also like, whoa. Is dead.
Oh, just to Yopaj. Nonetheless, amazing. One brain drain and experience for Skim. Gold goes to the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, 3 magic wand charged. I'm not sure if they were or if they were available or not. Either way, unfortunate for him. And he instantly buys a infused raindrop, so it will reduce a significant amount of that Shadow Strike damage.
Right. Interesting observer ward placed there. I do believe it should have been spotted, right? Or
if you were looking, right? Like if you had your eyes there, you clicked on him. I imagine they knew, but if you weren't paying attention, oh, look at it, so on the edge.
Right out of the sentry. Oh my. Alrighty.
Yeah, but if you're Radiant, you should be able to know that the ward is planted. But it depends. As Jackboy as well as Natsumi are equal in farm. Of the two carries, though, I think Natsumi has also done a better job than Jackboys in this tournament. As the previous series was kind of a highlight of their differences, where they both played really well at the beginning, but all toward late game, Natsumi wasn't scared, whereas Jackboys very cautious on on his survivability. Perhaps too much.
you think it's just due to the draft or to the nature of the heroes or the
think it
nature
could
of the
have been-
players?
I think it's fair to say that's also a nature of the heroes plays a big part, right? Like,
Yep.
you know, if one guy's playing with Sven, the other guy's playing with Medusa, it's like, yeah, Medusa's just easier to get the damage out.
Tomo, where's my Grimstroke? I need a Stroke of Fate on this camp stat. Please, please.
There you go.
A little too late, but I'll stop with Inkswell afterwards. Scam want to get a little more intelligent from this exchange, and he will do just that. Now Jack
Ooh.
Boys hit with the Blood Grenade. Retreat is on the menu.
They're not gonna chase for that, but they were actually just kind of scaring him. They're like, we could do it, Jack Boys, if we wanted to, but in the end, they just get the kill on Narman. One more int as well. Very nice move in the top lane. And it is going to be the Helm of the Overlord on the Centaur. So far, Chorus fairly even with each other. It's just the mid of Sanctity slightly behind. Even though he was able to get that kill on the... he's fine.
Oh.
Not to be zoning out the Lycan is actually a big deal. Gives him that free lane. You can't expect Lycan to be most of your tempo along with the Ember early. It's a bit scary. Oh! Zoning out. Gyro. Sorry, not Gyro. Centaur was about to die, but he's fine. He's fine. Sorry, Observer. My bad. My bad. I thought he was in the lane about to die.
Always watching those HP bars, trying to be on it, and maybe a coded message there. All right, Helmdom is finished on the Centaur. Very early timing, but you know, I did want to draw some attention to the initial itemization of the Centaur. Just an inventory full of ironwood branches.
I saw that.
See the remnants of that. 6 still there. Just stat maxing, maybe cost maxing as well. You know, it lets you get the helmet iron will early on for the armor and the regen, and then building into the rest of the item. Is this something that you'd recommend to your average Joe?
Probably not, you know,
Okay.
but I mean, there's some value there. If you have a tango and you can get like a huge amount of value from these iron branches, you get 6 tangos effectively if you eat a couple of them, and you can because, as you mentioned, you get go for the Helm of Dominator. Plus 6 stats is a lot, but you don't know if your support's actually going to help you make use of it. You might just go and get massively harassed, and you're like, well, this stats doesn't do anything for me. But the pro match like this, Swears was very effective how he got it.
Just make sure you have a tango buddy. If you go
There
to 6
you
branches
go.
build for yeah. All right, Atomo, we have our Helmdom online for jabs as well. Not necessarily relegated to the jungle, but feels that it's the path of least resistance. Also, 10-minute catapult will be coming out, so he's making his way over here. Wants to rotate for the rune and maybe that eventual push.
Tim's has no point in the Phantom's Embrace, so no silence on this
is a great
Grimstroke.
game for the silence, but is he level 5? Yeah.
He
So
is.
okay, maybe valuing the burst damage here over the potential silence. But I don't know. Do you get mega benefits from the second point in Inkswell? Is it worth it, you think?
I think the damage doubles, right? Which is pretty nice. So yeah, that's about it, I'd say. The rest of the stuff is not really too much, but the damage does double, which is a good thing, I suppose. Overall, I'm surprised he doesn't want it, because it also helps the silencer do more damage when they're silenced. Bottom lane, Sanctity is invis. Oh,
No. Yeah, there's a sentry down, but it's a little further to the south here. So not spotted out. Beautiful silence from the Static Storm. Yokum already level 6. It's a little minute. It's fine. But you know what? No field of containment here. Natsumi able to just flow his way right out.
He also had 19 Magic Wands charges, and early on that would have been a big heal. And I'm surprised they went for it, because the Wolf was hit by the creeps. So they should have been like, okay, they got vision there. They might have seen the Ember Spirit. Like, that would have been the guess there. However, Boom Esports, very optimistic just now.
Optimism might be your downfall here in this game too.
Philippines, woo, woo.
It's you gotta hop in, man. I love that.
For the record, we have.
Yeah, go ahead. All
We have
Filipinos, right?
They're all Filipinos, not just in this match, but whoever wins in the next match as well, as Execration's also 5 Filipinos. So 15 Philippine players in those 3 teams that remained.
So 15 Filipinos walk into a bar,
They play Dota.
and they play Dota, and they play a lower bracket finals. Oh, beautiful Song of the Siren into that waveform. Global comes out, but it's just too late, Atomo.
Still, it's. I think you're happy for Boom. You know, the global silence is as long as it's up, it kind of stops you from diving in, particularly the Ember Spirit. But both teams very passive at the moment. Neither one really wants to upset the apple cart, as they say.
I would kill for an apple right now. You have a favorite favorite flavor or favorite type of apple?
I like red. I used to like green when I was a kid, but now I like red apples. I think they're better. And by the way, someone in chat that says Mega F, Mr. Steven, who himself has not watched Dragon Ball, but only to create conflict between us. How could you do this, Steven? I thought we were friends.
You opened yourself up to attack here, Atomo. You gotta choose your words carefully, my friend. Oh, Stampede coming out. But what is the result? Is it just a dodge for Natsume?
It seems like it, because no one on their side took any damage. They weren't chasing anyone on the enemy side, so it feels like it was just to make sure everything was, no one gets caught. Jabs gets the tower, and Yokam puts a very deep ward there. Again, the pace that these teams are playing is very careful and calculated. No one's making mistakes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Tower advantage now in favor of the Dire as well. How do Arias kind of match this tower score? Because I feel like with the Lycan and the Naga, your wave pressure is going to be pretty high through the early game.
Yes, I think that's something you're just going to have to accept on the Radiant side, that they just outpush you. That's how it works. As one thing they could do is get a Crimson Guard on the Centaur and have him protect towers. You think, It sounds crazy, but that's what he's going to do.
Hey, look at that. Right on top of it. He's got so much regen. That and the Polywog Locket as well. Polywog Charm.
Wait, is that how it's pronounced? I thought it was Poly. Oh yeah, it is Polywog. I thought it was Poliwag, like the Pokemon. As Nico, really? Are we going for this guy?
Oh yeah, we are. Soulby coming out with a scream on top of it. Yopa showing up, but it's not gonna result in a kill. Oh, that troll summoner going in for round 2. Oh, he lotuses it to keep it alive. What a play!
The 100 gold. You ain't getting it today, son.
Yes. The value, the push value. I need my skellies.
As 14 minutes comes in, they don't even pick up the shrine till 15 on Tim's. And he has that one point in the science. This is kind of what I meant just now. If you have that point in the science early, you give them another target they have to focus on. The fights, it's a bit of extra damage, but we'll see. As the big problem continues to be Jack Boy is really free farming in this game. What's he going for? Alright, crit into Ags. Oh no.
Oh, gonna be a TP out immediately. The damage
Bye-bye.
though. If you get more crits, if you get like one more crit on that Thunderhide, I think that's a dead silencer.
100%. But the tower has no such protection. It can't run away. It is just going to be falling. Boom Esports, they're doing the right thing. They're playing their draft as they should, going for towers. Aureus, I think they're also doing the right thing. They are not trying to...
Not trying to stampede out, but a glimpse back will be enough to get the kill onto the Centaur, dead for 30. And an ancient stack stolen, a heart broken. Boom, arm booming once again.
Losing the Centaur and the Grimstroke.
Okay, Grimstroke, little unexpected. Naga song with the reel in. It is all coming up.
And
Millhouse. What? Okay.
Well,
little unexpected, Atomo.
That is problematic, because I was about to praise Aureus and say that they're not taking fights that they don't feel like they can win. They're letting some towers go, delaying it as much as they can, because you don't want to. Oh, the enemy's taking a tower. Let's give them 3 more kills on top of the tower. Where you can be farming, so you can sort of outpace them. But giving 4 and the tower. Yikes.
New meta is what some would say. We call it the pinata meta.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah.
You just stuff them full of candy and treats until you can smack them and pick it up off
Until
the
the-
ground.
Until Natsumi's ready to win the game for you. Like, so look, bro, we
That's
fed
right.
them so nicely. Each kill is like 1,000 gold for you. And Natsumi's like, yeah, thanks.
Exactly.
Oh,
Each creek turns to a stream, which turns to a river, which turns into a morphling. Natsumi
Actually,
doesn't
Scam,
get the kill. Natsumi contributing. It's shake and bake and he helped.
the fight recap will be like, he did all the damage. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He did all the damage.
Oh my god.
Can you imagine if Tim's got it with that 15? He'd be like, I helped.
Mm-hmm. I'm helping. Yeah.
Dyer's
Dota.
bottom tower has fallen.
Such a funny game sometimes.
Oh, Jabs with the best creep of all. Again, no one's going for these wisdom shrines today. They're like, yeah, let them cook a little bit.
Yeah. You don't
So-
get extra experience like bounty runes like they pick up, you know.
Or the old wisdom rune, remember? Those ones used to scale.
Exactly.
Yeah, but these
3
ones.
wisdom runes.
Oh, here we
global
go.
Match with the Stampede, Yopaj with the Sonic Wave, and then
Nice
you get a
kill.
kill on the Ember. Going to the high ground, Natsumi showing up. It's that Rocket Barrage to stay matching tempo,
Oh,
but a nice
oh.
static storm coming out. A song. Let's hear, run it back. Big old jukebox and Yopaj going back again, and a soulbind onto 2. Who's it gonna be? Natsumi's still going forward. Gets a kill
Here's
out of the
Jabs.
gyrocopter. There we go. Supports are linked together. Maybe not in fate. 1 going to die. I said 1 going to die. Thank you, Yopaj, finishing that off. And no Lycan there.
Dyer's middle tower
I
has fallen.
actually, by the way, he sent his golem. He used wolf form, but he himself not sure because I saw the golem come in. I was like, all right, Jabs is here. Oh, and then he was like, nah, I'm actually on the other side of the map. Not really interested. But
Yeah,
a 4
he,
for nothing fight. Norman, he did cancel his sleep, didn't he? Because that was not a full duration sleep from what I saw. Which a bold choice in that situation.
Yeah, you want to let that full track play for most of the times, but I would love to in a post game interview find out. What's up?
I was gonna say Silencer's going for Helm of the Dominator as well. Skim is like,
That's what I want to see, man. That is the kind of debauchery that I crave.
all right, I have a confession to make.
You built
I-
a Dom, didn't you?
I did build the Helm of the Dom, and I enjoyed the split push. That guy's not enjoying the pushing they're doing to him. Okay, there you go. He's out. I did feel like I had to shower after,
You tell your
but
wife.
it was so good. It was so good.
Did you tell your wife, Otoma?
No, some secrets you can't share.
I'm sorry, I built a Helm of the Dominator on position 4. I won't do it again, I promise.
How can
what?
any man resist the temptation?
All right, she's like, what the hell is that? Helm of the what? Oh, but
Are you
all
talking about
jokes
your
aside-
Nintendos again? I'm like, yes,
Right.
the Nintendos.
You talking about your dinosaur games?
Uh,
I don't know if you were if you enjoy Seb's stream, but he mentioned that his partner, his wife, called like Dota a dinosaur game. He's like,
Yes.
don't even get me started. Just
Attack.
so funny, so funny. Whereas
Well.
since we have a little bit of time, this game's just not as active as our 1 hour or 108-minute slugfest.
oh, the Jabs. If he goes, all right. Luckily, he spots out the difference because he was thinking about going in there. Skem gets it. Okay, he got last game as well.
Scouting with the golem, and whoa, this Grimstroke, low, hits the Stampede, will die to the creeps. Global coming out, Static Storm on the ground, and Ember looking for some purchase on a target. Oh, he found them both, and that's a beautiful glimpse with the sleight of fist, giving the vision, and now death awaits the water boy.
Unfortunate. The global science, it came out that he TP'd out, but I felt like the global was slightly late. Good use of the Stack Storm. In the end, Ors, they get kind of the worst shard you can get. It's not that bad, to be honest, but depends on its value of how many kills they're going to get after. And in return, they give away 2 kills that you don't want to.
Yeah, I would much rather have the Grimstroke shard here.
Same.
A strong dispel, the heal is so good. Like, I mean, you got to think you're gonna have Naga illusions, you're gonna have the gyro with Afterburner staying on top of you. You're gonna have all of the Lycan and him Lycan summons in his body. You're gonna be doing a fair amount of damage and healing off of that. All right, Inkswell with the blink, but Sanctity on another level.
Narman's got a mech on this Naga Siren. A very powerful item early on. There's a nullifier on the Lycan. I'm wondering what he... Yeah, I guess it does remove the Crimson Guard, which, by the way, when you're blocking 70 or... Not sorry, more like 100 damage per hit from his summons, that is a lot you're blocking. So being able to remove that with a nullifier is actually a pretty big deal.
Very value. Very value here. And I mean, you know, like the initial reflex for most of these supports, you want to buy a Ghost Scepter to survive this early Lycan, this early gyro. But
yeah,
I mean, it's 22 minutes. You probably don't even have money for your Ghost Scepter at this point. And now he's already got a nullifier online. Glimpse play. Oh, no way. No way. The illusion disjoint from the rune. I'm gonna have to watch the replay on that one and just like study. This guy is too good.
Oh, and
get the gold. Get the gold.
There you go. Happy now?
Buy an Ags.
Probably
Buy
will.
a Tomo
I mean,
hamburger. Yeah.
No, that's something you are gonna get me. All right.
No.
And I haven't checked how many times Tim's died in the previous game to make sure if it's gonna be a double or a normal.
It's gonna be a squirrel burger.
Reven's Brooch on the gyro, by the way, a bit unusual. He's going for Satanic after, so that's standard. BKB Ags, but odd to see the Reven's Brooch. I think he disassembled his Chrysalis for it as well.
Oh yeah, this is a hero that can break everything down, right?
Except
so if he wants a Daedalus later, he can do it.
I think he can disassemble. Well, except there's like 2 items: Divine Rapier, Hand of Midas. Yes, I was gonna say those 2 items, but I joined the Dota 2 trivia contest, and they're like gyrocopters.
Yeah,
and
I beat you. I beat you in that contest.
I was too unfair, dude. Oh, jump in!
So unfair. Yeah. Ow. All right. Well, it's unfair like this fight. I hear a Lycan at your door, and this wolf needs no armor. Where is he? There he is, showing up, looking for the squishy support. He will have to settle for the Morphling or the Centaur. Sonic Wave coming in with a Static Storm on top of it all. Naga Song somewhere. Nope, just the mech. And oh my god, the Morphling is locked down in the net. Put baby in a corner. Can he get out? Can this Morphling slam? No, but Yopaj can blink out. Going forward with the waveform and a global coming out to cover the escape, but the creeps leading the charge to the high ground. Gonna be 253 gold going to the Morphling, but was it a bait? I think the answer might be yes. Oh, another waveform just in time. Jackboy's low, but he has the Aegis. Can you get the Aegis? Skim! What the hell are you doing? Walking forward? What? Absolute mad lad. He craves death. He yearns for the grave. My little goth silencer.
I thought that was like Yopaj going in, sort of throwing a scream of pain and blank out, but no, okay.
Back in for round 2. Teleporting out, does he get it? No, and now his teleport is on cooldown. Croaker's coming in, it's time to get croaked.
You know, it is 2,000 gold for Boom. They did take a tier 2. That guy looks kind of cool.
What do you think his voice sounds like?
I don't know.
One more time. For a production's birthday present, come on, Atomo.
Nah, they like your music a lot more than whatever comes out of my mouth.
Happy birthday, guys! I'm just gonna hit the Centaur now. Don't mind me and my club. Get croaked.
Oh, there you go. Time for it now.
The humanity.
Well,
he is so young. He hadn't spawned yet. Come on.
Jam is playing this game quick, by the way. That assault cuirass to bring down buildings, with the helm of the Overlord. It's Nullifier to make sure that any kill they jump on, because he threw a Nullifier on the Grimstroke in that fight. I don't think they got the Grimstroke because of the Stampede, but I was like, oh, this actually doing damage. Skem, okay, just farming away, going for the Solar Crest. Nice idea to get the Solar, but again, you're up against a Nullifier. It does beg the question of how worth it is it gonna be.
Use the Dom. Where, dude, bro? You gotta use that Dom on cooldowns. Yeah, the Solar Crest is gonna get dispelled, as you mentioned. Why not? I mean, you got the Helm Dom. It's a baby Midas, so just rock it and go for the refresher, brother.
Be greedy. Always be greedy. On the other side, do they actually have any gold enhancements? Oh, yep, Naga's got one. 100 gold, nice.
Oh my god. Yeah, they can make illusions of herself. Push waves,
Nami-
push camps, stack them. Oh my god.
Nami's already the richest support with a Guardian Greaves and in a couple of escape mechanisms that dispel. It does mean that I feel like Nami could be a really big problem in terms of gold-wise, not just in terms of the fact that this hero has that reset, but he might get a lot more items than you expect the Naga does later.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I always expect these Nagas to get just hitted out to the gills. And now, I mean, she's got 2 dispels and a barrier.
Do you know what item I miss? Oh, okay, all right. He's like, you're here, buddy. I can see you. I can see you.
Oh, it's an investment though. You use the Static Storm. A little bit of overlap between the res and the cooldown of the ult. Do you make a move once your Grim's back up, or is it just not your time?
Maybe they'll wait a little bit more for a fight to take a fight near Roche Pit. If you want to take a fight now, I think that's okay for Horus, because if you lose, you have that secondary fight at the Roche Pit. But in general, Boom Esports, I think they seem more motivated to me. They're like, let's get this 1-1. Let's go to game 3. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. And to be fair, Boom is very strong right now. Jabs with Assault Cuirass. You have this Jack Boys who's mega farmed right now. I can see why they're a little bit more careful on Aura's side. Not particularly exciting stuff. But
you know what? If it's one thing we've learned today, it's patience with Tomo.
Patience from Zhao.
Possibly the most balanced odds here, presented by 1xBet. Oh, and we say that they just shift like that.
Gyro's got Satanic, working towards an MKB. Maybe they'll just wait for the MKB, ensuring that they can get on top of this Morphling and deal with him. Natsumi is also farmed. He's got that Butterfly, Crystallis, Manta, Dragonlance, but no BKB on Morphling is scary when the enemy team has got Static Storm. There's nothing you can do. You can't Manta the Static Storm. You can't Manta the Naga Sleep. It's either BKB or bust there.
Do you think you're holding out for a late game BKB? That way you have like a 9-second one whenever the game is on the line? Or do you think that Boom have the chance to threaten the game state before that'll happen?
Oh, I'll tell you what. He's probably relying on the Centaur to save him with his axe, right? He's like, guys, we need damage.
True.
It's all on you to save me, Force. Oh, okay.
Oh,
right.
What? Look at this massive double, triple wave here. Trying to use the Helm Dom to drag it.
Right, it's coming.
Okay, shapeshift on cooldown. Hold. Oh.
Now
Think
the
of
spirits
this.
come out.
Think of the stroke of fate. Yeah.
No, not so easy far. We could have had an amazing stroke of fate. I believe it is the max level now at this point. It is max level. Woohoo! But no, we don't get the good stuff. Oh.
Shiva. Shiva's on Yopaj. What is this world coming to?
Oh yeah, what do we have that we can double? Double Last Word, double Shadow Strike, double Edge, double Morph's Adaptive Strike.
Double edge, double Shadow Strike. Did you ever play that double this, double that as a kid? The kids game. It's like the clapping, No. Okay, never mind.
Must be a US
Cultural
thing.
differences. Yeah,
Yes,
you love to see it. But something I want to see. If Centaur has his shard and he double edges soulbound target, does he get 2 stacks?
I think so. Yes. But of course,
All the
that's
synergy.
he doesn't have the shard just yet. You know.
Yeah,
So
sometimes
maybe
BKB is a little more pressing.
and he does need a BKB because, as we mentioned, once the Static Storm comes out, he needs to BKB and then jump in if the Morphling is caught. So I really like what they're doing there. Morphling, he's Satanic Butterfly. He is. I know this is looking like a 6-slotted Morphling at this point. I know he's got a little bit more growth, you know, Hurricane Pike, Daedalus, sell the boots, but damn. And now we're coming into the climax of the game, the apex moment, as both teams are smoked, both teams are on getting to that Roshan area. Oris, can they make it a 2-0 right now? It's not. They gotta be careful about that Narman Naga. He's got Blink, Guardian Greaves. Catching him would be insane if they can get him.
Yeah, you gotta have the lockdown. Oh, okay, smoke breaks. Here we go.
Really?
Centaur with the stomp. Silence. Storm is real and a soulbind onto 2. The 2 cores, mind you. Morphling in, and look at the attacks flying through. Global coming out to cover the jump, but a BKB used. And Morphling is stunned with the Song of the Siren. It is alluring, and the right clicks are mounting. Morphling very low. Will he get out? Or now he's standing his ground. Does fall. Dead for 75. Sanctity on the back line trying to get in and out. Yopaj joining.
All you, Yopaj.
Maybe just a little too mistimed. They have vision on you, brother. They're going to root you. You can't get out of this one. You are gone.
Well, unfortunately, the Centaur jumps into a pretty bad spot. They had the Soulbind on for a while, but I think that he jumped in kind of late. And Global comes out. Guess what? Guardian Greaves into the Song, and he jumps in and heals his allies. Really nice patience by Narman. They get 1 kill. That's barely anything, and they lose the Aegis. I'm feeling that 1-1 in my jellies.
Yep, I might see my first Ember win in, I don't know, my last 8-9 casts here, I think, of the hero. Sanctity, you have done the impossible.
1 with Ember.
Yeah.
You know, in the pubs,
but his itemization, I like it. I like it a lot. The guy Assange with the BKB.
I like it too. In a pub, you like seeing Ember, right? Because you're like, this guy's going to be active. He's going to be running around the map. And then he queues up Hand of Mice. You're like, oh no. Oh no, what's happening?
Battle Fury. Yeah.
And then crits right after. You're like, don't worry, guys. This is my item build. You're like, well, from what? 10 years ago?
Right. When the hell did Attacker move to the U.S. East? What? But pause. Bit of a chance to reflect here on the game state of Tomo.
The game state is, I think, is that going to be a BKB coming out for the Lycan anytime soon? I think he might be working towards it. Either way, that's going to be a nice item for him. And Yokam is going to go for, of course, the Aghanim Scepter. Has 1 component, but needs quite a bit more before it's available. The scary part, of course, is that not Jack Boys has an Aegis. Oh, by the way, he's backed the Satanic. At first, I was like, oh, he's going to get Satanic. He's like, no, he's got Satanic. He's level 24 in 34 minutes. How do they farm so fast, dude? 24.
He's juiced. And he's only, he's been part of 9 kills. Your team has 14. Has somebody just been stacking? Like, what is the source
500
of power?
He's got 500 CS. Yeah, but Natsumi's got 460, you know? So it's not like there's a big difference. But Gyro, level 25 in, 35 minutes, let's say with that. Pretty wild. And what's he going to go for?
Morphling with 0 kills right now as well.
Yes, Natsumi has definitely suffered in this one. Because they did take his best hero. He's like, that's my Gyro. I would have been 25 by now if I had him.
Right.
And the no BKB choice on the Morphling. Again, it can work. Even if the Disruptor has Aghanim Scepter, as long as you BKB before you go in as Centaur, you can still rescue the Morphling. But it is risky. Centaur might not be there. Could be cancelled. The sleep could hit him. There's,
Yeah.
It's a lot of trust.
Folds. Yeah. A lot of folds in these fights.
Have you
You want
ever
to see
been?
more fling hitting from the cart though.
I would love that too. It gives him that bit of extra range, which he can use. You know, his range isn't exactly as wide as a gyro. Yeah, Sanctus like, oh,
Radiant's top tower has
EXP
fallen.
creeps.
I think will flat cannon still target him?
I think I know AOE spells target like can still hit you, but I don't know if Black Cannon does. Huh.
Right.
Don't worry, we'll find out
find
real
out.
soon.
That's right. Academ's on the Ember.
I love that we can't see the benefits of Hitch a Ride until he actually uses Workhorse because he doesn't have the ability. I'm like trying to hover over it. I'm like, I can see Workhorse, but I can't see Hitch a Ride anywhere. Yep,
Yeah.
that's Workhorse. That's Workhorse. Unfortunate. The BKB will help. That's Workhorse too.
Radiant's top tower is under
I want to see Workhorse 3.
Radiant's are fallen.
All right, banner on the ground, Atomo.
Revenge of Glue.
Dire's bottom tower is under Radiant's
Glue who? Oh, don't cry. Uh-oh. Centaur with a stomp. There's your glue. Jack Boys healing off of the right clicks. And the side gunner doing a little bit of work here. Rocket Barrage ripping
Holy
through him. Has to hit the
moly.
BKB to get out. Morphling attacks. All right.
All right,
Flat
he's got what
cannon
he
of
needs.
his own. Yeah.
Glimpse. Not ideal. Not the best glimpse. All right, so BKB used on the Centaur for not much really. That's the melee rack's gone. Okay, that's the range rack's gone. Boom Esports on fire in game 2.
Slow metal music intensifies as Gyro walks at your base. Oh, man. What song do you
This-
think Jack Boys is listening to right now in his head? Uh-oh, stop. On to the Gyro. He does have Aegis, still about half health, and he's got that Satanic ready should he need it. Soulbind on the back line, and Yopaj
He's-
jumping in. But a BKB on the Lycan, and now they're off to the races. You lost your Centaur already. Not sure what his buyback status is, but not looking good. Daedalus on Morphling. You need damage, and you need it now.
Unfortunately, the Morphling can even fight. You remember, Yokam still has the Stag Storm. If Morphling jumps in, there's no one to save him. With the Centaur dead. Alright, they're poking.
All right.
They're poking.
Yopaj trying to get that first death of Jack Boys a little closer to their base. Cheeky wards, observers spotted out probably.
Yokam. They're pinging him out. They're like,
Satanic
get
heal.
him, get him.
They find him. Oh, and he's dead. Global coming in for the coverage. Natsumi versus Gyrocopter. Who comes out on top? Right clicks mounting. Silencer dead on the back line. Buys back. Ember in and out and in and out again. Jack Boys living through it all. Naga Siren
Sleep.
helping out with that beautiful song on
Oh.
the radio station.
Almost.
Oh, unlucky.
That was the supports buying back, though. In the end, while they do hold their bottom set of barracks, this is by no means a victory for Horus. They lose 2 sets. And look, man, Natsumi is 6,000 gold behind Jack Boys. I suppose the one thing that's positive is that at least you can see the Morphling can stand toe-to-toe with the Gyro, but I don't know. That's that was a Gyro with an Aegis in his pocket. Now he's like, no, I don't have a useless no stat item. I got power threads.
Powerful.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh,
Very
all right.
powerful.
Helps you step on people.
Oh,
Yokam.
You know, I want. Go ahead. Let me hear about what you got kicked up for Yokam. I had
Oh.
an aside that was irrelevant.
That's why we want to hear it, you know. But yeah, Yokam, he's just working towards his Aghanim Scepter, about 500 gold away from it.
All right, no items in that Static Storm. You hate to see it if you're an Arius fan, but Disruptor Nation, rise up.
Nagasan about to finish the pipe as well. Pipe and Greaves and Glimmer on Naga, making everyone very tanky. I mean, the problem is Yopaj also has an Ag Scepter, so it's a very good counter. It has the Shiva's Guard at least, so it'll help, but no matter what, this pipe is going to be putting in some serious work.
The Naga's too rich. It's disgusting. 15k net worth. The Centaur's at 18k at Tomo. Like, come on.
It's been a really good time for Narman, this one. I was like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, this is the best. As Nico, the biggest problem was that when Nico died in this exact area we're seeing on the map. You know, blinked in, gets killed, isn't able to do anything for the team. It's like, oh, that was a rough jump. Boom.
Right.
They smell victory. You know, they're like, come on, guys, should we go smoke up, try to get this tower, see if we can get a kill on someone, take the racks after. All right, we're not gonna smoke.
Question.
Screw being subtle.
Can you smell what the gyro's cooking? Jab's looking for this vision on his summons. We'll find it.
Not
and
to
Jack
me.
Boys challenging
Not to me.
Arias. Here we go. Morphling letting it rip. Inkswell is ticking. Will pop. No dispel for you, sir. All right.
Okay.
Chain gang landing. Oh my god. Right clicks the rocket barrage. Not to me.
The racks, I think, might be gone.
Yep.
That's it.
Megas are here, and they're here to stay.
This is less than half the time of game 1, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, that was
And-
a 110-minute game.
And Tomo, take a second to look the difference in structures taken at this time.
Well, I'm seeing that Dire still has tier 2, which is very nice. Tier 2s are good.
Every tier 2,
Indeed.
top, middle, bottom. Oh, gotcha. If you
But-
tricked you.
But Radiant has tier 4s, which are like twice as good as a tier 2.
Oh,
Oh yeah, Dire has tier 4s too.
see these tier 4s? They're sleeping. They're not even active, bro.
But it's like, maybe we can roll them out. You know, how about we roll out the fountain, send it to the enemy side? That's what we need. Because it's looking like it's gonna just, you know, they're gonna wait for Roshan, boom, clean house, go for racks. Go for the throne. Very little that Oris can do. Natsumi pauses. Nico's like, let's go game 3. No, still got a game here to play, buddy.
No, they're DCing and pausing to discuss. Do we GG out? Just go game 3? You boys want to suffer for another 60 minutes.
Like, the suffering sounds not so bad, does it?
All right, suffering in silence even. Chat, let's see what you want. Do you want this game to wrap up and go game 3? You want to be here for another hour or so?
No, they're like, we want to be here for another hour, but in a different game. And then they're like, we want to be here for another, like, game 3. That's what we want.
Yeah.
As meanwhile, there's like no really big eye. Oh, okay. Natsumi's thinking of Divine Rapier.
Interesting.
Needs about 1,400 gold to get it on the Morphling. At that point, if I was him, I'd be like, listen, guys, I don't even want to waveform in. I want to be in on the cart. You know, like those gladiators who'd come in.
Right.
Like, I want to roll it in that. They'll be terrified if they see me.
Ben-Hur done that.
Ben-Hur. Gladiator as well, the actual movie. That movie is 26 years old, I think, at this point.
What a good
Saw
film.
it.
Masterpiece, man.
Oh, fantastic.
Did you ever play Heroes of Newerth?
No, sadly. I was
No?
Dota through and through.
They did a Gladiator hero that did all lines taken from Gladiator.
Nice.
It was awesome. Yeah, it's
yes.
the frost. The frost. It makes the blade
Makes the
stick.
blade stick.
Yeah. Oh man.
What a line, by the way, right? When he says it, because I always said that was super good. But oh well. I imagine that having your hero's voice lines be from another movie is like perfectly fine for copyrights, right? No one's gonna have any problems. Oh, look at that! Divine Rapier finished. There it is. And Disruptor, though, he's got Refresher Shot, Acceptor. Natsumi, Nico, you gotta put Natsumi on your back. You gotta roll in. You gotta kill everyone.
Yes, let's go.
That is the only way you play this. I like what they're doing, by the way. They're not fighting on the throne where it's like more expected. They're saying, let's try and go from a different angle. But Boom Esports, they're also not coming in from that warded area. They're just like, let's go throne from a safe
Some
safe
TP
angle.
to the fountain. Centaur
Right.
showing. Where's the
There
Morphling?
you go.
Oh, hitching a
Nico!
ride. Oh no, he's in the static storm. You gotta get him in there. Pulling him out of danger. And the chase is on. Jack Boy's low. The Rapier is doing its job. Gyro still alive though. And a global coming out with a BKB. The fight is split. Ember in on the back line near the fountain. And
where's my Morphling?
Radiant, where are we, gentlemen? We gotta get in there. Okay. Natsumi has morphed into the gyro.
Shard used on Disruptor.
Another flat cannon ready to go. With that rapier, let's get it cooking, boys. Ember with the chain gang. The stun is coming out. And nice spacing. Good discipline from the Dire.
Shard.
Dodge the flat cannon. Oh my, in the static storm, can you survive it? Pull him out with the card! Your Uber is here, but your Centaur is stuck! Gyro leashed up with the Soul Bind, and no one dying just yet except the Grimstroke. A little reset from the Dire.
I don't think he has buyback. I think that might have been his actual dieback being finally used. And overall, Aureus, they hold. What a hold. Sick. By the way, the nice thing, though, for them, at least, is that they don't have to deal with double Static Storm in the next fight. That is the one positive thing that just happened for them.
Yeah.
And sleep is down for about 55 seconds. So, the situation has improved since the last minute.
It has, but if you're Arius, the rabbit still has the gun. So...
Yes, and it's pulling it out of the hat.
Yeah, exactly.
The rabbit has the gun. Where is this one from?
Do you ever watch Looney Tunes when you were a kid? You know Elmer Fudd, Bugs Bunny? Those characters?
Sort of, yeah.
Okay. So Elmer Fudd is like the huntsman, who's a bit of a doofus. He's a dunce, and he's always hunting Bugs Bunny.
He's bald, right? He's a bald guy?
Yeah, exactly. And then through their antics and the different scenarios, like sometimes like Bugs will play a trick on him, and then he gets the gun. So it's all fun and games until the rabbit gets the gun. That's
all right.
Yeah.
So when I go in the US, that's the only thing I'll be like. I'll be like in border security, and I'll be like, "It's all fun games." So the rabbit get the gun. They're like, "All right, just put him on the flight back."
They'll be like, "Every rabbit has a gun here. What are you talking about?" You see these crits?
That's far off.
1,900 damage from the Morphling. But the question is, Atomo. Is he... How much HP does he have when he's morphed down? 1,500?
It's not too bad. He's got Outworld Staff, at least. It's kind of useful.
Yeah.
10% more damage is...
I was going to say, he's still... This Howl, reducing your damage by 40%. Unfun.
No, it's not. There's also the Global Silence is like... Oh, for the record, since he got the axe shot on the Silencer, he has not gotten a single kill. Has been on 5 stolen ints the entire game.
Oh, it seems to be the curse.
Does seem to be very... You know what we should do? Have the innate steal 2 intelligence and have a new shard that's actually valuable. You know? That would have been...
Let's workshop this.
Okay.
What do you suggest?
The shard, it becomes the old facet. You know, the one where it's cut. The duration is cut in half, but it's applied twice. You know what I mean? Like it's 3 seconds, and after 3 seconds, you get applied again. So even if you dispel the first time, it comes back to you.
Oh, it's a global. Okay. Yeah. Yes, I see.
You can have that as a shard.
Disgusting.
That is how God intended it to be. All right.
Nasty facet, man. That made... I think that singularly got Silencer on everybody's ban list. Just like in your pub play.
So it was not fun to play against. It was miserable. And let's put it as a shard, so he doesn't have it from the start. He buys it. It could work. Could work.
Through anger
lies failure. Okay.
Don't get mad. Get a rapier. Right?
We already have a rapier. What we need is a second rapier. That's a problem. As he is thinking about... By the way, he is committed to this no BKB thing. All right. But, like, it is so risky that he's playing it this way, but he just doesn't care. He just believes that he's going to be fine. Reminder, he also has the Grimstroke shard to help him stay alive, but I don't know how much value you get out of that. You get the Dispel, but I don't think you get much out of the healing aspect of it.
Yeah, at this point in the game, it's not super great, I think. I mean, how much... It's based off the damage that it does.
Yeah, the thing itself does, right? Like, So it's not a whole lot.
Radiant's
As
ancient is under attack.
all right, Jack Boy rolling in. Still has a. Oh, actually no, they don't have the Aegis. Oh, my bad. But boom. Do you want
Radiant's
to go
turret
high
has been
ground?
killed.
Oh, that's a query. Did it have anything on it?
It bot.
I don't think so. I think it's fine. Okay. 2,150 crit. There you go. Oh, Glyph.
Oh, the Outworld Staff. All right, Juggernauts, Disruptors hate this one item.
For some reason, Natsumi switched his Divine Rapier to magic and then switched it back to physical. I wonder what was the logic. Yeah, it's a physical now, but it was on magic for like a few seconds. Wonder
Does it
why.
add more damage to your waveform?
Possibly, but don't you? But you lose like you do less
You do
damage when
50%
you.
of your attack damage, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's like don't you lose a bit as well? It seems a bit odd there. It's one of those minor things that you're asking me, like, why did you do that? Like, I don't know, I accidentally misclicked it.
He could have pressed the wrong button. Awesome.
Right? I wanted
I was trying to scratch. I was trying to scratch my arm.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Okay.
More
Better start
fling.
scratching.
One of the eye of Scotty. He just not gonna have buyback. Where's your centaur? Where's your centaur? You get to the outworld, you're nullified. Put him in the cart. Put him in the cart. Get him out of there quickly.
There you go.
Centaur. Oh, little rescue mission. But for how long will it last? Your ancient under
he's
attack,
out.
and no, not like this. Out of life.
There you go.
He finishes the Scotty, but GG is called. Tomo, we may have witnessed perhaps the biggest fumble of the tournament so far.
Fumble? How's the fumble? I mean, Boom Esports was ahead the entire game. You know?
I mean, with that play, bro, you didn't have buyback. What the heck is happening?
I don't blame him. You remind me, it's not like he was playing where he was leading so much. He was playing from behind the entire game. The 30,000 gold deficit. He has to go for something crazy. I don't think that Natsumi fumbled in that one, as much as I would love to agree with you. But it's just how it is. You are struggling in everything you do. You're like, guys, let's just go for a bold play. It doesn't work out, doesn't work out. It would have been a fumble if Boom lost. Like if Jackboy went in without buyback and died, that would have been a big mistake. But 1-1. Not as long as the first game, but we still have game number 3, and we're going to find out which of these teams is going to face that consecration after it's been a 3.5-hour marathon. We could have another one coming out, another like hour-long game, but we'll see. We're going to take about a 10-minute break, and we're going to come back. Malibu and Tomo, we'll see you then.
Bye-bye.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
You know, it's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun, folks. And we got a game 3 coming up right now. We got Atomo and myself, Malibu Jesus, bringing you the action, the final finale of the lower bracket final. How many times can I say the word or a mixture of final? But
Yes.
we got Boom versus Arias going to a game 3. We had an 108-minute slugfest. We had a 34, 35, whatever minute stomp-ish kind of, a full base taken when you didn't even touch the tier 2s at Tomo. What are we going to see here in game 3?
By the way, that was actually 48 minutes. It feels like it was
48.
only 30. Yeah, but it was 48 minutes. That was like a long game. What I expect is that this is going to be more along the game 1. Very even, a bit longer as well. This is going to be the third time these two teams have played against each other this week. They have met each other at a couple of other qualifiers. Boom beat Oris 3-0 in Dream League Grand Finals. And I'm not sure where else they played against each other. But it was another qualifier, probably the Fissure one as well. So, Boom, they've been removing Oris from a lot of these tournaments. And also be like, can we please qualify? Can you stop gatekeeping us? But the bans are out. They get rid of the Nagasaki. They do keep the Dawnbreaker. Boom could start with that.
Yeah. I mean, do you think we need more bans in the first phase? Or is 7 enough?
7's enough. 7's good. Because if you have more bans, then some heroes you'll never see. Like, they're like, this hero is too good.
No.
You're gonna have to have like 10 broken heroes, then for you not to say like, I don't want that. I like when we have a few broken heroes and some of them slip through and you have to pick your poison. You're like, oh, which one do you want? Do you want Dawnbreaker? We'll take Silencer.
Enchantress? No, it's gonna be a Chinny Chin Chin, and Enchantress already banned out by Arias.
Boom.
Yeah.
Boom, similar to that game 2 style, right? Where it's like, let's take that big aura, play fast, possibly a Lycan right after this. And Arias, you start thinking like, Silencer's good in a lot of things, but he is pretty damn shitty in those early, tempo-based draft when he's up against tempo-based drafts that tend to work with auras and stuff. But there's Tim's Hoodwink.
There we go. Yeah, these are early auras, the zoo, the army of darkness just running at you. That's a nightmare to play against as a Silencer.
It is. And I like the opening with the Hoodwink. Firstly, he's 5 and 6 on this hero. He's been picking it 6 out of the last 7 games. Now it's going to be 7 out of the last 8 games he's played Hoodwink. We'll see if this one's going to be a winner or not. But that's a lot of Hoodwink in the last 2 days. It's solid.
A lot of hoodin'.
It's a lot of hoodin'.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's that good against pushing meta either, but at least it's solid in the lane,
It's nice against pushing meta if you have a Mjolnir. Or I'd settle for a Maelstrom. RIP the old Gleipnir. Oh my god, that item was too good. That item should not have been. That item should not have been untouched for so long.
But when it got touched, we all felt sad. Core players were like, they would get Maelstrom, go Gleipnir, Monkey King, heroes like that. And, supports would be like, yes, I'm Weaver support. You get Maelstrom, you're like, fireman.
What?
But
it's control. What do you want?
It's like AoE control. I can get like 3 people. You just farm it away the whole time. But, well, such is life.
5 seconds remaining.
They get rid of the Earthshaker. Great ban. Just to make sure that, if you have all these creeps coming out together, the Echo Slam doesn't catch them. I like it. Again, though, I would think that Lycan is something Aureus should be thinking about getting rid of. Because Lycan or Beastmaster. If I was Boom, I'd take one of them, take Helm of the Overlord, and be like, let's go, 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 go.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah, we've seen that Boom can play that tempo, but you know, how do Arias respond? How do they build their draft to resist that tempo, the zoo, the early shove, but also play to their strengths?
That's a hard one, right? Like, when you know the enemy team, first they open up with a Chen, who like really enables these sort of drafts. Gyro, if you can get your hand on it, would be pretty good. Because as a hero that can help you clear out waves quite quite well.
Yeah.
Let's see if that's what they're thinking about right now. Because you look at a lot of the clearers, the Bristle, the Sand King, the Earthshaker, are all gone. It's not
right.
There's not much of a list left.
No.
They go for Pango.
No.
Okay.
There you go. Good wave clear. Good defense. You fight around objectives just fine.
Wonder. I think Yopaj plays the Pango a lot more than Force, but again, you pick it, solid, keep it, see where you're gonna fit it in later. If you're Boom, you have your choice of the Beastmaster or the Lycan for jabs. Both would be very solid for you. And maybe we haven't seen Jokam on anything other than Disruptor today, but he likes to play the Tusk and the Shadow Shaman quite a bit as well. Jackie, huh? Okay. That's a little unexpected.
Protect the zoo. Protect the zoo. Right? Didn't work out for him in game 1. But, you know, with the Chin and with the more mindful draft construction, perhaps you're building towards a better timing window.
We'll see about that. This is certainly unusual to see Jack Boys here being picked. Like, this is a hero that they kind of really struggle with. They go for the Bane, so it's going to be a Jokam Bane position 4. We've definitely started one way, and we've kind of veered off in a whole other direction at this point.
Yeah.
But the Bane has value of the Pango spin. It's just, he's not like, you know, there's already a Hoodwink who can catch you. There's 3 more heroes that can come out. Me and you have literally cast the game where he gets the Phoenix Root up as the Pango is about to roll him, touches him, and he cancels. I was like, I've never seen something like that before. But, you know, if you're a bit slow, he can actually hit you with that rolling truck. Oh.
All right.
Another way.
Silencer Gyro.
There you go. Natsumi gets his Gyro, which I've been harping on about. This hero, he has like a 2/3 win rate, and out of 18 games, he's won 12. We'll see if that's going to increase to 70% or not. It's very solid in the lane as well. It's good against the Chen. And now, if you pick some sort of Beastmaster or Lycan, the Gyro can actually farm the creeps pretty easily that you summoned.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think that is enough reason to change gears in your offlaner selection?
We're gonna find out real soon. I think you could still stick to. Okay, that's different. They take the Quap for Sanctity, not his, and ban out the puck. Oh, so thought it'd be the other way around, actually.
Huh.
So Boom is leaving their off for the last pick. If you're Oris, I would worry a little bit about the Beastmaster just because of that primal roar. You know, you're a BKB, you're trying to get the damage off. Beastmaster comes out, roars you, nothing you can do there. So I would like to still get rid of that. Lycan, I think, is slightly more manageable of the two. Mars is a good one.
Yeah, roar plus Fiend's Grip. A lot of trouble for the Gyro, for the Pango.
Fiend's Grip, you're like, I'm relying on Silencer to Global Silence, right? But once the roar comes out, Global Silence doesn't really have an impact. I'm still stunned. It doesn't save me in any way. So I'd say Beastmaster.
5 seconds remaining.
See if it makes it through this final ban here from Arias. Do they just take the Beastmaster, throw this Pango mid?
They could, but they don't have the next pick, right? Next pick, Bomispa has the next pick.
True.
So
True.
Oris has overall last. That's the one. They get rid of the Centaur. They keep the Beastmaster. We've been harping about this here for a long time. Jabs, you know everything that you need if you want to take this hero.
they're baiting the jabs Darkseer.
Uh-huh. Right.
Call
The
it.
jabs.
I'll call it. But Bane Darkseer is like a nothing burger, right?
It is.
Bane,
Speaking of
Bane's
burgers.
fine, but
No, I would. Alright, here we go. What's gonna be the last pick? They go for Magnus. Okay. It's really good with this Sven. The team fight is
Yeah.
fantastic. My slight issue would be that who starts the fight first? I guess it has to be Sven for Boom.
Yep.
But all right, and he is, by the way, this is a Helm of Dominator builder. I know it doesn't seem like it, but he actually is. As oh yeah, of course, everyone is. Oris, who is going to be your mid laner? I wouldn't mind if they pick Monkey King and take the Pango off. You know?
I get behind that. Yeah.
We'll see if they want to do that. Of course, they could just pick the Pango mid and pick an offlaner instead. There is Undying is in the pool. Undying's okay.
Yeah, I feel like later spin just kind of cuts through him. But we saw this yesterday, right?
The axe, it's going to be the offlane axe coming out here. A bit of an, I don't know. I guess it's okay. It's a BKB piercing control, but it's axe versus Magnus. I feel like you got the better end of the Magnus in that one. For the other, and then you have to worry about the push lineup from the other side. But without a Lycan, it is significantly less threatening. You know, Dominator on Magnus is not quite the same thing as an Overlord on Lycan. So there is going to be chance for us to play this game. Fiend's Grip is not much. I'm going to go... I've said it before. I want Oris to win this series because they've lost to Boom twice in 1 week. I'm going to go with their draft on this one, but it feels quite close. And I don't know. I just don't think that the Gyro is a good matchup to this Sven. But my, heart is for Oris. Brain will follow, eventually. So we're going to go with Radiant on this one.
Okay, I think my biggest question, can Nico and Tim's do enough to keep Jackboy Sven under the radar on net worth?
Nico, and it's going to be tough, but you have the control coming out from Tim's as well. That was a huge problem in game 1. So they got plenty of control, right? Like your pods rolling in, the axe call, global. Tim's like, they've got decent control for this Sven. It's just, do they have the damage to kill him?
True.
Early
on, yes. As the game progresses, probably not.
All right, you know what you do? You're silent, so you take synaptic, facet, split, because he was going for that 100-minute game. He was like, all right, I got Silver Edge. I'm going BKB. It's starting to right click. We'll see if that works. How's that coffee, by the way? You're chugging the coffee, aren't you? Cold coffee. Okay.
But it's delicious. I'm an old soul and didn't really start drinking coffee until my college years. And I just drink it straight black, no sugar, no nothing, no problem. I'll drink it day old, and Tomo, keeps me going, brother.
Not sure if we should be taking it day old, but you're right. You would know better than me.
But you know what? We have a fresh new pot of Dota for you here in Game 3, and we got some cosmetics. Let's take a look at Team Boom here on the Dire.
Not much on the bait, right? It's just the hands, right? The side hands. That's about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Sven looks all right. I like Sven.
Sword. Handsome.
Pretty good.
Guapo.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Quap. She really like she hasn't fully loaded in the Quap. She's still like loading at this point. Like she's not even standing.
Right.
There we go. Oh, beautiful accent. What a gentleman.
Oh. Very gentlemanly of you, Team Arius. Look at that. As we ride forth into battle. Narrated by Atomo and me, Malibu. Oh, Game 3, man. You know what? I feel like it's, even though we had that crazy Game 1, I feel like it's still a short day. Only having one series, it's a bit of a sad time. I feel like it's like you're going through school. It's the end of the year. You got to say bye to all your friends. and you're not sure who you'll see over the summer. It kind of feels like that to me today, man. I don't know. Yeah, a little bittersweet.
Aren't we working together in like 2 weeks or something?
Yeah.
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 Don't worry about it. Don't worry. We'll keep in touch.
I'm talking about you. I was talking about Southeast Asia. The Dota here.
We're literally doing the Southeast Asia qualifiers as well. I mean, I am. You're not around. But well, maybe next time you'll be able to join us in there because someone here is busy for the next qualifier. As much as we wanted you around.
Yeah. It's a tough break, but sometimes you gotta touch grass. It's unfortunate reality, but it's reality all the same. And Bounty Runes coming to life here.
2 for 2. No, nothing crazy there unless they can steal that River 1. The Satyr is there for Narman. He's like, if anyone even looks at you dirty, I'm gonna deny it as let me guess in time. And he's doing that very cool trick of you put the Satyr Converter mid, and he just drains the mana of the Pango, which is not fun for Mr. Japoy.
It's Japoy Yapaj. And yeah.
For the record, he also went for the faster roll on the Pangolier. More.
The double shield crash is pretty nice.
I agree.
Yeah. I'm already bad at controlling the ult. I think it might be easier to control with the faster roll, though. I think it improves your turning radius as well.
Does it?
Tightens it up a little bit.
Yes, turn speed is increased. That's true. You move faster, you turn better. So what you're saying is that if you're bad at Pango, take this one. If you're good at Pango, take double jump.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's crazy though. I had no trouble passing my driver's test.
Oh.
So you'd think I'd be cleared for like that weight grade of vehicle, but no, not the case.
I took a few tests to get my driving license. You know.
Did you hit the cone?
No.
Be honest.
Oh no, they wanted a bribe, and I was like, no, I'll pass it with my merit. And they're like, all right, your merit is that you failed. Well, that doesn't seem right. So yeah, they didn't even let me leave the compound because the last one is you have to drive on an actual road. That didn't happen. So I deserve to get it. I'm so noble and good that I didn't offer a bribe. See?
Right, you couldn't stomach it. The corruption.
Exactly.
Honorable.
Then
respectable.
I had to go to a different school on my third try, and I got that. And I was like, all right, third try, I got first time. It was the school that held me back.
Right. You just had to watch the Purge video on driving, and then you got it.
By the way, there's a Purge video on dating as well. I'm like, okay, let's go see that one. The man's branching to all sorts of things.
And all sorts of things happening across the map here. Yopaj, good CS, but health is in shambles.
It is, and the mana as well. That's Satyr from Narman. It is putting in work. You know, he balls up, Narman walks in. And he's also, I feel like he's also trying to help him get denies as well, which is kind of crazy. As Sanctity is getting quite a lot of denies right now while Yopaj is off lane, but Yopaj says, all right, I'm ready for round 2, coach. We haven't talked about which lane we expect kills in.
Well, I would say top. Well done, Nico.
Now I would have said as well this the Hoodwink axe is pretty powerful. Chen is a nice kind of sustain hero, but that's not gonna keep you topped up against these two.
Right. Damage over time from the bushwhack and the battle hunger burn you down.
So bottom is interesting because if the Nightmare comes out on one of these two, the other guy should be able to help him in time. And the skewer doesn't land. So I don't know if we haven't been watching bottom too diligently to make sure if that happened or not, but it's a good counter to the Bane sleep.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think as the gyrocopter, you just have to be very mindful.
Oh.
Like, is my
I
silencer
think he got it.
pulling? Yes, no. Oh my. Under the tower, Natsumi, fearless.
Yeah. You leave the lane, you see him on the other side. That's not how it works. By the way, I love in chat where two guys are like, one guy's like, I see silencer, I bet for that team. The other guy's like, I see silencer, I bet on the other team. I'm like, oh, okay. Some very mixed feelings on
The
this.
duality. Yeah, the duality of man, right?
As
But
top
yes,
lane.
Atomo's so holding on to that. The like just revisiting that go that Gyro had. They have an observer a little on the like the dire triangle, so they see the Bane go for the water rune, freeze up that. But please continue.
And that observer also, I think, spots out if anyone's trying to stack as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
Cheeky bushwhack from Tim's. Not enough to get the kill.
But again, Japoy, he might have to use them. No, he's gonna be fine. It's only one more tick. He's okay. So I might have to use the magic stick to survive, but walks back. In the meantime, though, it is free farm for Sanctity, who finally overtakes him. 13 denies. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, it's starting to add up here for the Quap. Now, question about itemization on our
Axe.
Tango.
No.
Oh, hold that thought. Yeah,
Okay.
Axe top with the call.
3 people.
Interrupted. Big bushwhack onto the Bane. The TPing in. Maybe a little inopportune, but a beautiful stun from the golems. Brain sap, keeping the Bane alive and healthy. And this is going to be a dead Axe. Supports get it done.
All right, can you click on the axe for a second? Look at when we have the chance, because that's 3 rings of protection and 2 chainmails. So 1 phase boot, 1 blade mail, the rings of protection you get rid of. But my God, that is a lot of armor on the man.
Oh yeah, I mean a ton of physical damage coming your way between the chin, the summons, the spin. It all adds up, but you still go down.
In about 35 seconds, it is going to be that Dire Shrine, and Bane has a very nice advantage. He can sleepwalk people out of it, and pretty much there's no counterplay to it except to bring another friend there. You know, he's not going to steal it though, this time.
You need the 2v1.
Uh-oh.
Going for his own.
Oh no!
He spotted out.
Can you time the sleep?
Slow. No, you cannot. Oh, that's a lot of damage in a dead Bane.
And he's gonna try. He's like,
cliffed.
I like it. Jabs was like, I can't skewer both of them away, so they're gonna get they are gonna get the shrine, because if I get one of them, the other one will just pick it up. A tough start from Boom. 3-1. No shrines of wisdom. That is pretty damn difficult. What are the sport levels looking like?
Level 4 across the board.
Okay, all right. A little bit unexpected, to be honest with you.
I've certainly seen worse.
Yes. I've seen level 2s at this point.
They've been stacking, controlling runes, and just not touching any morsel of XP.
Both teams have to be a bit wary about that stacking, because Axe can take it, Gyro can take it, on the other side Sven can take it. So you have to be careful if you stack on and then you lose a fight in that area.
True. It's just like, who can I take away from their lane?
Radiant are stacking at least. Oh.
All right. Queen of Bane hit by the Rolling Thunder. Bounced once,
Is
bounced
it
twice.
enough?
Can we get a call? Yes is the answer. Need a little more damage for
There
the
you go.
chop. Coming in from Nico.
Dude, that was so well timed. Like, he was actually mid blink animation when the Berserker's call lands. Very nicely done for them. Also, intelligence stolen and some armor for the axes. Oh, Tim's. Joe
It's
Cam.
stacking, but a nightmare dodge. What
Is it
a
enough?
play. Oh, it might just be to get the kill on the silencer, but you will give up the ghost. And now spin. Jackboy wants to help, and Yopash stunned up, going for the TP away. Do they have the damage? No.
If it was the old Sonic Wave that did the damage instantly, he might have thrown it out. But because it takes like about 1 second, he's like, he's probably going to finish his TP before I get there. It's not worth throwing my Sonic Wave. Still feels rather awkward for them, as Tim's continues to stack for Natsumi.
is under attack.
It's
Gonna
it's
be a
getting
happy
big.
gyro.
It's gonna be a very happy boy. Chen working
Dire's
on
bottom tower is
kind
under
of a late mech. I've seen those 8-9 minutes mechanisms finish. To be fair, he's only got 2 assists and possibly a death coming soon. Oh, the rocket's coming, bro.
Oh, rocket will hit. Another chop?
Alright.
No.
Dire's top
Do you think
tower
Nico
is
gets
under
offended or annoyed by that? He's like, bro, like, come on, I'm farming armor here.
I'm bombing armor here. No, if it was
Radiant's
anyone
bottom
else
tower is
but
under
the
attack.
gyro, maybe.
Oh,
But I
okay.
think the gyro, you kind of let him go.
He does feel like he's a hero in this matchup against Sven. If it was equal net worth, I would favor the Sven. So I feel like you're right. As
Yeah.
roll possibly, but
Cheeky.
not coming out in the end. Axe has finished his
Well,
blade mail,
whoa!
by the way. Oh,
Oh, what a pause. Okay.
he doesn't have blink for about 7 seconds, and Tim's is roughly nearby. I think if he can get that Berserker's Call, Tim has enough time to come in and bushwhack. He does have it available. Tim's, you're gonna have to haul ass with that scurry.
Hello, princess. Careful, gank. Well, I don't know. I think I'm wanna blink back to my base. Birdman, what do you think? You're the Birdman.
Let's stick around.
Nice.
What's the
More.
worst thing that can happen?
So, an axe, Queen of Pain, and a bird walk into a bar.
No, it looks like more like
They
they're
all
getting
order
married.
drinks. It does.
Yeah.
They're both oddly dressed up.
You know, that's the priest. You know, he's like, all right. Fine, continues.
What's the Nico, do you have the sauce? The answer, not right now. Maybe with a little bit of help. Hoodwink goes into the nightmare for you.
Oh, Tim's no sharpshooter just yet. Well, I haven't done enough to get him for him, but Nico is playing really quick. On the other hand, I have not seen Jabs this entire game. He is actually working towards Helm of the Dominator. This is scary. If he goes for Helm of the Dominator and Oris kind of ignore him, he doesn't push fast enough. His he doesn't have a BKB in time. The enemy team is pushing you. Like, I can't really get a good RP without it. So I'm worried about what Jab's item builds here.
I think he might be worried about it too. He did buy the Helm of Iron Will and then sold it immediately. Maybe he's thinking about.
I feel like I agree with this decision. You know, better to be on the safe side. It's like, it sounds like, oh man, if I can get this Helm, I can do so much. But by the time you get Helm, the game might be in a situation where like I need to RP or we're gonna lose the game entirely.
All right. Oh, nice bushwhack. No one else really around to capitalize off of that catch. Yeah, I think blink prioritization is huge here. Centaur stomp, but Yopa is showing up to defend his axe.
Okay.
Still have resources on the axe, and they are so low. Rolling Thunder interrupted by Yokum.
You're feeling the impact of the. Oh, he gets
Acorn will search him out. Oh. Uh-oh. Yokum under is tier 2. The courier dancing around, but gonna lose your courier.
Oh.
Maybe you lose your head. Yopaj
Oh.
is low. Oh, no,
Okay.
no. Queen of Pain is TPing, and you gotta get out.
Tim's might be in trouble actually, but Sancti, well, now again the same problem. It's damage over time. It's damage over 1 second for sure, but it's like, I don't think that's enough to throw it out. That's twice now. Sancti blinks in. He's like, no.
Yeah. I
And-
mean, you still have it to threaten future moves, and it's
True.
better than making the play and not getting the result.
I love it when a player is realizing something as we're talking about it, and that's what happened with Jabs, right? We're like, hello, Dominator, I don't know about that, man. Then he's thinking, yeah, it does seem like it's not going to get it for me. So, RP into Sonic Wave can still win you fights. The problem is, the supports don't do too much when you land an RP. Oh no. Oh, Jack Boy.
Yeah. Jack Boys hits a stun with a Chin play with the Ripper. What a save.
Norman. God
You know
mode
he's
activated.
gonna-
Come on.
Yeah, gonna be singing his praises there.
He deserves a burger for that one. Well, that's a burger play
He
right there.
does. That's a Wild Wing burger coming right at you.
You know, extra cheese, all the fixins, right? That's the saying you guys
Extra
have. All the
boglet.
fixins.
Yeah, all the fixins. Yeah.
Radiant's
But
middle tower
Atomo, so
under attack.
amping up the
Jabs.
damage of the Sven. What? Oh,
Jabs, he's walking
where's
to the
Mr.
base.
Jabs?
Yeah, what's he buying? He's got 2,300 gold. He can buy whatever he wants. He didn't buy anything. He does not buy anything. Okay. No, he might buy the blink and now have it delivered so it doesn't show when he farms this lane. Oh, global.
Sure.
Oh,
Big
Sanctity.
global coming out. Queen of Pain under threat and dead. Uh-oh. 14-minute Wisdom Shrine goes to Yoakum. He steals it away
Oh,
from
Sven, barely surviving.
Four-legged friend. Yeah, he's
Yep.
got to get out here. And oh no, under the tower. Rolling Thunder coming in for a little bit of coverage. Nico still gets out. Rolling Thunder used, and you're not going to get a kill off of that
Blink on
one, but
jabs.
you save
He
your
has it.
axe.
He's got it.
Alrighty.
Not in time to
Oh,
actually do anything
has-
this particular fight, but the smoke up. All right, they are feeling it. Boom. They're like, come on, guys. We are being run over. Let's do something.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, scan on scan.
Time to respond.
They might walk. If they walk to the river, I think the radiant scan is the river one. It is. It is. And Natsumi immediately goes to the left. They reading them like a book, baby. As Tim's.
Oh,
Ooh.
yeah.
okay.
Losing this stack is going to be big. Okay, Tim's scouting.
Oh, is it?
Providing vision,
Oh.
and he dodges, and he gets the bushwhack. He does both, and it does so well. Follow it up with a chop, sending that Magnus straight to hell and back.
They were so ready. I know that they were prepared for, like, you know, the Natsumi moves to the left, but they're like, okay, here's how we're going to play. We're just going to make a fool out of him. He is going to look like he's never played Dota before after with what we do with him. Insane. Tim's dodges the skewer, gets a bushwhack, and they get a kill on him. That's your blink reveal right there.
Not the best blink reveal we've seen. Yep. Symphony of Errors here for Boom.
Oh,
I say
that's
that.
a good one. That's a good one.
And Axe missteps. Axe misjudged.
Axmus, what he has one where he also talks about a weapon, right? When he buys Reaver, he's like, "Don't worry, Axe," or something like that. You're the only thing I need.
I don't think I've heard that one.
Yeah, it does. He has a saying. He apparently loves his weapon, so he comforts it.
Nice.
That's very cute. Pretty
That
cute.
is.
What are we looking at for the axe? He's going for Lotus Orb after. Pangolier getting close to the blink. Only has the diffusal blade so far. As Natsumi continues to farm up a storm. Ags finished with the Dragonlance Falcon Blade. Very tanky. Very hard to bring down. Top lane.
Dire are scanning.
We might have a brawl here.
Middle tower is under
Oh,
attack.
oh, that was a bait. It's a trap.
Oh, it is a trap. Will you spring it or get out? All right, Bane control. Not a lot of damage just yet, but it will add up. Bane's grip on the silencer with the Chin arm, and he will be enough to bring him down. Yopa joining the fray, a 1-for-1 trade. Gyrocopter also showing up. Wants to clean up the Chin creeps.
Honestly, if you're Boom, that's pretty good. 4 people come top. You trade 1 for 1. Your support is far less farmed than their support who dies. Like that was a really good move by Boom. Really well played as well by Norman in that situation.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Jokam.
Narman
Jokam.
is... Narman and Jokam both have had their own time to shine here. The Wild Wing Ripper save, a couple cheeky Nightmare plays, that play there as well. But now, can your cores carry their own weight here?
Yeah, I've seen so far. It feels like the Boom cores in this game, they're fumbling. Jack Boys is farming, that's at least nice. But Sanctity and Jabs, it's not clicking just yet.
They still do have some time before, I believe, Arius reach critical mass.
That's true.
No.
And
Can right the wrongs of the past.
unfortunately, Aureus also got 2 greedy enhancement, and I don't think Boom got any. That's always fun. Like, why do they get free gold and I don't?
Right.
That ain't
You're gonna have to
fair.
get out there and earn it.
Oh. You gotta work for your money. You ain't no nepo baby. I want
But I wanna be.
exactly.
Too bad.
I don't know. It's not fair. The economy's bad. Why does it have to be bad my generation?
Get you stacking. No. Oh yeah.
No, I really need to go apply to Deepwood and die for me. Okay. You can.
Radiant structures.
Oh, Jack Boys, don't go there. But Jack Boys, turn back. That's good. That's good. Oh, they spot this. They see Skem walking out. This could be a juicy
Would
one.
be a good kill. Pulling him right back to Jack Boys. The stun's there, and the damage is plentiful. However, Jabs with the Nightmare gets across the tree line. A little help from Yoakum. Always a welcome addition.
Solid kill. But again, what is the win percentage actually saying? You know, the win percentage is 53 for Aureus. I like the Sanj and Yasha that Natsumi gets. This is one of the few ways where you can, if RP hits you, since you can't, Linkins or BKB it, you're like, all right, I'll just reduce its duration on me.
Yeah. But you don't want to see another Aeon disc?
Under attack.
Probably not.
That's a
You wanna be
joke. That's a joke. Before chat crucifies me. Aeon disc gyrocopter, what do you...
2K
joke, guys,
MMR
please.
caster. I'm like, it's 2K.
Right.
Oh, damn it.
And a 15K call coming at you.
Under attack.
Oh,
Yeah.
well.
That's a good
To-
jump.
To be fair, Narmin, the sun has set on his time. Like he is supposed to be on this chain. You're kind of supposed to do a lot in the first 20 or so minutes. You can still make plays, like he had a great Wild Wing save on Jack Boys, but getting all that not so worth it as. I heard a blade mail. I thought they were going to jump on the Queen of Pain, but nope, it's just top. And Skem again.
Hey!
Hallelujah.
What are the odds the same hero gets the shard every game first? That's crazy.
12.5, I think.
What need have I to revisit? Oh, it's quite nice actually.
I'm Malibu, joined by Mr. Numbers today, as we have Mr. Bane.
It's
Not
gone.
for long, though. Yep.
Yeah, so 1 in 8 chance that Skem gets it 3 times in a row, and he's like, I'll take those odds. Vegas ain't got nothing on me. Ooh,
Right, go
Jack
play the
Boy.
lottery.
Jack Boy actually takes the Shrine of Wisdom for his team. He is level 17. He is ahead. I was like, this is a pretty high level. Sven, he's a level ahead of the Natsumi Gyrocopter. If he's 18, you might start thinking, guys, that level 3 God Strength could be good. Although Tim's, oh dear, no BKB. 1 stun's all it takes. There it goes.
The courier is waiting. Jack
Max
Boy
is
is
coming.
controlled. Stunned up. The damage is
No
there. Global to
RP.
fall. And it gets delivered. The bait is complete. And the trap
Wow.
is sprung. Going in with a God Strength. Skim will fall. RP bringing him down to the
Nice.
low ground. Oh my. But, Atomo, those are just supports. You need to get Roshan to add to the true value of that play.
He did not have BKB when they jumped on him. He just gets it, like you said, delivered halfway through, uses it, and Magus TP's in. They thought it would be a quick, snatch and grab, but no. Despite the global silence coming up, it wasn't enough. Good RP in the end. One
What?
person, but a kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also surprised. Okay, I guess we don't want it. We like playing with our one hand tied behind our back. That is the Boom Esports way.
Yeah, apparently
What?
so. Narman looking to get in there and deny the Aegis with the creeps. It's on the ground, guys.
What
Aegis,
in...
hello? Gyro!
There you go.
He goes back. Sometimes the bloodthirst consumes.
Yes. I want the axe!
You need a little
Oh, Nico. It happens.
unluck. Oh, 70 seconds without a chop.
Radiant's
What
middle
can you
tower
do?
is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under
But
attack.
that was very odd
Dire's
by Boom
structures
Esports.
are
I understand it's Roche Pit, you're up against an axe, Gyro can hit everyone. There's a bit of risk there, but it certainly seems like contesting it is better than giving it for free.
Yeah.
As,
Yeah, maybe you make a split play. But
oh,
oh
okay.
no, not like this. Sanctity found out. Thunderbolt making quick work
Nico!
of the Queen of Pain. Atos in and Nico with a call. No chop, so you gotta pump the damage into her now. Nice bushwhack from Tims, but a Centaur stop to save, and she blinks away. Global, a little too late, but you might
Is it
get the
enough?
spin. The damage is there and dead for a minute. Yoakum with the Nightmare reversal, but locked down and shut out. 2
They
kills go to the Radiant.
We get Nico, and in the future, Global Sign is not going to be such a problem for the Magnus, as he can still BKB, jump in, and RP. So that's going to be the second sort of big reveal for Jabs in this game. Unfortunately, Jackboy is starting to feel that net worth gap a little bit right now.
Yeah, at 2K. So let's see. It's like the Yasha or the baby crit of the Revenant's Brooch, the Chrysalis.
Another problem is that that was his 8-second BKB, just kind of
Oy.
wasted.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah.
is under
That's
attack.
just bumped.
Oh dear.
Dire's middle tower is
I
falling.
wonder if we should bring back the thing where when you buy BKB, it goes back to 9 seconds. You know, because
Right.
it used to be like 10 to 5, and then people would sell it when it's like 5 or 6 seconds, and then get a new one at 10. And I'm like, okay. Maybe what we can do is make it that when you sell BKB, it has no like sell value, so that way it's like it's kind of expensive
Right.
to buy a whole new one. Because you know, it does get a bit tiresome when everyone's buying new BKBs. It's,
Oh, another call. Queen of Pain found out. Where's the bushwhack? He got a stunner. Rolling
Nice
through.
nightmare.
Pangolier offering a little bit of help.
oh,
And an RP to counteract. But dragging away from the spin. The Lotus Orb reflecting the stun. Another bushwhack. This is what you wanted. Oh, you get the kill with the Sonic Wave. But ultimately, Atomo, not as bad as it could have been.
Is under attack.
for which side? As, I think, yeah, Boom walks away pretty content with that. Beautiful Nightmare save from Yoakam, and they also use the God's Hands to make sure that they don't lose the Queen of Pain. But it is something you mentioned, like they had to use 3 ultimates to get that kill.
Instructions are for
So, I think you're still relatively happy if you're Boom. As, oh, I hit my keyboard for some reason.
Oh, the
no!
happiness will
Jack
continue.
boy!
Hit the keyboard, hit the spin, and it's gonna be an escape from spin.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Find Yoakum, Nightmare Switcheroo, and that's a -3 for the Bane.
bottom tower.
Natsumi
Denied.
stealing some creeps. And, you know, Sanctity farming where it's not really safe, but it's kind of safe.
And that was, I think, one of the first few silencer kills with the shard. He gets 3 intelligence. You know, it goes from that 5 to 8 as, I hear Blade Mail, but it's actually the Queen of Pain.
Jim on Skem.
It feels like if we can just take away their vision, you always have to be worried about this RP and empowered Sven. It can still knock you down. And even though they have a satanic on the gyrocopter finish now, very nice. And he's like, let me see those buildings. Let me knock on them. Say hello.
40 seconds left on the Aegis.
It's plenty of time. Although, and there's a creep wave coming after this. So you're gonna have to deal with this, Boom. We got a real problem.
Do they address the issue at hand?
If they don't glyph this, that's it, it's gone. And now now the creeps, there's no way to actually remove them. I mean, there's that, of course. Oh.
Alright.
10 seconds.
Black Cannon blocking. Aegis. Come
10.
on. Oh.
My boy.
Yep.
Jabs. When you go for the king, you can't miss like that. It's like,
Yes,
the
sir.
wards, guys. The wards. They spot me out. Oh, they smoke up from Boom.
It's the wards. Makes the skewer miss.
I think that's a frost as well. I guess it's. But this is a good place for Oris. They have a
No
ward on that
way.
cliff.
No way, the ambush. Nico, you need a little bit of vision, buddy. Someone
So
gotta
good.
give it to him. The sentry on the high
Ah,
ground.
there you go.
Nico found
Fiend's
out. And the Fiend's grip controlling, but a global counter. Oh, your...
Magnus.
No, not like
Jabs.
this. Good rolling thunder. Jabs hits the BKB. Will he survive? Oh my
Was it-
god, on top of the gyro. No ages, but he gets the satanic off, dealing through it. Sonic Wave coming in. A lot of pure damage, a lot of right-click damage from Jack Boys. Kiting. Get to the high ground. Yopaj in. And now a bit of a soft reset here. Gyro waiting for his
Jabs.
opportunity to strike. Jabs hunting on the sidelines. Finds Yopaj, hits the Warpy. And now Gyro coming back in while Jack Boys has no chance. Strike true.
You know, I saw that the Magnus was walking around a little bit. He had the RP. He was next to the gyrocopter, but I think he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna die. Why should I throw it? Then he kind of could have thrown it. Then he dies, buys back, and he gets an RP on the Pango. Sure, it results in a kill, but that is a buyback with your carry dying in the end. Yeah, it's a loss for Boom.
Oh, 100%. Pushes
It's,
the game state further down the road. The net worth gap grows. 12k advantage now for Arius.
What is there?
Or
I wonder if there's any item they can get soon. Also, it's a very tough game for Yokan. Bane, his main problem is that he can't farm. You know, this is a hero that's just crappy at farming. You fall behind, you can't be like, it's okay, guys. I have one of the best counter BKB abilities in the game, and then Global Silence just removes your impact every fight.
yeah, sorry, I just saw chat. Magnum just taking photo whole game.
Guys, come on, this is a professional player.
What a unique insult. He's just like a tourist. Oh god. You know, you love to see it all. Alright, Atos Sanctity gets out. Homing missile tracking now. This is gonna give Axe a good bearing on where to strike. Another blink.
He has a
And
BKB.
Axe, writes it off, yeah.
I think that's a fair point. It's just too hard of a catch. Jabs, by the way, guys, he is not a tourist. He's going to go for an Aghanim Scepter. Now, to be fair, he hasn't been landing a whole lot of skewers, but you just wait. He's warming up. He's ready.
Yeah.
There's going to be...
I will say the Horn Toss makes it much easier to land the skewers.
It's going to be the Horn Toss of your lifetime.
That's right.
All right. Well, we'll see, hopefully. As no one's there, or else they are able to retreat in time. A couple of them are smoking back. All right, let's go. I think the Tormentor's up, isn't it? So, the Radiant scan. They know. Nice scan by the Radiant. Oh, actually, they scan on the other side of the map. Nope, they don't know. They don't know shit.
All right, Yokum showing. Atsumi flacking, and the Rolling Thunder coming through, walking down the Bane. Chen could be next. No save for the Nightmare Man. Nightmare, and a reset, but Jack Boys wants the gyro call.
Oh, dude!
Buying some time and some space, a good global. And Magnus, that's his magnum opus, and it might just be over.
He BKB'd before the global. He blinked in silence, couldn't do anything. Oh, Jabs. Oh, no. That was really a big mistake. I mean, he's like, again, they're handing this game to Oris with a play like that. It's like, here, guys, we're just gonna make this massive blunder, and Oris is like, well, thank you very much, sir. No RP. Oh,
I think I'd like another one, please.
please. More no RPs. Okay, there you go.
All right, Silencer helping out, taking the Nightmare. Little missile coming over to Bane.
Well, this is going to be the Raxus falling. They can go for ages after. I guess you could say Jab still has his RP if he wants to use it. But we'll see if that's going to make any difference. Another thing was that the sports died. We didn't get to see the value of like the mech or the Hand of God, which is really unfortunate.
True.
Oh dear.
A lot of dead net worth when your supports get popped like that.
I mean, maybe they were right. Magnum just taking photo whole game. I'd say
Hey, it's
it.
a good shot. It's a good
Yeah,
picture. Yeah, let's get a good snap of that Magnus.
Dire are scanning.
There you go. Smile.
There you go. He is. He's smoked up. He's gonna empower his vent. This is gonna be the moment, boys.
Okay, the roar.
All right.
Nico is ahead of his team here. Good break of smoke.
Okay. All right. Natsumi. He will never see this coming in a million years.
Smoke breaks.
They know.
Natsumi playing the edge here of the pit. Once again, a bash on Quap, and she does get stunned. Now, Global coming out the
What
top
is
from the
this?
axe. It's massive. Here we go. Spin is slow, spin is slow,
It's
spin is
over.
dead for 80. And Jabs going to the low ground. Rolling Thunder coming through from Yopaj. Sanctity has to get out, but a chop will kill the chin. Oh, a nice jump, but it just off the mark. And
By the
Sanctity cutting waves.
Dire's bottom
This time he did BKB properly, but he RP'd the ground because I think it was cancelled from the flak cannon. So
Yeah.
the RP was on nothing, and well, I guess that's that. Good try, Jack boys.
Yeah. I mean, you could get a Nightmare Shockwave skewered to Fountain chain, maybe?
Sure.
If you're very, very lucky or very skillful. But with
If
the
he had-
Aegis on Natsumi Atomo, it's looking rough.
Still working towards that acceptor on the Magnus could help, but looks like it's not happening in time as there's just the melee racks bottom. 10 seconds for Jaguar. They do have a glyph. So, you know, unfortunately, he's going to come back without. No, he's actually going to come back with God Strength exactly timing out, but too late. Too late.
Dire's bottom barracks.
Yeah. Tough break. Tough break for Boom. Cast down from the upper bracket finals. Put through the fires of hell here in the lower bracket finals. Their final stand. How many times can I say final in a paragraph? Let's get that counter rolling.
There's
Sanctity. Bane looking for a go.
no reason for Horus to really go back. You have the Aegis, 3 minutes. The RP's down. I feel like it's just the time to end it. Okay, here we go.
Lotus
coming.
Orb applied, bouncing back the Shadow Strike. Oh,
He smoked
smoke
up.
play from the Dire. Your tournament hopes on the line. Can you clutch up when you're down? Can you clutch up when you
When you're
have
down.
to?
Thanks, T.
Starting
Nice.
off, Nightmare save for some of the damage.
Very good.
Natsumi getting low, pops the Satanic. Got to minimize your flat cannon targets here if you're the Dire.
I like the smoke
right.
move to ensure that the flag hand does not hit jabs if they have vision of him. But it expires. Is he going to consider going for a Shadow Blade?
Okay, Nightmare to reposition and save. Rolling Thunder coming through. Yopaj getting the start. Hand of God coming in to save your Quap, but she's low.
Dire's
Blinks
middle
out.
tower has
All right, one problem solved. No global.
Another problem solved. No tier force.
Uh,
Sanctity low. Blinking forward. Finds Temps. Is chilling.
Dire's ancient is under
okay. Both teams kind of waiting on this big RP. That is the skill. And RS are like, well, you know what? We can just go back, wait for our global silence. It will be a huge problem for them if they lose up. Global silence, if they lose a fight just because they don't have global silence. Like, let's just keep it, save it. Then we can go when the situation suits us the best. All right, Jabs. 800 gold away. I feel are we bullying the poor guy? I mean, we're just pointing out because he is the biggest playmaker on their
You're
side.
bullying the pool guy. You're bullying him.
I am pointing out that a lot of the
You're
initiation.
bullying.
It's that.
I'm messing with you, but no, it is a real problem. Jab's having a very difficult time playing the sight lines to ensure that he has a clean jump. It's been problematic across
Yes.
multiple engagements. Yes.
Production will tell us if we're doing anything wrong. They'll be like, no. In fact, you guys were too gentle. But he might have to consider selling those bracers to finish his Axe Scepter. Like, 500 gold is not much, but you're up against Mega Creeps. Jack Boys is taking what gold he needs.
all right,
Oh,
here
there
we
we
go.
Okay.
Going for the repositioning early on,
All right.
but oh no, Queen of Pain dead.
Has buyback.
Beautiful bushwhack from Tim. Yopaj rolling. Can you keep it rolling? Axe with the call and spin. Taunted and controlled through his
Sven!
BKB. He's dead. God strength down and the Ancient exposed. Half hell the spin going back in. Queen of Pain trying to peel off Natsumi. Aegis, 25 seconds. Can you
There
do
it
it?
is.
Creeps in your base. RP with the spin. Clicking, clicking, clicking. But he's controlled. He's stunned. Sonic Wave coming in, but it's not enough. 3 dead and GG is called. Arius. Arius. Say their name and they shall appear in the grand finals. Their lower bracket run almost complete. From a beginning of forfeit, they
Mhm.
triumph.
I mean, they are no longer in the lower bracket, right? They are in the grand finals.
Right.
They've made it all the way through the lower bracket. They didn't even lose the. In fact, Orias is undefeated this tournament. They are in the lower bracket, but as you mentioned, it's a forfeit that got them there, not an actual loss. So we are going to have
True.
2 undefeated teams in the grand finals of this one. I look back and I think the last pick, I was expecting Beastmaster. I was expecting Lycan. We were talking about the Chen. We were like, this is going to be a quick draft. But boom, going for team fight that veer off in the last second, it cost them. There's a lot of maybe discomfort on the Magnus pick.
Yeah.
The style wasn't quite suited for them. So it is what it is.
Yep. Oh, tough break. And game 2, it seemed like Team Arius had a draft that had them on the ropes.
Yes.
So just returned the favor in game 3 and sent it back to them. But a hell of a series played by both teams. I think game 1 probably just shook them more than they had expected, But Arius were able to recover. They had the buffer with that game 1 win. They could afford to kind of be a little shaken going into game 2 and then come back. Oh, what a series.
It was really good. But game 1 was the best that we had, but it was kind of cool to see how the teams adapted in game 2 and 3. But we are done, Malibu and I. That's it.
Yes.
No more RES. We are unchained from this tournament now. We can go and do whatever we want. I know you are going to go and probably sleep in a little bit, aren't you?
I'm going to play some Hoodwink. I'm inspired. Tim's
No.
Tim's the manliest man. Yeah, I gotta queue one up at least.
Well, you guys have fun. We want to thank production for having us. And there is one more match. There's going to be a half an hour break. Even though we are a little bit behind schedule, we do want to give the teams at least some breathing room. They've been playing for nearly 5 hours. So, they deserve this break. Hopefully they can get some food and give you guys a show. But I'm Atomo. This is Malibu. We're done. And we'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
In the long history of Dota 2, we have seldom had stadium events in Southeast Asia. Blast now comes in with their fourth iteration of the Slam, $1 million tournament with only one spot to qualify for the Southeast Asian teams. You want to make it to the Singapore Indoor Stadium. You want to have a chance to make it to that Singapore Indoor Stadium. And in order to do so, you need to get through this one match over here. It is the grand finals of the RES Unchained, the Southeast Asian qualifiers for the fourth Blast Slam ever. I'm T-Time, joined by Dr. Tultris as we head over into the matchup. Boom Esports has been eliminated in the lower bracket already. It is time to find out who our champions will be. It's a best of 5 grand finals between Execration and Team Aureus.
It's a massive feat to actually beat Boom Esports considering how strong Sanctity looked. It did go to that game number 3, but again, the big theme is, it's no surprise that you now have a 5 player stack from the Philippine region itself that is going to be heading into it if Aureus wins, right? Because at the end of the day, or rather if Execution wins, either way it's going to be 5 Philippine players. They've been dominating the Southeast Asian region for so long, and even you look back at the last season for TI, the close qualifiers for Southeast Asia had 38 Philippine players out of the 50 total players in competition, and that's not to suggest that the rest of the region is lacking, right? You have Reconics of players from 5 players from the Indonesian region. You have Mongolian players also playing. 2 of them were playing with Boom themselves. So the region is stacked, but now we're at that final impasse. And I don't think that Execration have actually played against Team Aureus because Team Aureus actually gave them a forfeit.
And this is what makes it interesting, because we're actually in a very rare situation where both of the teams in a double elimination bracket have actually not been given a loss even once, Stalchers. Execration versus Team Aureus was our fated Filipino problem to start things off initially, and because of the forfeit win happening due to different qualifiers going on, and we unfortunately had to say goodbye to Team Aureus from the lower bracket from the upper bracket without ever actually having them there. Aureus are also undefeated. So we come into this one, Execration, I think, without a doubt, probably taking the edge out of it here, right? They're the more established team in the region. They're the team with a lot more experience. They're the team with a lot more expectations. But the fact that Aureus has come through with such a statement victory over Boom and their sort of regional super team that they've been building up, who have also already qualified to other tier 1 events post-TI, this is a very interesting situation to find ourselves in, especially when you then consider, hey, Aureus versus Reckonix was not a clean match either. Execration versus Boom, it's a 2-0. But again, not the cleanest of matches. We saw Execration suffering in certain places. We saw their mid laner being targeted in certain places. And for Aureus, we've seen them also lose mid lane actually a fair bit versus Reckonix when they were against In Your Dreams. So it's this weird situation where both of these teams come through with a mid lane that can be a liability in the early mid game, but is always a performer in that late game as well.
I would like to add that Execration, when they went against Boom Esports in that upper bracket final, they actually came out with a 2-0 win. Sure, they suffered on that mid lane. Bob was struggling for so long, but their team fight actually came in packed in nicely together. Aureus took it to a game number 3. They had to go to that game number 3 against Boom. So in that kind of a competitive triangle, Execration does seem to be favored, right? Considering that Execration had 2-0 wins all around on the upper brackets. Aureus, it was their second series that went to that game number 3. But over here, there is certainly, the experience is matched evenly on both sides. That is what I would like to add. Expectations may be on Execration's side, but I think this is a very even matchup. We saw Natsume on that position 1 role, who just continues to be a phenomenal carry player, recognizes what he needs to be doing for his team. We saw it in yesterday when he was playing that Medusa. Meanwhile, you have Yopaj on that mid lane, Nico on that offlane position, and then Tims and Skem as the support duo. Skem, of course, coming in offering not only his veteran player experience, but also his experience as a coach.
Of course, he was coaching Team Nemesis as they made their run towards TI, so maybe having stepped into the halls of greatness, he wants to do so once again. Now, that's not the only team on the server. Of course, we're going to take a look at Execration over here as well. Execration, Bob's got some questions about him, and I think it's really interesting to see how Execration has warped their team around, making Dino one of the main priorities. This guy is unreal. He's been the MVP of this team so far. Balos, you want to show some love to him as well, but I have to say, for me, this team is all about one man, and it's a man with the dentures out. Those teeth, they're there for a reason. He knows he's here to shine, and Tino has been doing just that. In every single match we've seen Execration play so far, he has been the unquestionable MVP. The first game versus Boom, and Execration played in the upper bracket, it all revolved around one undying pick for this guy over here. Game number 2 comes in, and suddenly you've got yourself a Magnus that is just changing the game around. Fantastic stuff from him through and through, but it's only made possible because he knows he's got Palos in the back line, and that's what makes this such an interesting matchup for me, Taltrus. It's very rare that I look at a game of Dota and I say, actually, it's the diametric opposite lanes that I'm going to be putting the most focus on. Position 1 and 3 versus position 1 and 3.
Oh, definitely. And you take a look at Execration, they may not have the highest amount of, I would say, mechanical skill going into their mid lane. We see it in that early laning phase where Bob does suffer. But where Execration shine is that mid game where they need to rely on their team play coming together. And it is a bit of a contrast. It's a stark contrast, in fact, where most teams out there rely on their mid laner to be the playmaker. For Execration, it's Tino. Right? You put him on a sustained frontliner, he will perform. You put him on that playmaking Magnus, he will perform as well. It really seems like Execration, this lineup from Southeast Asia, is built around team fights, irrespective of how behind they are in the laning phase on their mid lane. They find their way, they find their comeback. And I have a feeling, T-Time, against a team like Aureus, that is actually going to pay out dividends. That is actually a strength that they have going for them.
Dalchus, I hear you, but I'm going to raise you the flip side of the coin, which is, of course, going to be Nico coming in for Aureus, also known as Force at different times in his career. You look out towards what he was able to do. I mean, I've just got it open in front of me. Aureus, when they find themselves on that sort of bristleback off lane, fantastic stuff versus Nemesis, just completely outplaying them. When you put him onto bristleback again in the late game, he's able to activate Natsumi so hard, because what they do is that they give Natsumi an outscaling hero, and they give Nico the responsibility of carrying the game until the point where that outscaling hero becomes relevant. The problem that comes in is that sometimes in the drafting phase for Aureus, they try and get tricky, right? And in that trickiness, they won't give Nico a hero that actually fights into the 30-minute mark really effectively. And when you have that situation come into play, I don't think Nico's going to be able to do enough. For me, Aureus' draft has to be singularly minded. Hey, how can we get this guy a Magnus, a Bristleback, a Mars, something where he will have ability to fight and make plays while Natsumi farms?
And that's an interesting comparison, because I think there's a lot of similarity between what you mentioned about Aureus and how Execration will be choosing to play about it, because you will want Tino to be on a playmaker. Sure, you're going to give Bob his favorite hero, the puck, but we have seen Bob suffer on the mid lane, and I think for Execration, it's really important to have a contingency in the case that Bob doesn't have the kind of game that he wants to have. Aureus, though, they'll come out with the Chen. And I really like the fact that Execration ban out that Bristleback. We saw Reconics make a dubious decision not to ban that Bristle in that game number 3, despite of the Bristle just destroying them in that first game that they had.
I'd love to see an Undying ban of air come through right now from Aureus. I think Execration specifically planned out that Undying pick to counter out Boom after they lost to them a couple of days ago in another qualifier. And this is where I would hate to see an Undying versus the Chen. It's such a good lane matchup as well. You bring in the Chen creeps. Oh, look, there's more zombies. Oh, what a surprise. It does become problematic for them over there as well. So that's what I'm looking forward to. The other thing that I'm curious about for Execration is that if you do actually take out the Undying, do you end up going for maybe a few more of those early support picks? We've seen the Hoodwink be one of the highest priority supports in this entire tournament so far. The Bushwhack set with a little bit of setup with something like a Buck does so incredibly well as well. And if you're particularly cheeky with the Bushwhack, you can actually break the Dream Coil if they're on the edge of it by pulling them out. It's unlikely that it happens, but there's always sort of that extra damage and synergy that you can maybe see coming out. But Hoodwink's actually already banned, sorry, so you know that is already out of the pool.
I think
I like
that
that from Aureus. They ban out the gyrocopter. Execration has had a lot of fun on that for Palace.
I think that we can expect a Beastmaster or a Lycan to be coming out for either side, right? It's not been banned out, and for Team Aureus, it would be super strong considering they have the Chen going by their side. You've also picked up the Earthshaker, so you won't have that Echo Slam against all of that push that's coming in. So Execration, they may find themselves suffering against all of that, all of that push that is going to come in. The Tusk, the Dazzle, they don't help you with counter push. They're designing their lineup around team fight, while Aureus have the flexibility of going for both team fights, early game pickoffs, as well as going for that absurd push if they come out with the Beastmaster or that Lycan.
Can I be honest? I'd love to see them shift this Earthshaker into a position 5 role, pick up a range support, a ranged carry around it, and then just go for an axe.
Against the Dazzle?
It's against the Dazzle, against the Buck as well. I think it can be very good. Tusk is obviously a problem versus the Axe, right? You've got a save that you really can't do anything about, but that's going to be true for any offlaner. That's not just a singular issue to an Axe.
I would prefer the Dawnbreaker over the Axe for the one, or rather the Dawnbreaker is actually banned out, but Axe can work, I suppose. It's always risky, right? Because if I get the idea that the Berserker's Call is super good against the Puck, but if you can't get the Berserker's Call off, then the Puck is going to run circles around you. That is the one problem that I have. But Aureus, they will still keep their options open. They'll have a Disruptor who the Puck doesn't really care all that much about because he has a phase shift, but then you have the Abaddon going into it for that sustain. So I think Aureus are packing this in nicely. The one problem that I'm having is that their lineup doesn't exactly scale that well into the late game, but neither does Execrations outside of the Puck here right now.
What Execration have got for themselves is a double save, right? So normally the way you play against a double save is if you want to just snipe out a hero really fast, if you got something like an Axe, if you got something like a Templar Assassin that just has so much burst that you can kill before the save comes in. The other way that Aureus is going for is something they experimented with yesterday versus Reckonings as well, which is that, hey, if we just have sustain, even if the saves come through, there isn't going to be enough damage on us for the sustain to matter. The problem is that only works if you have a decent early game, and I love this from Execration. They go for an Ursa Warrior, and they say, you know what, we're going to fight you where it hurts, we're going to fight you in the early game, because it's not about the late game, it's not about getting to the late game, because by that point, it's difficult, there's decisions to be made, it's a best of 5 grand finals, this is a marathon, not a sprint. They're going to fight them where, to be honest, even the early game is pretty weak. You're going to see that Abaddon want to pick up a Radiance. That gives Ursa plenty of time to be able to bring out a Battle Fury and be much more effective with that early on as well. Buck's going to be given her time to farm with a Blink Dagger and a Witchblade that should come through at the 16-minute mark. For Aureus, for once, this is going to be a huge amount of pressure on the mid lane.
It's not just the mid lane, right? This Ursa Warrior is such a good pick right now because it absolutely destroys most of Aureus' draft. The Disruptor, the electromagnetic repulsion doesn't work against the Ursa, right? Sure, it pushes him back, but with the Earthshock coming in, he just closes in the distance very easily. Chen and all of the Chen's creeps will die to that Battle Fury, and the Hand of God will not save him when you have those 5 to 6 stacks of the Fury Stripes on you.
Don't forget the
Earthshaker,
Earthshaker in the lane, yeah.
the Earthshaker can be countered out very easily by just one item the Ursa needs to make. The Aghanim Scepter. That means that that Echo Slam initiation that you are looking for is not going to be doing as much damage, because remember, those fissures, those echoes, they're tiny instances of damage that add up to a massive amount of damage, right? It's not one single burst, which means that you will have the opportunity to get your overpower off, turn the tide around. You're not going to be taking any damage inside of your enrage. So it's a really good pick, and it packs it in nicely when you have Bob on the Puck, because you can't escape out of that Dream Coil. So this is going to be this Ursa feasting on Aureus.
I'd love to see a Queen of Pain coming out from Aureus over here. I really think that this is going to be one of those places where you need someone who's very active and can gank the Ursa at least once or twice before Ursa hits that level 6. Co-op comes to mind as a good candidate. Even a Storm's good, but I just think Co-op gives you a lot more damage in the early game than any of the Spirit heroes. I'd like that personally. For Execration, they're still missing out on Tino's hero, and I'm not sure what you go for. Undying's still a pretty good option, if I'm being honest. I think it's really good versus sustained team fights as well, because the decay stacks just keep on building up, and you can continue to deliver a few more of the soul rips. If you get an Undying with a Dazzle, this is going to be crazy amounts of heal for a team fight.
Well,
there you go.
They are going to go for the Undying. And Undying plus Dazzle, like you mentioned, is just an absurd lane. There is no way you can play against it. But the one thing is, you will have an Abaddon on that safe lane for Aureus, so you will have that Aphotic Shield to actually debuff or dispel away that Poison Touch.
10 seconds
But you
remaining.
can't do that against the Undying, right? The Decay is permanent, as a permanent debuff
5 seconds
for as long as its duration is applied on you.
Yeah.
So you're not going to be able to snag that one away. And you're a strength-based hero, so you are going to suffer. And Execration, they have really strong lanes on both the top side as well as the bottom lane. For Aureus, it's a tough decision. They're probably going to be going for their offlane pick, but they might as well send this Abaddon towards
Oh, do you
that
think
top
this
side.
is an Urcha commit?
Oh yeah,
I mean, it probably should be now that there's an Ursa pick, to be fair.
Yeah, it's yeah. That's what I was thinking. Send your Abaddon towards that top side and pick yourself up a range carry, right? I think that will be the way to play about it. Don't give the Undying that easy leeway to get on top of you. You have the Abaddon on that top side against the Ursa. Doesn't do that well, but doesn't do terribly either. And if you want to farm up a stat, and if you want to have a static laning phase where you want to be farming up a Radiance, do it on the offlane, man. Don't let your early game suffer so hard for it.
It's a completely free lane for the Ursa, though. I mean, there's not going to be any real gank potential. Yopaj is going to use his 8.5-minute Echo Slam to be able to farm up the Ancients as well. Not to mention, Ancients can be kind of hard to contest if CML decides to rotate in after having a good lane, because the Undying Tombstone is actually one of the best abilities to fight into a jungle where there's like a lot of stacks or so as well. So yeah, I'm mildly concerned about what Yopaj is going to be able to provide. I think this is really setting Bob up for a lot of success by putting Nico in this position. Aureus, so they stick to their guns, Telchus, right? This is what we were talking about at the beginning. They like playing for the late game scaling, where Natsumi is able to just, eventually be the guy who cannot be touched. And Medusa is the perfect hero for that.
It's not just a free top side or free safe lane for Execration, it's a free off lane as well. And you have Aureus on the back foot, and they are comfortable playing on that back foot because, like you mentioned, they want to be playing for the late game. And what better hero to do that than the Medusa? You'll have the Abaddon for those saves, you have the Hand of God as well. Sure, the Medusa doesn't actually care about heals all that much, right? But it's the other heroes
the
you will
shield
be
is actually
able...
really important for the Medusa, though. The
Shield
is actually
definitely
one of the
but
few
that-
things where it's not a heal, it's just stopping your mana from dying. And
The
if you
Hand
want to
of God,
be
though,
stopping
is-
yourself from losing out on a fantastic opportunity, don't forget about friends over at 1xBet. You can go sign up with them, get up to 100% first deposit bonus on the promo code RESD2. That is up to 100% first deposit bonus at 1xBet with the promo code RESD2. Aureus, it's time to shine.
Let's see if they'll be able to shut down Bob on the early laning phase, because most of the matchups that Bob has suffered against has been lanes which are faced up against heroes that are lane dominators, right? The Earthshaker is not a lane dominator. The Earthshaker can put Bob down on low HP, but he won't be able to close out the kill, not unless Bob makes a significant error in judgment.
30 seconds to battle.
There aren't the best rotators over here available either.
The creeps from the Chen will be a pain for sure. I mean, you already see the Satyr burning away the Pox mana. I think he's going to do more of that. However, if you choose to do that, I mean...
completely even. Going
That
into
is-
the BF5 Grand Finals. I'm kind of surprised, I'll be honest.
Interestingly, Boom Esports actually had worse odds in their series against Aureus in that third game. So this
No,
it was,
really?
Yeah, I think like, at least that's how I remember it. And I was surprised when I saw that, but it's Aureus on the up and up.
Apparently.
3 heroes, or rather 3 bounty runes being picked up by Aureus. It's not all that significant, but T-Time, I think we've seen quite a lot of games in this qualifier which haven't had even bounty exchanges. Sometimes you even had 4 bounty runes being
We
picked
had
up.
a few of those, yeah.
I'm not even sure how you pick up 4 bounty runes with the other with 5 heroes on the other side, right? It's you'd have to be completely asleep at the wheel in order to let at least not be able to get at least 1 bounty by your side.
Now for Yopa, it's one of the objectives is going to be keeping that puck low, like you said, Dodgers. Because if you can make sure Bob can't rotate, then maybe Ursa doesn't get a kill. Because it does feel inevitable that eventually Execration will just get 2 kills on Palos within the laning phase. Like, I just don't see it not happening.
This is a power struggle on this mid lane. Both Bob and Yopaj want to take down that observer ward. Yopaj does not want that observer to go to Bob. as he will look to deny it, and Bob was really trying his best, and he's still going to try for that Observer somehow, some way, but it won't happen. Yopaj will find a deny. The small power moves coming out from both of these mid laners, you can see just how toe-to-toe both of them are, and how both of these teams are.
It's actually really important as well. The Observer Ward is one of the most high. Like, I actually think Observer Ward gives you more experience than a kill does in the beginning part of the game.
And 150 gold, that's nothing to scoff at that level
Yeah,
1 mark,
absolutely.
right?
It is basically just a kill.
Yeah.
With more XP. Now, top lane, of course, this is where things will be troublesome. Now, we were not completely right about the situation over here, Touches. This is going to be a Tino Dazzle. It's an offlane Dazzle. PMA in the meanwhile, the electromagnetic propulsion will be enough to push back the double melee lane. We haven't talked about this at all. What does this do to change things out? Let's take a look at the bottom lane where Tino is on the Dazzle. PMA. Oh, speaking of that bot lane, maybe we're going to get to see firsthand what happens when he's over here. Skem is going to be brought down low. There's going to be a quick blood grenade here as well. Ask and he shall receive. Tino shows us exactly why he's the offlane right now.
The poison touch plus the tag team, that is too much damage. I mean, just the poison touch, if it stacks up on you, is going to overwhelm you. But adding in the fact that you have that plus 25 damage coming in by Shanks, that is too much for the Chen to survive. And remember, the Chen is a weak laner on his own. He relies on his creeps, but you can avoid the creeps entirely if you're Dino and Shanks. And even Natsumi has to be a bit careful in this lane. They need the lane momentum to... They need to gain back the lane momentum. Pull some creeps, get the lane momentum back in your favor so that the Medusa can farm safely, because as the levels increase from Execration, their offlane is only going to get stronger.
Right. So while we're probably not going to see an immediate kill attempt happening over here on the top lane. So while we just take a look at how the lane is going, what is this Dazzle's offlane looking to achieve?
Just to be able to get the scepter up in an ideal timing. Oh, as I say that though, they want to go in on the Medusa T-time.
I mean, this is already Natsumi completely out of mana. He's using all of his regen, and my god, does he have so much of it. Skem even comes in with a few extra mangoes just in case, but it's not going to stop them from continuing forward. Natsumi should be falling, but no, the clutch mangoes. This is going to be a Multani farm coming out. Natsumi, so many mangoes. Is this man Pakistani?
I think there were 3 mangoes pulled out on him, but you take a look at his inventory, he was safe the entire time. He has 11 one charges and another mango to play with. So they came into the lane with 4 entire mangoes, and sure, Execration, that was a nice attempt to burn away all the mana, but that's not the objective. The objective is to secure the kill. You talked about what the Dazzle wants to do. It's to win the lane, get an early scepter, because you're relying on those team fights.
Well, for now, Natsumi is going to have to start using up all of those extra mangoes and wands. It might be the king of fruits, but that's not really going to matter all that much. Tims makes his way over. He's not going to have mana for a glimpse, so you're not going to see Shanks underneath much trouble. I'm surprised Tino continues to fight over here. He really thinks the Shadow Wave is going to help him in a situation where it's just not an option. Shanks is also going to fall. This is a massive overextension. Tims will get vision because of his creeps, and as though Shanks tries to turn things around, that is... I can't believe they keep fighting in there.
The problem is, I think Tim's got the mana for the glimpse later on, so that Dazzle knew he was dead. But the Dazzle also saw the opportunity to get a kill on Skem himself, right? He tried to move in close so the Shadow Weave would actually deal damage on the Chen, and that would have been a kill secured before he went down. The only thing is, Skem actually read that call, so he backed away as a Dazzle was trying to go in as well.
Bob was thinking about going in for Yopaj. If that second illusory orb had connected, you could have seen a commitment with the Waning Rift as well. Bob's having a good time.
A very good time. It's a pleasant surprise considering how some of the games from Execration have gone. At the same time, though, T-Time, it's a bit reminiscent of the previous series. When you take a look at the last hits, Yopaj, 32 CS, 11 denies, and you again see Bob being able to push out the opposing mid laner, but lose in terms of the CS. He only has 21 lost hits and 4 denies to his name. Yopaj actually has 4 entire creep waves ahead of this buck.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
6-minute power rune is going to be just a coin flip. Who ends up getting it? Oh, it's a puck with a shield rune. Not the best in terms of ganking at the very least, unless you're planning on diving towers, which to be frank, against a Medusa might be the play.
Or even against Yopaj, right? That's what Bob really wants to be doing. Surprising that they're not trying to build up vision around that triangle from Aureus, but they will not be able to stop this TP. I think Scam is just going to be safe from that one. It does leave the Medusa a bit vulnerable though.
Natsumi has been trapped out by the ice shards, but he's more than happy to bypass them completely, so vulnerability be damned.
Oh, Scam actually TP towards that tier 1. He didn't even go back to the tier 2. So he's just going to be there in the lane. But that will open up the attempt for the Shrine of Wisdom play, Execration. For Execration, you know that the Chen doesn't have a TP, so Bob is here.
I mean, you might just get a kill on top of that as well. Nico doesn't get his Aphotic Shield off in time, so he takes the full damage from the Illusory Orb. There's reason to fight over here. If you can get the Dream Coil on off, and you know that the only TP reaction is going to be from an Earthshaker, that's not bad. The problem is that Earthshaker is quite high on HP and mana, so probably do have to respect that. Yopaj, it's his time to shine. Deltra's going to do that thing.
The echo play. Yeah.
This is such a satisfying thing to watch, honestly.
It is.
I love it. Especially because it gives you so many neutral shards as well. You get a much faster neutral item around that 7-minute mark. Now, Bob is having something to think about over here. The Echo Slam does come through. Bob takes a lot of experience, if nothing else, and maybe even a couple of these big creeps. Now, that's not the most gold, but anything is better than nothing, I suppose. And neutral creep killing off Tim's as well is certainly helpful.
Yeah, Tim's being got in the crossfire. He's you can tell he didn't really want to be there, right? He just wanted to soak up a bit of free experience, but didn't get away scot-free. The Ancient Creeps, when they were pushed away by that Echo Slam, I believe it was the Ancient Creeps that actually got this, dish out a few hits against.
Yopaj is going to be trapped out over here. There's no way to get out when there's an Amplified Damage rune on the other side. Fissure's been dodged and Bob's not done yet. He goes on and Tim's, I mean, he might have been killed by a neutral last time. This time he wants to make sure he's not killed at all. A quick glimpse back means Bob will have to pursue on with another Illusory Orb. He's running out of mana, one more bottle charge, and he's in range for the experienced CML. Sniping things out with a solid decay, and that could not have been a worse rune.
It was Execution getting lucky again with the power rune, right? An amplified damage rune actually got out that Earthshaker Yopaj off guard because he was just not expecting it, and then the amplified damage on that magical damage coming out from Bob, just simply too much for Yopaj to deal with. And there's no counter initiation potential, right? For Aureus, for Execration, they know that the Echo Slam is down. So what real threat is there to their lineup? What real threat does Bob face with no Static Storm available on the map, with no Echo Slam? Your Medusa's not going to be there. Chen, he pokes you. Okay, and he burns a little bit of your mana. That's what he does.
That's a great point, actually. I didn't think about, because very often Earthshakers get away without the consequences of their actions of having the Echo Slam on cooldown. But the fact that the Puck has been able to get this active in the meanwhile, gets 2 kills, and I mean Tim's also dies because of that. Sure, it's not a kill, but it is still a death.
And all of the gold that the Earthshaker Yopaj was achieved in that Ancient Camp, maybe not all of the gold, but a lot of it is going to be mitigated by the fact that he has died right after it. And
Palace is one player who doesn't feel like he's gotten quite as much action as he would like, but he's farming away. He's always content with that.
You know, there's a huge discrepancy between what a competitive Ursa itemizes as far as his boots is concerned, and how you see the high MMR players going at it, right? Because competitively, you make the power treads on the Ursa. And in most of the high MMR games, 7,000 plus, you have the phase boots coming out. So I think it's a very interesting caveat that competitive Ursas don't really prioritize that increased movement speed to get on top of their opponents. They're relying on their team building up the space and the capacity for them to close the distance.
These odds are getting competitive as well. If you want to check them out, you can check out 1xbet.com with the code RESD2 while Scam checks out the grave. Bob, Single Man Dream Coil, always happy to expend that, but that's a 3-man Echo Slam! That's what you're really happy about! Yopaj makes his way forward. You thought you were not punished before, now it's time for the smackdown. That's what I'm talking about. Early Blink Dagger, used to perfection, didn't go for the phase boots. Yopaj knows he needs to get involved and fast.
And that's a very interesting point you bring about the boots, right? Execration should have read that the Blink Dagger could be on the way because Yopaj did not upgrade his boots, so surely all of that farm was being pulled into his Blink Dagger. There's only 2 items you're going to make on the Earthshaker in the early game. Either you upgrade the boots or you go for the Blink Dagger. That's it. There is no other itemization choice. And Execration, they suffered hard for that. Yopaj is going to be a monster in the transition to this early game. There's already 1,000 net worth of a difference. And when you talk about the power spike that an Earthshaker gains versus the power spike of what the buff is able to get, it's a Witchblade versus a Blink Dagger. Massive difference in teamfight capacity.
Now, theoretically, the Earthshaker shouldn't be able to fight without the Echo Slam, especially when you're up against a hero like an Ursa. You are not killing him with just your enchant totems and your fissures and whatnot, right? So at least you've got some breathing room. But for Ursa, that still doesn't mean he's going to have his Battle Fury. That still means it's going to be a very risky period, and he needs to accelerate that farm fast. Otherwise, in 45 seconds, I can guarantee Yopaj will be making his way over.
It's not even the fact that Yopaj is getting good Echo Slams, right? It's just the fact that Aureus are building up space for their Medusa to farm. Natsumi is at the top of that net worth chart, and we saw just how dangerous it got for Reconyx when Aureus were allowed to farm up on that Medusa. Reconyx couldn't touch her. And I fear that Execration may be boxed into that same kind of a corner if they don't deal with the fact that this Medusa is farming away, and the only way to do that is to play the Earthshaker's game even better. Take down the Earthshaker. That's the only way you unlock the domain that this Medusa is playing in.
Can I be honest, Ultras? I think this would have been a fantastic opportunity for the Ursa to change up his build a little bit and go super early game oriented, go for a Blink Diffusal in the same time it takes to build up the Battle Fury instead of going for the Battle Fury.
I think he's still going to go for the Diffusal after the Battle Fury.
Well, I mean, he might need to eventually, but right now he's going for Nico, just getting him the hell out of the lane. Tombstone use as well as the Flesh Golem. There's reason to believe that Yopaj starts making his way over. By the way, remember those ancient stacks? You thought they'd stop? No, of course not. There's a Snake Lady. Slither, stack away.
The problem with the Blink Dagger Diffusal T-time is the fact that Ursa really requires flash farming capacity and does not have that built in. Bob. That was not supposed to happen.
The full static storm duration went out onto Bob. He took so much damage.
I think it was the Echo.
It literally... How?
Echo into static storm.
Oh, it was the glimpse back. Oh, sorry. So the glimpse would have probably got the kill then, I suppose. Maybe. I don't know, because I don't... Like, Yopaj is completely different. Something to check out on the replay, perhaps. Right now, CML might even have time to think about it and have that conversation with Bob. So, hey, Bob, how'd you die? Thank you. Ooh, the Magician. Shout out to our observer. He's always telling me I'm wrong. He doesn't have to use his words for it either. That's the real magic of observers.
Meanwhile, as soon as you hit this butterfly timing for the Medusa, it's going to be so difficult. Execution, they should at least try to take this Medusa down once, right? You had that early game start coming in from Bob as well as your Dazzle, but it's not achieving anything. Your Dazzle is not a farmer. Bob is not a farmer.
Who kills him? Who kills this Medusa?
I think you're
I like what Execration are doing. I like what Execration are doing over here. They're prioritizing Roshan. They're saying, hey, we probably can't fight for any other objective right now. Let's at least get one. But the problem is, I still don't really know how much this makes a difference. Ursa will still have to go back, farm up that Blink Dagger. He's quite close to it. Oh, Bob gets the Aegis. So this is just a call to action. It is aggression planned out.
They just want to fight. I'm not too sure how much this Aegis will help Bob because he doesn't have a Blink Dagger. Right, so it might just be a situation where he just gets popped and doesn't even realize what's coming to him. But at least it gives them a bit of leeway. At least now there's no excuse, right? Execration, because you now have given the Aegis on the puck, you need to make moves around the map. And if you do not do so, it's going to be just a disaster for your mid game. You're not going to be able to transition. The Medusa will farm faster. Because the onus will be on this Ursa warrior that sooner or later, once he gets his Blink Dagger, he will have to join fights, but the Medusa will not. She will continue on farming.
The target has been set, but the defender comes in from the side. It's going to be Yopaj who spots out the puck, making his way over. A blink in and every single time Bob thinks there's an opening, it is shot down immediately. The TP will be cancelled with a Hex. Yopaj will end up falling, but he still guarantees Natsumi's life while taking down the immortal shield of that buck.
Completely worth it. You know, that's the problem with the Buck not having a Blink Dagger. You're gonna get popped like a balloon. The Earthshaker or Yopaj, all he needs to do is go for the kill, make sure the Medusa makes it out alive. He doesn't care if he loses his life. There is no sacrifice that is not worth taking on Aureus just to keep your Medusa going strong.
Those are different. 4 Echo Slam views so far. What are the most for the Ancient stack? Every single other one has been to kill a buck. And what's funny is, with the way the timings are working out, it almost feels like Execration are playing to a timing where the Echo Slam will just be coming off cooldown. Because it's 120-second cooldown. The first Echo Slam we saw was about 8.5 minutes. That's basically an Echo Slam every time it's come off of cooldown. We need Tino to start becoming a little bit more relevant. We need Tino to be in a position where he can actually save this puck. Because as much as I might say, hey, Bob, I'm raising my eyebrows at you, I need this Dazzle to actually do something. He's got the Aghanims, but I'm not seeing anything coming out from it.
What does the Dazzle actually do in this kind of scenario, right?
You have to get the Grave
It's hard.
off.
I think, yeah, you have to get the Grave off, but I think he needs a Blink Dagger for it. Never really make a Blink Dagger on a Dazzle, but I think the situation calls for it because there's no way that you can keep Bob alive. One Echo, he's dead. He is a very vulnerable and weak hero as far as his HP pool goes. He has 1200 HP.
They need to get a D ward on this Observer ward, by the way, over here in the bot lane. I mean, this is going to be really problematic because what Execration want to do is just play around this ward. The super ward on the wall. Ooh, the one underneath it. Yes, this one. This needs to be taken out, and it's been there for so long now.
Do you need to take it out if it's not actually resulted in you suffering?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's giving
still think
Execration
so.
a false sense of security at this point because Aureus are playing around it. They are very happy to have Natsumi gone on and then come in with the counter initiation.
Well, they're also very happy to go in onto this Ursa warrior. Ursa might be glimpsed back. I'm not sure if it's already been used. Yopaj can just walk out of the Dream Coil, have the stun, brought the Photic Shield. Bob is running out of mana, needs to be careful about it still. With the Illusion Rune, has some extra survivability, will need to pop it out. And as is to blink back in, the Walrus Punch doesn't really do too much. Palos realizes, you know what, this is still a Medusa with a Stone Gaze. I probably shouldn't be here. Bob goes forward. He's been introduced to a quick little silence, the Orchid that he just was not ready for. He's going to be going down, but the Grave, this time it does come in. CML elsewhere, fighting down on the low ground, will barely just survive as Yopaj can't get the Enchant Totem in time. They do have the Satyr Kamehameha though, so that's going to be enough. And in the meanwhile, now it's off and over to Tino. Tino did his job in saving the puck, and he do his job in saving himself. This is a man on a mission, and that mission is about to be over very, very quickly.
You take the puck, you take the Medusa down, but at what cost? Natsumi, I doubt this will hurt him all that much because Execration choosing to brute force their way in, just constantly disengaging and re-engaging on that puck. And mind you, T-Time, that Echo Slam was not available for that team fight. What would have happened if Yopaj came in with the Echo? Perhaps Execration played around that timing? Sure, and kudos to them if they did. But they didn't actually come out ahead despite of that fact.
Yopaj is starting up a fight over here on the bot lane. If they can get a blink onto Shanks, this should have been a death, but they actually end up getting blocked up by the shard. This free pathing on the fissure won't help you with that. By the way, we haven't actually talked about the Orchid on the Abaddon. That's a great item coming through over here. Forget the Radiance, Nico's just coming forward, and that Orchid might be put to use again. We're going on to the Tuskar. There's no reason why you wouldn't use it, and well, you decide not to. And Shanks will still fall.
The Orchid is great, right? Because it means that the Bob, when he wants to blink in, he is going to have to think twice, maybe even thrice. Because he's just going to get silenced. We saw it in that last fight. And it's not just great against the Buck, it's actually great against Palos too. Because the Ursa hates silence. He has no way to break it unless he goes for a BKB, which creates a necessity. Maybe you wanted a Diffusal Blade? Maybe you need a Scepter against that Earthshaker? Well, guess what? Now you need a BKB too. You need all of these items, and that just works out in Aureus' favor because they're just creating additional conditions on top for Execration to come out ahead, and Execration will be left just scrounging to meet those conditions. Not to mention Palos. He's not even going for the defusal, at least not just yet. He has a basher, so I suppose it's the same idea that Reconyx had. It's take everyone else out on Aureus and then deal with the Medusa. But
Does that ever work?
not when the Medusa
No,
has a
but
great early game. It never
She's got
works.
38,000 gold.
It never works when the Medusa is not shut down in that early game, right? If the Medusa gets off to a great early game start, that plan falls to pieces. I mean,
Also, what are you trying to bash? There aren't even like high mobility heroes over here.
And you have a dream call, so I get that there's no real good stun target, but if you get a bash on that disruptor or on that gen,
Watch out for
perhaps you can stand that
Earthshaker.
hand of God.
Yopaj is having a backstab prepped up for him while they're going on to Natsumi. The real target is the Earthshaker in the back lines. Earthshaker is going to be caught off. There will be no Echo Slam here either. And well, at least they've accomplished the first part of the job, which is killing everyone else. But even though there's a Dream Coil out, look at how much damage Natsumi is doing. He's in the middle of the team fight, and with the Stone Gaze popped off, he can try and buy time for the rest of his team to come in. Skem makes his way over, but Skem's not got anything over here to do. Palos can finish this off. The Hand of God comes out to heal, but you can't heal the mana from Natsumi. He gets off another Mystic Snake, keeps it going, and all in the meanwhile, Palos, who's been kept alive by a Shallow Grave and the great heals from the Dazzle, will not be able to go back in. The silence is on him, but he accepts his fate. Death has been found, and not in the way they wanted to. Guess what, buddy? You're not getting out of here, not versus Tims and his Disruptor. You get the kill on Yopaj, but they keep fighting after that.
This was Execration getting what they wanted. Taking the Earthshaker down, no Echo Slam available for that entire team fight. Unfortunately, they don't have any real follow-up after that, right? After the Dream Call's been used, the Medusa is a great counter to that Tombstone, because when CML drops the Tombstone, Medusa just dropped that Stone Gaze. And it is not hard for Execration.
Nico's just having a good time, man. There's been so much focus on the mid lane for fights that, I mean, obviously Medusa's had a free game, hell yeah, but Nico has too.
And one of the critical points of any game with an Ursa is when you realize that you can't solo kill anyone, that's when you know that the game is in real danger. Right? You can't take down Yopaj on your own. You can't take down Nico on your own. Sure, they're two strength-based melee cores, but there's no guarantee that if this Ursa went on that Disruptor, that he'd be able to kill him either. Or the Chen. Disruptor will just glimpse him back, the Chen will just pop his Hand of God, and then someone will come in to support them. Nico, Earthshaker, Medusa, any of those three heroes. And this is very tricky to play around. I'm afraid that if this Basher was a Diffusal Blade, T-Time...
I agree. That's exactly what I was thinking. I think that would have been potentially a game-saving item. I mean, if you're not going to go for the BKB, at least go for the one item that helps you versus their ridiculously big, fat snake lady.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Unfortunately, Tim's on that Dazzle has not worked out either. Or rather, Tino on that Dazzle has not worked out either. Right? We've seen him great games on that sustained build hero on the Playmakers, but he's not given that role this time around. He's playing a very laid-back Dazzle whose purpose in this game is to throw out that Shallow Grave, then might as well have a Dazzle support.
I think Dazzle could still work out really well with the Ags Octarines. I mean, he's got his farm up. You saw how much heal he gave to the Ursa. Now, what I would like to see is you use that heal to not go for a BKB. You use that heal to say, okay, we'll just go for a longer fight, but I'm going to hold the point right now. It feels like there's going to be a dead support on our screen. Hey, feels like I've seen that one before. Blink in, enchant totem. You can buy some space with the snowball. That'll be all. Oh, no, never mind. You can actually blink out. Not for long.
It was interesting seeing his body.
I just think we haven't seen Tino enabled as the Dazzle. This has been some weird missed synergy points from Execration, and right now they're about to experience it on their high ground. It's 25 minutes in with an 11,000 net worth lead. Aureus, they feel comfy.
How would you enable this Dazzle, right? Do you enable your Ursa, or do you enable Bob, or do you enable Dazzle? It's a hard question. Your offlaner is supposed to be the one that's enabling the others, not the other way around. I know it's different for Execration because it's their offlaner that they enable usually, but he's not playing the hero that does that. And it's 25 minutes and there's no way to stop this push. Aureus, this Medusa Natsumi, it's gonna get that Eye of Skadi coming in with that courier.
They're trying to cut creeps with Bob. They've given up the Raxes at 25 minutes. They don't want to take a fight. They don't want to try anything over here at all.
I hate to be the
And
bearer
I don't
of bad
blame them.
news, T-Time, because Aureus are not going to stop. There's nothing that stops them from just refreshing and going back to that high ground. Waiting for
One
the Aegis,
big
they can go
cooldown,
for
and that's not been
Roshan.
used.
They can go for Roshan if they really want to. If you really want to play safe, I know if you're scared of execution, I suppose, but yeah, you can go for that high ground, and Natsumi's not gonna die. I wouldn't even be surprised if they give this Aegis to someone else.
Natsumi's got another item coming in. He's only on 50 gold. I'd like to see what that is.
Oh, he just picked up the Scotty.
Oh, sorry. Okay, fair enough. Sorry, I'm just used to him farming so much that I thought in 30 seconds he'd have it at the 1,000 by now.
They will still give the Aegis to Natsumi, so I suppose it is safe play. A game number 1 in a best of 5 is all about trying to build up momentum, right? Because it gives you that safety net.
Seems like a pretty good safety net.
Execution don't have one for this game. It feels awkward to suggest that there's nothing that Palos can do to turn the tide in his favor, because even if he gets a few good fights, you're still taking this game to a late game, which Medusa wanted from the start. Aureus were playing with the idea that they would be behind in this game at this point, not ahead, not 13,000 ahead.
I've got to cut you off because even if you get a few good fights, it's kind of going to be a tough time. No, you can't get the tombstone off. The grave might be able to help you with that, but that puts Bob at risk. Still, Natsumi feels comfortable just bashing away on the Raxes. This is the most underwhelming Dream Call you're going to see, but it was a necessity. Backlines, the Ursa's trying to go in onto the supports, onto Nico. Guess what? You can't kill Nico. He's an Abaddon. Quick wall response onto the Medusa to try and make sure Palos can get away. The lack of Scotty slows means that becomes a bit easier, but Tim's just playing forward. He's got himself a glimpse as well. Palos will be brought right back in, but the snowball saves him. Fantastic play, but as the blink in comes in, the Echo Slam will only hit on one. Yopaj unable to get that multi-man combo, but he doesn't need it. Not when Bob's got an Aeon disc to keep himself alive. This is just a matter of survival. Execration have put all of their cards in the staying alive basket, and that basket is breaking apart. Stone gaze out from Natsumi as Palos is pushed away. This is a man with bear spray on him, and Palos just cannot stand the smell of it. Glyph finally used, but again, it's a battle of the inevitable. Even if you've got the kill on the Abaddon without the puck here, there's really no reason to back off. Natsumi, Manta style used, so much damage found. He's almost running out of mana, but almost just isn't good enough. Always coming back in. Palos in the back lines will find Yopaj, but guess what? Where there's one Aeon disc on mid laner, there's another one. Yopaj knows what he needs to do. He needs to stay alive, and a quick two-man fissure means it's time to say the two-letter word. GG is called. Execration, get the hell out of there.
Nothing to do. A game of survival against an Ursa warrior, right? That is not what the bear is used to. The bear is used to be a predator, not the prey. As Execration lose out big in this first game, I think they had an idea that they could come out with a Dazzle pick as their offlane, and I get the idea. It still wins the lane, and I think they did win the lane because they did take the Medusa down. Sure, they suffered some casualties for it, but they forced out those rotations, and Disruptor had to teleport to that bot lane. Bob was doing so well, sure, not in terms of lost hits, but because we rarely see him do well in lost hits, at least as far as these qualifiers are concerned. But zoning out the Earthshaker, contesting that triangle, getting the Shrine of Wisdom going by his team side, every single objective for that early game was working out. But it really seems like Aureus, the way that they cushion their Medusa, they just keep her so safe. They just throw bodies at the other side just to buy space in whichever way is possible. You saw Yopaj have no fear sacrificing his own life just to make sure that Natsumi stays alive, and that is how you play with a Medusa. It is a classical Medusa 101 coming out by Aureus in that game number 1.
And I have to say, for Execration, the focus that they were putting on the mid lane just didn't pay off for them. You saw around that 10-minute mark, the 3-man Echo Slam that Yopaj is able to get because he prioritizes his blink over the phase boots. It's something we talked about in the cast as well. You saw Execration making all of the wrong decisions while Aureus had made all of the right ones as well. Focus on the mid lane didn't pay off for them. Buck died 3 times to an Echo Slam by the 16th minute mark. Bob was never going to be a factor in that regards, and even though Bob is then behind, and Dazzle, you know, he's he's got his farm, he's got a good timing on the Agrims. Then I hate to go back to this again, but dude, the Basher and the Ursa just doesn't do much over there. Execration though, they've got time to be able to figure things out and come back into it with a clear ahead. We're going to be off to a break. When we're back, it'll be game 2 in this best of 5. The quest for the Blast Slam is still on. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back to the RES Unchained. We continue on with the grand finals as we pursue the quest for the spot at the Blast Slam, representing Southeast Asia at the Singapore LAN. I'm T-Time's Dr. Cultures, and we are wrong quite often, actually. We've just been informed that there have been some mix-ups, mostly on my part. This is no longer a marathon. It is, in fact, a sprint, no longer the best of 5. It is the best of 3, and that makes things even more dicey for Execration to have taken a Game 1 loss over here in such a convincing manner. You've got to be thinking pretty hard about this one.
Oh yeah, if I were Execration, I would ban out that Bristle and I would ban out that Medusa, right? Those are two heroes that Warriors seem to be so strong with. I don't think I've seen them lose with the Bristleback so far. They may have outside of these qualifiers, but not of the games that I've seen in these qualifiers. They just look super strong, and perhaps you need a better position 3 pick. I wonder why no Lycan was picked up. I wonder why no Beastmaster was picked up. I think Beastmaster was banned in that later ban phase, but still had plenty of options. No one's really tried the Zoom meta so far in these qualifiers, have they, T-Time?
I mean, no, they haven't, but I just don't agree with you on this one. I'll be frank. I think the Dazzle pick wasn't the issue. I think the issue was the fact that, you just had such a wrong area of focus where they kept trying to punish Yopaj on the middle lane, where they kept trying to make things happen on the Earthshaker, and then it never really worked. Buck died 3 times to that Earthshaker with Echo Slam after Echo Slam after Echo Slam being used for him. You never got to shut down the Abaddon farm before he got the Blink, before he got the Orchid, and then you have this weird Basher coming out of Ursa, which doesn't synergize with your lineup at all. Your entire lineup is based around sustain and dealing damage over time to Medusa, who is also based around sustain, right? So in the battle of sustain, you only win if you burn down the Medusa's mana. I don't know what that Basher was about. I don't think this was as much of a drafting issue as it was just all the decisions made felt like they were one step behind, or sometimes even a couple of steps sideways into another lane or something like it. So not saying that you might be right. Listen, only one of us is a high immortal player, and I can tell you it's not me. So there is that to keep in mind. But we're going to be heading into the draft over here as well and finding out exactly what is in store for us. The bans have begun. There is not a Bristleback banned out so far, but Execration don't have first pick either. This is going to be a Bristleback pick from Aureus.
Should be, right? There's really nothing stopping Aureus from just coming out with the Bristleback. In that case, it does beg the question whether or not Execration have a plan to take that Bristleback down. They have banned out some of those S-tier heroes, right? The Nature's Prophet, the Dawnbreaker, and it's expected, right? You're asking for the Bristleback pick. So Execration, they better have a plan for this one. I would be very disappointed if they don't.
I think they would be as well. I don't actually know what you pick to counter out a Bristle is the thing. So Snapfire, good place to start, I suppose. I mean, Witch Doctor is one of the obvious heroes that you always look out towards versus the Bristleback. The Maledict is just so very good. A Snapfire Mars to start things off would be interesting, but I mean, I would be surprised if Mars doesn't get banned by Aureus over here in one of their 2 bans.
Oh yeah, I would have actually liked the Shadow Shaman pick. It is one of those. I would say
you don't get level 15 till 30 minutes on a support, man.
You're not ending the game before 30 minutes either against a Bristle, right? Not against Aureus.
True.
So you are going to be going late, and if you don't plan for the late game, then Aureus will actually be the ones on your high ground at that 25-minute mark, right? That's the one thing I think we did not talk about, is that there was no solid game plan from Execration to make it to that late game mark. They tried to go all in for that early to mid game. It failed horribly, and suddenly their entire game collapsed on top of them. Aureus, though, they will not ban out that Mars. They will ban out the Templar Assassin.
Silver HT, man, I'm telling you, we saw that earlier on in the tournament as well.
Radiant team ban.
I think one of the things that Aureus does actually do is that they try and take away heroes that have a lot of mid-game carry potential in the banning phase, right? They try and make that transition to the late game harder, which is what you were talking about. But you asked for a zoo, and we have the zoo. It's the ringmaster himself, and I know I don't mean the hero that no one picks. I do mean the Lycanthrope. Lycan, Snapfire, very strong lane.
Oh yeah, and it also comes with the flexibility of not having to play the Snapfire on that position 4 role. You could play it on the position 5 role. You could even go for additional heroes like the Pugna, send him towards that top lane with the Lycan, or even send the Pugna down towards that bot lane. But Aureus, it does seem like they have a plan. They will pick up the Naga Siren. That Ensnare is super good against that Shapeshift on that Lycan. But now, Aureus, they need to stack up some more damage. Sure, there is a lot of synergy coming in with this Hoodwink, right? The Sharpshooter is absurd damage. I think it does about 1200 magical damage at that third point ability, around 800 at that level 2 mark. But it's just a lot.
Yeah.
It is a lot.
I think this could just be another Medusa game. I mean, it depends what Execration goes for. Where, of course, they've still got 2 picks to reveal, and that'll be making a lot of difference. But for Execration, I would really want to see just... God, I would actually really like to see their mid laner coming out over here right now. Is there a support that does particularly well against Medusa that comes to mind for you? I mean, Nyx Assassin, but then you are like consigning yourself to a bit of a weaker lane. To be honest, this is strange, but I wouldn't hate something like the Nyx Assassin with a ranged hero like a Drow Ranger or a Sniper. But the Witch Doctor comes through. They're still focusing down on the Bristleback. I don't see why Aureus wouldn't go for the Medusa even now.
Medusa is good, but again, you have to play around that Prowler creep that the Lycan can essentially pick up, which is really strong against the Medusa. Really strong against the Bristle. Heck, I think it's really strong against most of the heroes on Aureus. But one thing they can do that potentially can catch Execration off guard is actually play a Naga Siren as a carry. It has been done before. Yes. I don't think it's extremely strong, but when it comes in the scenario that you're catching the other side off guard, it becomes a really good pick.
I think we saw... Did we see Execration do it in these qualifiers? We saw it happen in the qualifiers.
It did happen in the qualifiers. I'm just not exactly sure which team did it.
I will check.
Meanwhile, Queen of Pain being banned out by Aureus. Surprising, they're not actually banning out that Puck, because the Puck synergizes pretty well with not only the Witch Doctor's Gosk as well as that Death Ward, but also that Snapfire's Mortimer's. No, it's going to be Execration who will pick up that Earthshaker for their mid lane, and they want to play against the Naga Siren's Illusions, I suppose. It's not a great Earthshaker game, if I'm being honest. The Bristleback, too much HP. The Naga Siren, sure, the Illusions will build up for your Echo, but the Hoodwink's going to be in those trees, right? Hiding for that Bushwhack initiation or that counterplay. But Aureus, I mean, you said it best, T-Time. Why not pick up the Medusa? And right now, Aureus have 2 of their most successful heroes in these qualifiers. The Bristleback and the Medusa, and Execration, unless they get off to a great start at the back of their Lycan, they are going to suffer.
Radiant team ban.
I'm curious about what they give Yopaj, though. Because, to be honest, I really like the Earthshaker pick just because it's one of those heroes that you know at the 10-minute mark he's going to have his Blink Dagger. You know he's going to be rotating away. You know that that's the kind of hero that if you go on a Medusa early on in the game, you actually can get some good kills. But to prevent that, you want to have rotation presence of your own. Buck's still in the pool if Yopaj wants to go for that, but I don't know if that's quite enough. That Storm Spirit ban comes in. Storm would have been a hard hero to play with the amount of disables that are there, but always a good one regardless.
5 seconds
You could go for the Phantom Lancer, I suppose.
On Execration? To be honest, what would have been really nice for Execration could have been a Naga Siren carry, funnily enough. PL's not bad with a Lycan on your team because Lycan can be one of those primary damage dealers. It's also very good at ending the game on top of it all. So I actually wouldn't hate the PL. It's also decent versus the Bristleback. You have to keep in mind that Mana Burn just works against everyone. It sucks that they've already banned out the Gyrocopter. Otherwise, that's one of the heroes that's very good versus both a Medusa and a Bristleback in the early game as well.
It's
but you also have to remember, Taljo, that whatever you get, it has to survive the laning stage. A Hoodwink Bristleback is it's a very strong lane. Even if you've got good laning supports in the Witch Doctor, I like this. This is a lot of chaos coming in. This is a lot of fight potential with the Rolling Thunder. Warriors go for the Pangolier for Yopaj.
It's going to be hard to counteract this Medusa. I feel like Warriors are again getting everything that they want, and the only one win condition they have is to stop that incoming push from
10
Execration. So,
seconds remaining.
which carry are you going to pick up? You could go for the Ursa again and play for the
5
mid game at the
seconds
back of that
remaining.
strong push you have coming in, or
Can you go for an Ursa versus a Pango and a Naga? I don't think you
I mean, the
can.
Battle Fury is pretty good against the Naga Siren. In all fairness,
the
Naga
illusions
doesn't have a
don't
lot of
matter.
HP.
It's a Song of Siren that matters, right? Like I don't really care about the Naga illusions on a support hero.
Well, the song is going to be there irrespective of what you pick up, right? That's the problem. There's no real hero that actually counters out that song in the same way.
I
Could
just
go
think the
for a
song
Juggernaut.
counters I just think the
I-
song counters the the Ursa's enrage so well is the problem. But yeah, I agree. The Juggernaut's always an option, even if shout out to Ame one time.
Oh yeah, it's it's still fresh in our memories, I suppose. But he had the right idea, the wrong execution. A lot of pro players out there spoke about how the itemization choices coming in from Ame and a few team fighting mistakes were just really awful. But
I dig
execution,
this.
you did this. You did the Weaver.
I dig this. I dig this.
Uh,
I didn't do this. I dig this. I like this. I think this is good. I think Weaver is one of the few heroes that actually can go in and out of a team fight really effectively despite the stone gaze, and it's actually a very good diffusal builder. It's not one that you ordinarily associate with the item, but it does work out very well. You can kite out the bristleback really effectively too. I don't think that there's any real disables that should be catching him out. I mean, when you look at the stuns available, it's a Rolling Thunder and a Bushwhack. Neither one of those are easy to hit versus a super high mobility hero like the Weaver. This could go really well for them.
It could. At the same time, the Ensnare is also good against that Weaver. Sure, you can get that time lapse off, but your Sakuchi is not going to be as strong. You have the Hoodwink that deals absurd amounts of damage, and it's difficult for Palos to cut through that Medusa. Sure, Weaver, the Geminate attack will give you two hits on that Medusa with the Diffusal Blade. That's going to be 2 instant mana burn procs coming out. But you need to build time for the Weaver to actually dish out damage against that Medusa. And that's where the rest of Execration's lineup has to come together. The Snapfire, the Witch Doctor, the Earthshaker, 3 heroes that do have stuns available by their side, a high amount of aerial support coming in from those Mortimers, the Echo Slam. It all has to come down on top of Natsumi in order to burn away her mana and take her down. Last game, we saw Execration being able to burn away the mana, but not being able to take Natsumi down. Let's hope that this time around, what they're planning is going to be enough.
It is a lot more damage, and to be honest, even the Death Ward can be really good over here. I think this will be a game where Natsumi has his work cut out for him to a much larger extent.
Prepare for battle.
And of course, if you don't want to be having your work cut out for you, don't forget you can get up to a 100% deposit bonus on your first deposit using promo code RESD2 over with our friends at OneXpert.
Yes.
Aureus can just play this really simple. All they have to do is play the lanes. Because Execration, sure, they picked up the Lycan, but they didn't pick up anything that synergizes with that heavy push going out. So it's going to be easy to build up a bit of counter push. You have the Pangolier that can go in with that Rolling Thunder. Enough lockdown to take down that Lycan. It's just going to be a matter of how you go about it.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Okay, so this is why I'm also a little bit curious about. I mean, you brought up the Lycan and how there isn't that much synergy with it. One of the nice things about a Lycan is that you can always put a lot of pressure onto the safe lane and actually limit the amount of farming potential they have. What we saw for Natsumi is that he had access to like 5 neutral camps and every single wave for the first 15 minutes of the game in the previous one. Lycan's kind of like a Broodmother. He doesn't really leave the lane.
Oh yeah, and even if he leaves the lane, it's going to be to farm elsewhere, right? It's really a situation where you can't shut down the Lycan. He will hit his timings. It's all about how you play against the Lycan when he eventually does. This time around, it's again 3 bounty runes tea time to go the way of Execration. what is up with these bounty runes? Or at least in these qualifiers, I don't ever see an even exchange. And most of the time when you don't have an even exchange of bounty runes, it's usually at the back of some kill attempt happening. But
It's funny that Execration also has Lycan all the way back at the tier 3 because they wanted to go for the creep wave block, and even then they get 3 the 3 bounty runes. Mid lane Bob versus Yopaj is not a matchup that we've talked a lot about for this particular hero versus hero. Walk me through this. Bango versus Earthshaker, you're the mid lane specialist.
it's really a lane in which neither side can get a kill, right? It has to come at the back of those rotations coming about. Both sides do have those supports that can come in with the rotations, but Palos, the carry from Execration, going down towards that bottom side.
And that's something you have to keep in mind. Shikuchi is a very long cooldown in the initial phases, and this is a strong laning presence between Tims and Nico from level 1. You cannot Shikuchi aggressively.
You have to also take into consideration that the Witch Doctor doesn't have a stun at that level 1 mark. Surely the communication should be there that he has skilled up his Maledict in exchange for his paralyzing Kosk. That was a blunder. It's not going to hurt him all that bad outside of giving away an extra bit of gold to Aureus, but need to be careful from this point on. You don't want the Bristleback snowballing because we've seen how well Aureus play when he snowballs.
Shanks, by the way, has gone for the Ricochet facet. He's not gone for the longer range Scatter Blast. So because of that, you're going to see a much harder time for Skem and company to actually out-harass him. Naga's generally a hero with the high armor, does quite well, but when you've got the chances of just ricocheting away to the Medusa and whatnot as well, Shanks is going to be troublesome. Speaking of troublesome, we are having trouble following all the action. Maybe we just keep a separate camera on the bot lane all the time. Another 1-for-1, this time favoring Execration as the Bristleback will fall.
Oh yeah, you just need to build space for Palos. I think he needs his farm, and this kind of an exchange works out wonders for Execration if you take down that Bristleback. Tims, it doesn't matter if he gets the gold or experience. He's not going to be able to do much
Palos
with
could
it.
die over here.
He's
They
okay.
decide not to pursue forward. It's a very slow Weaver, you have to remember that. And with the extra 8 seconds of cooldown, now that means Nico has to be careful. As both sides come through with a lot of kill potential with sustained damage over time. Palos has the ability to get out of there though. Nice two-man bushwhack. Tims! Yeah, don't mess with this guy.
Palos just really not respecting the only disable that Aureus have in this lane. Is that bushwhack? It's not that hard. Just play around it, but
Oh my god, Tims! You've got to stop! This is ridiculous. Tims is just having such a good time. Palos makes his way back over. The Lotus will also be picked up by Tim, so he'll be able to pick up more mana. And CML doesn't feel like he's comfortable going back to the base. Of course, he'd like to just regen back up with the Tango, but there's so much damage available from Tims as well.
And this is the problem with having a Weaver in this lane, right? He's such a low HP hero. It's just 650 HP. Nico is going to have a field day. Just dishing out the quills constantly. CML is going to drop, and Tims is going to get that dominating streak, and Palos can do nothing about this.
Palos can't farm underneath that tower over here at all. Nico's out of mana. I've got a question about a mechanic, but I'm going to hold that off because right now I've got a question about Palos. He's got no idea where that sentry ward is. It's so well placed. That sentry ward has given them now, what, 3 kills on this Weaver? Talk about value.
It really, I mean, T-Time, I'm afraid that if your safe lane suffers this hard, what is going to be your contingency? Your Lycan is not going to be that hard carry for your team. Sure, he can take out that backline, but the Lycan cannot go toe-to-toe against the Pangolier or the Bristleback later on.
They might get another kill over here. This is so problematic because the Weaver Courier had the Blades of Attack. So in a lane where you're fighting this much, a minute and a half of that extra 9 damage actually matters a lot. Top lane in the meanwhile, by the way, just a quick check-in. It's low on Tino, low on Shanks. No one's really been doing all that well. But feels like the action never stops over here in bottom.
No, the last hits are suffering as well. I mean, Execration, sure, their Lycan is being pushed out, but he doesn't have that many losses either. It is, again, Natsumi at the top of that chart. This time around, though, Bob is at 27 losses, 13 denies. He's doing very well on that Earthshaker, so maybe he can come in with the difference. We saw him coming out with huge plays in that early game. This time around, he's going to have not only good CS going by his side, so that he'll have that early Blink Dagger, but he will need to make moves. There is no way that Execration will win this game if Bob doesn't have a good time, doesn't have a good game.
God, it just keeps on going. This man is unleashed. Tims has got 5 kills in as many minutes. I need to know what he's buying. He's got his arcane. Oh my god, and another courier is gone.
You know how there's this...
Damn
there's
you,
that,
killer of couriers.
There's that meme that goes, you know, you don't ban this hero against this team because you think you can win. That team picks it, and then you end up losing. That's the bristleback for Aureus. You know, you don't ban the bristle, you don't respect it. Teams have suffered. Reconics have been eliminated because of it. And Execration may not make it a Singapore if things keep continuing on like this.
Shanks, in the meanwhile, who's off trying to get up to his stacky business, is going to be pursued up. Yopaj might not have been having the best of times, but oh no! A quick magic 1 in the end might be enough to save Shanks of his scam. Pursuing underneath that tier 2 tower will get the Riptide off. And a courier! Why not? They're getting couriers all over the shop.
He stuck around for the courier. He could have made his way out, but he thought, why the hell not? Because he's not giving experience to anyone. Shanks gets about 150 gold, but who cares about that? Execration are behind. Super behind. 7-minute mark is approaching. Bob will acquire all of those creeps. He will use that Echo Slam. And I believe he's about 1,000 gold away from his Blink Dagger. But T-Time, I'm afraid that with the fact that Nico has been able to build up so many of these stats, he's not an ideal Echo Slam target, right? There is no ideal Echo Slam target in this game. Pangolier, Bristleback, Medusa, maybe you go on Natsumi if you have to pick 1 out of 3 tanky heroes to go in on.
Well,
the pressure on Bob must be insane. It is not looking good.
I think what I'm kind of curious about is we're going to have like an 8.5 minute level 6 tapping on the Hoodwink. I want to see what the sharpshooter target is more than I want to see what the Echo Slam target is, funnily enough. This is almost there.
And because Aureus have had such a great off lane,
they're going in for this one. Palos is going to be caught up by the bushwhack, and Nico right now, Palos doesn't know where to go. Tims is unlucky that he doesn't have his ultimate, otherwise this could have been a kill of a hand, but he has to be careful that he doesn't get overzealous. Tims takes the bugs off his back. Look, TP away. It's a fight in the mid lane. Yopaj starts off with the Rolling Thunder. Bob will not be able to find the rune. Actually, no, he does. Picks up the amplified damage, so they no longer want to fight for the rune. Will go the way of the Execration side.
Didn't have vision over the triangle, so they don't actually know if the Echo Slam is up or not. Right, that's the problem. And Bob has not upgraded his boots either, so they don't know if there were any stacks built up, if the stacks were taken in the first place, if the Echo Slam is online. That's why Aureus are always going to be playing careful.
I mean, Bob is, well, careful or not, sharpshooter target has been found. I asked you that question, Daltrus, but the problem is that we've not been able to get a satisfying answer. Bob does not end up falling. TP from Medusa will be stopped over here as well. This is exactly what you need from Tino. Taking advantage of the support rotations to find that Medusa, basically a solo kill.
Maybe they'll be even able to chip away at this tower. And you need to alleviate the pressure on your safe lane by making moves around the map over on that top side. A huge kill being found. And because it didn't come at the back of that Earthshaker having to use his Echo, he's almost has his Blink Dagger. So Bob can go for additional kills. Now that you've gotten a kill on the Medusa, maybe you go on the Pangolier. Maybe you go on Natsumi again and take the tier 1 tower down at the back of it. Or maybe, just maybe, you're brazen enough to go against Nico. But you're probably going to be thinking about which target you want to go in on quite a lot, because it is going to determine how you transition into the early game.
Tims is now up online with a sharpshooter again. Opportunity number 1 didn't pay off too well, but fortunately for him, he is a man with very low cooldown on his ultimate. Bob is here though. You said they might be brazen enough to go on Nico. Well, they feel like it. Will it work for them? It's a tanky Bristleback, 1700 HP, 9 armor underneath the tower. But what they do instead is they find another Echo Slam onto a group of Ancients. Bob is not happy with just the one. He's happy with more than that. Yopaj tries to fight back with the Rolling Thunder. It's going to be an opportunity to find a kill on the CML. No really other chances. Nico will collect on that. Yopaj still feeling like he's been left out to dry. Lack of stacks is going to be impacting the Bristleback more than him, and Nico is still being pursued up. Bob makes his way over. Quick little enchant totem. The Fissure is there as well. Damage from Nico's good. I won't lie to you. This could still be problematic. Nico's doing a lot, and as long as he keeps on dodging the kisses, in fact, he decides not to dodge the kisses. He kisses back. Kiss my behind, he says. Does still end up going down as he wasn't able to deal with the Weaver bugs, and the damage over time from them and the Mortimers will be enough to finish him off.
It was a dead even exchange though, right? I mean, you got the mega kill from that Hoodwink on towards Bob, so he got about 550 gold and a lot of experience going his way as well. And you took down that Bristleback, so it's at the end of the day pressure alleviation. You also take down all of the stacks that Aureus were building up. So overall, objectively, I would consider that a win for Execration, even though kills-wise and gold-wise, it doesn't favor them. It just creates so much space around the map. The Lycan Tino was able to take down that tier 1 tower towards the top side as well. So it's really good right now. Execration need to continue this pace. Their Earthshaker, look at his experience. Level 10 on Bob.
He's not waiting for the Echo Slam at all. He's just fighting in. And this is something that I think a lot of Earthshakers struggle with, which is creating opportunities when they don't have the Echo. And when you've got a hero like the Medusa and you've got a hero like the Bristleback who don't like leaving their lanes early, that's your chance. Nice moves from Palos. Does manage to get away from the potential bushwhack. Oh, another bushwhack comes in. They've got themselves what they need, and the damage is fantastic, but it's just not enough. The time lapse comes back out, and although the pressure on the Weaver, it means he's very far down in the net worth chart. I mean, honestly, not that much between him and the Hoodwink. Palos is still doing his job, which is buying time and eventually coming online.
But the problem is, T-Time, Aureus are again, you know, they have their objectives planned out in their mind. The fact that you can disable the Weaver from having the start that he needs means the Diffusal Blade is going to be delayed, which means your Medusa is going to be the stronger off for it. Natsumi is still bordering on at the top of that network chart. It's pretty much even between the top 3, but this Weaver is not going to have that Diffusal Blade. It's a similar position to what Execration found themselves in, except last game, of course, they didn't choose to build up that Diffusal. This time around, it's going to be really late for it to maybe matter.
The hunt is on. It's snake season, but it feels like maybe there's migration happening. I didn't know snakes migrated, Touchus. I also didn't know there was a snake season.
It was snake season. I'm not sure, actually. I think it was.
Well, what I am sure about is the odds from our friends over at 1xBet are looking pretty good. Bob, they're not looking all that good at all. Blood Grenade on him just feels like insult to injury, but really the problem is going to be, oh no, the Echo Slam onto the Rolling Thunder really isn't what you want. So even though they probably wouldn't have gotten the kill anyhow, well, I mean, turnaround is nice, I suppose, but you do at least force out an Echo Slam, if nothing else. Rolling Thunder really isn't that long cooldown.
Oh yeah, the Shapeshifter was also used, mind you. So they're not going to have that for about 100 seconds either. So it is overall a okay use. At the end of the day, Execration want to be building up space, right? And that helps them achieve that target. Rolling Thunder is going to be down, Song of the Siren is going to be down, so Aureus will not have the ability to make moves either for the next minute or so. But you do see Tim's in a great position.
Well, you thought it was Tim's in a great position. Tim's, however, sharpshooters himself down. He's a fast one, that man is. And as Bob continues to stun up the Bristleback, Bristleback decides to show his prickly front instead. Bob is rightfully afraid, does manage to get away. The Lotus Orb is delivered before the courier dies, and Tim's is still out in the middle of nowhere. Tim's, you're not just a poor little support, you're level 8. That's a lot of XP you just gave to the Weaver.
Surprising that Tim's decided to go back in. Right, he could have just disengaged from that position. The Witch Doctor died. You couldn't chase the Earthshaker because there are no goo stacks available. The Bristleback has not skilled up his goo at all. So the Earthshaker will have that added mobility going into it, at least for the early phases of the game. Once you have this nasal goo coming online from Nico, you're not going to be able to get away that quickly, except for perhaps that shapeshift when it's online and that Weaver when he's inside of that Sakuchi. The one thing that I didn't mention, G-Time, is, you know, you have that fissure that can counter out that Song of the Siren. It can break it.
Yeah.
But Aureus don't have the same thing apart from outside of you committing that Rolling Thunder to disable the Mortimers as well as the Witch Doctor's Death Ward. Right? So the objective for Yopaj has to be to make sure that those two supports can't channel their ultimates. And it's a heavy committal, right? I think Execration will be happy with one core from the other side focused in on them like that.
You could also use the Naga Song if you just want to take down the Witch Doctor War, but I agree Mortimer's Kiss is very hard to remove.
Palos is making a nice recovery. 6,400. He is above the Pangolier. Almost tied up with the Earthshaker. If he continues to get a few kills going his way, continues to farm up, they might be in a good position. But again, we see a Maelstrom in the works, G-Time. I don't see the diff.
Nico spots up Bob. Bob's trying to make a move over here, but he's not his Blink Dagger disabled. What's going to be the counterplay? There is no counterplay. There's just a Maledict, an Echo Slam, and a Death Ward. Throw the kitchen sink at him as long as that Bristleback dies.
Surprising they committed the Echo there. I think that was a bit unnecessary, but I suppose the idea is that the Song may be there. Maybe the Medusa comes in with the Stone Gaze. Maybe the Rolling Thunder is going to come in. But even if it did,
Bushwhack could have actually caught them out is the issue, right? If Tim's is behind and he gets a Bushwhack on the Weaver doesn't get his time-lapse off in time. You have to remember, you need to respect that Bristle.
But the thing is that Maledict did so much damage on the Bristleback that Witch Doctor was the majority of that damage, right? You take a look at the fight recap, he did about 830 damage, and that was just with one proc of that Maledict going into it. If with those two additional procs coming about, that Echo was an unnecessary waste, but I get the idea. Disable the strongest hero from Aureus. That at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to catch out Natsumi, so you will take what you can get at this point of the game.
Now, you don't want to save an Echo for the grave, I'll tell you that. An extra 6 seconds on the Maledict. You understand their concern, at the very least.
Yeah. But what I am concerned about, though, is that this Medusa is going to have a similar game to that last game, right, for Aureus.
Not quite that bad, but yeah.
I mean, we saw...
Oh, this would be big. A second kill onto Nico could be fantastic, but they need a bit more damage to get that Maledict charge to keep on going. Nico just turns around, takes reduced damage. And now, forget reduced damage. He's looking for aggression. Nico's feeling good about himself. The break means that it's going to be a little bit less damage from the aftershocks, and although they'll trade 1 for 1, that might be enough. The Death Ward is down, and Tims doesn't have a way to cancel it. Bushwhack now comes out, and a quick Acorn means it's a 2 for 1 instead. Again, probably quite happy with that exchange, even if Nico is one of your most farmed heroes in the game.
A good exchange coming out there, and I hate to be that guy, T-Time, but I really do think that he wished he saved up the Echo for that kill.
I'm telling you, I think he could have just, they could have just died in the previous one, right? You can't be thinking about what ifs and what offs. This is about the finals, and this is about taking it to Singapore.
That's a good
Can't
point.
take that Echo to Singapore.
You know, if you lose, you're going to be eliminated. So I suppose blowing everything you have to secure the kill that you can get is the right way to go about it as far as thought processes go. But again, you don't win with risks without taking risks, G-Time. That's the thing, right?
Blink is ready for Yopaj over here, Teltris, and he wants to try and get into the back lines. Blinking Rolling Thunder becomes a huge power spike.
We'll find out if, you know, I took a look at the in-game comms that were made available by Valve after the grand finale when you had Falcons playing with the Naga.
Well, the point, because once again it's an initiation, but they're ready for it. It's a full-on bait setup. Nico just turns around, wants to take less damage from the kisses, and all in the meanwhile, Bob is being focused down. Remember, he's got that Echo Slam, but only if he gets a chance to use it. A Bushwhack keeps him away. Bettino's here. The big bad wolf is in the building, but he's not got anything to do. The fissure will cancel out 2 TPs. Blink forward. Echo Slam will not be committed, and Tims this time isn't quite lucky enough to get himself over the wall with a sharpshooter. He still tries to scurry away while his support duo has died. But this time they will save the Echo Slam, Teltris. Maybe not by design.
And they'll come out stronger for it. They take out the Hoodwink, they take out the Naga Siren.
Are scanning.
And they
It's
might
baits
even
on
find
baits.
themselves with a Tormentor with going through the portal. They don't have the Shapeshift and they'll only have 2 heroes over here, so I wonder if they can take it down without suffering too much on their HP. Oh, the Earthshaker's gonna move in now. Oh, Natsumi is right there though. Nico is here too. Both teams realize it's 20-minute timing and they are gonna move in. The Pangolier is coming in here as well. Execution need to take this Torment and get out.
No Rolling Thunder available. Natsumi's making his way over. Dire end up sealing it out, so Scam has himself an extra shard. The TP will come through. There's nowhere to stop it. Yopaj won't be there in time. He's going into the back lines instead. Blinks forward, but he can't blink quite far enough. At the end of the day, the Tormentor steal is nice and all, but they really would have liked a bit more. Lack of Rolling Thunder coming back to bite them.
You do get the Song of the Siren upgrade. That is a huge shot to go to. 5% max HP regen per second at the end of that Song of the Siren means that it goes from a complete disengagement tool to an ability that gives you the potential to re-engage as well. Right?
Also,
just
you're reading
heal
into the wrong
everyone up.
things. It's not just about the HP. It's one of the few things that it's one of the things people don't talk about enough. The mana per second is crazy with a Medusa.
It is.
4% across what? A full song is 7 seconds, if I'm not wrong. 28% of Medusa's mana comes back. Good luck killing her without killing the Naga first.
Around 300 mana instantly. Or not instantly, over 7 seconds, but it's a lot, right? It gives the Medusa a new lease on life in those team fights, and then that potential for the re-engagement can come in. And you have to wonder, what is the game plan? Right? I'm still missing that. Execution are finding great pickoffs, don't get me wrong, but never on the Medusa. The few times they've been able to take Nico out have been at the back of blasting everything they have on top of him. Even Yopaj has been uncontested so far in this game. And sure, he hasn't been involved in too many of these team fights, but when he has his farm, he is going to be such a massive disruption in those team fights. This is continually creating chaos that I'm not sure if you'll be able to get your Mortimers or your Death Ward out in time. And then you're going to be playing with your 3 cores, whose Echo Slam isn't going to be doing much. I think for the Earthshaker, you're going to need to hit that Echo Slam timing in order to be successful. But coming back to what I was saying, the in-game comms that Valve released themselves on their YouTube, it was sneaking, suggesting that the Naga Siren and the Medusa, when coupled up together, are straight up unbeatable. That there was no way Extreme Gaming had a chance to take that game against them. I wonder if he was right, because Aureus, they're in a really good spot right now, despite of the fact that the net worth is dead even.
I think one of the questions you also have to ask whenever you're faced up versus the Naga is, who's going to build the BKB?
Everyone?
Like, you have to continue fighting into the song, right? Like, you can't just let the Medusa recover and reposition.
And that's an amazing point, because I just realized that you don't need to use the Rolling Thunder to disable the Mortimers or the Witch Doctor's Death Ward. You can just make a Blink Dagger on that Naga Siren, and when those ultimates go out, blink in front, use the song, and suddenly 2 big ultimates, 2 of the biggest ultimates that Execution have, are going to be disabled.
You can also just kill the Mortimer Deliverer. Yopaj is going in onto the support. He's realizing this is a level 14 support? Why is Shank so high level? I can't kill this guy. I'm level 14.
Solar Crest as well, which makes it impossible.
Yeah.
No real damage coming out from Aureus though. That's the key difference between both of these lineups. Execution can put out massive amounts of damage with the Lycan with magical damage coming in from Shanks as well as CML. But Aureus can't. Nico relies on that extended team fight, but that extended team fight results in him taking massive amounts of magical damage.
Blink in, Echo Slam, there's that magical damage, but guess what? It's a 2-man bushwhack, and what a follow-up that would have been if you just had a Rolling Thunder, if you just had a Medusa there, but no just will do justice to that play. Unfortunately, the Rolling Thunder already used in a bit of a meaningless endeavor also means that there's going to be no real way of contesting Roshan without committing a Medusa. Natsumi goes out, Gorgon's Grasp, and a quick Atos onto Palos. This is not going to be easy. You need to commit in with the song, and that Naga's dying to the Lycan creeps, if I'm not wrong. No, CML in the back lines has actually caught out the Naga. It's a blink forward from the Urchik, and now that the Naga, you definitely don't contest the Aegis.
You needed Yopa to go in with the Rolling Thunder, but it would have been a difficult contest because you don't have that Song of the Siren. So every single time you don't have the Naga Siren available, it is a high-risk maneuver to bring your Medusa in because you will not have that disengagement capacity.
Tower has fallen.
Yopa also didn't have the Rolling Thunder at the beginning of that rush attempt.
Yeah.
He did have it towards the end, so yeah, maybe a bit of a misread in that regards.
Execution had the shock factor going in for them. We saw just how easily Nico died to that Echo combination.
Yeah, and Bob's been doing a great job, to be frank. I mean, we've obviously talked about how he might not be the priority point of this team when it comes to farm and whatnot, but Bob's always so good in the mid-game touches. You keep bringing this point up again and again. When it comes to mid-game decision-making, Bob gets it done.
And there's not really going to be a potential for him to get a massive 3-man or a 4-man Echo Slam off, right? Aureus's lineup is just not designed that way, that they're going to clump up the Hoodwink backlines, Naga Siren backlines, Pangolier is going to be in that Rolling Thunder, Bristleback's going to be on that front line, and the Medusa is going to be somewhere in the middle, right? Ready to join the fight and ready to disengage simultaneously. So you're only going to have a 1-man Echo or a 2-man Echo at best unless Aureus make a huge mistake in their positioning. So this is what Bob needs to do. Needs to recognize that fact, go in for the kills that they can get.
Top tower is under attack.
I like the itemization coming out from the... Oh, never mind. There you go. Go in for the kill you can get. Take the kill, take the tower, take advantage of the Aegis.
Execution are in a great position right now, T-Time. They can push uncontested, essentially. Whoever comes to defend is just going to eat that Echo. And they're going to drop to the floor. And with the Weaver having the Aegis for about 3 whole minutes, you can essentially push out all of these tier 2 towers. I don't think they can get the 3rd one, but perhaps they can at least get 2.
The difference in this game and the last is that you've actually seen how much of focus has been put into disabling Nico. Nico went from being the highest net worth hero in the game, or at least contending for it, to now being nowhere near the top 3.
Sooner or
Nopaj as
later,
well has
T-Time,
just continually been kind of non-existent.
Irrespective of how well a game goes against a Medusa at this stage of the game, you will always have to be faced up at those crossroads. You will have to face that Gorgon sooner or later.
Tower is under attack.
And it is going to be a farmed snake.
That's true, but again, I just think that with the high mobility you have between the Weaver and the Lycan, you do pretty well at guiding the Medusa. Some of the best fights you can go for are around the tier 2. Otherwise, what you end up having happen sometimes is just with the Lycan and the Weaver, you can actually dart between lanes and dart onto the high ground and off of it very quickly as well when there isn't a catch available. That catch is kind of absent. Rolling Thunder is supposed to be providing that, but so far we haven't seen Yopaj being all that useful. So if you're not finding on one of these last tier 2s, it might be troublesome.
He needs to be creating that chaos around that team fight, but Execution, they're not really committing with the Mortimers or the Death Ward, are they? They're just using the Maledict and that Echo Slam.
Yeah, and every time Yopaj just tried to go aggressive on his own, it hasn't really worked out for him.
No one can close in the distance with Yopaj, is the problem. The Scurry is not as fast, Bristleback doesn't run as quick, Natsumi will never want to actually go alongside that Pangolier with that Rolling Thunder, right? Feels a bit of a mismatch, but that all will change once you have more items coming up for Yopaj. That Aghanim Scepter will provide him with some additional bit of damage going in. He already has a roll-up, so there are going to be ways that this Pangolier is going to play. I think Aureus are playing for the late game.
Oh, CML almost has the axe. He can just sell his quick tricks if he wants to and just pick that one up right here and now, but yeah, not going to go for that immediately. CML axe, that's a problem.
Particularly if you get caught with multiple heroes, right? It is... Your Natsumi's mana shield is going to crumble. Again, it's the Naga Siren's buffer. It's the Song of the Siren that changes everything in that 5v5 clash. So far, we have seen Execution come out on top because of their maneuverability, because of the damage that they have, physical and magical. But what happens in a 5v5 clash, I think it really just is going to be determined by how Execution choose to start the fight. And it's going to be determined by how Aureus choose to counter-initiate. I think it's those two factors, a mix of them, that is going to determine who comes out on top. And remember, T-Time, you only get one real good fight against a Medusa. Army tried it when his tier 3s were being breached. He lost, and then they lost the game. It was never close after that. And it might be the same scenario this time around. If the Medusa...
No, man, Tino's been doing a really good job of staying up and farm from the Lycanthrope. I do think that this is not the quintessential hyper farm Medusa game where you can get away easily with shenanigans.
The odds for Aureus just keep increasing in their favor. As every series they play.
Maybe they're listening to you. That's the problem.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Smoke up. Bob's got a mission in mind.
Dire are scanning.
Close to his
the wolf.
Octarines, but he's not going to be waiting for that if they can find the Medusa because of the wolf. That would be big. Mana's being burned. Can she get a stone gaze off? Will there be a Nagasarian song? The Aghanim's ultimate will not matter. CML has it interrupted, and Yopaj, what a performance. That rolling thunder keeps everyone locked out of dodge. Now comes in that Nagasarian song. It's going to be enough to find the escape this time without the fissure to block a TP. It's a Naga who's happy to sacrifice her life. The problem is Yopaj goes with it as well. Despite it not working out at the initial phases, you still lose so much.
3 heroes down. The potential to take down this tier 2 tower is there as well. You now have a diffusal blade on Palos, and we just saw how quickly the Medusa's mana actually melts despite of having a butterfly and that evasion going in. Aureus should have disengaged from that team fight at the very start of it rather than trying to poke at Execration, right? Rather than trying to test at just how strong they are as a full 5. Because they haven't hit critical mass. They haven't hit their timings.
You also are constantly in a position where Nico's not there for the fight. He can't be building up those quill spray stacks. He can't be trying to fight in off the back of the Medusa. Medusa with Bristleback is generally a very strong combination as well. But if you don't have the quill spray stacks, you're kind of useless.
And time and time again, we've seen Nico not really prioritize auras. Even on the previous series that we've seen on his Bristle, he chooses to play a kind of fighting-oriented Bristleback. This game has a bit of a different requirement. You take a look at the physical damage that comes out from that Lycan, from that Weaver, the magical damage that comes out from that Echo Slam, the Mortimers, the Death Ward, Maledict, everything, right? Don't you need a Pipe and a Crimson Guard this time around? If not, not to protect yourself, but to protect your Medusa, the one hero that is the glue that holds your entire team together.
Oh my god, look at what Palos is doing. Just going into the back lines. He clears it out completely. He checks to see if there's a Nagasarian nearby. Doesn't find it. Do they have a stun? They don't have a stun in time. The fissure doesn't come in. Oh, a critical error, but maybe it shouldn't matter all that much in the grand scheme of things. Stone Gaze is at least on cooldown for the next 75 seconds or so. That could be a chance to knock on some buildings.
That could have potentially been a game-winning kill, or rather a Rax-winning kill at the very least, right? The Medusa, she would have dropped the gem. You would have been able to take her down. She would not have had buyback. This is millisecond too late.
Now comes a chance to fight back. Atos onto Shanks, but he's a-okay. You just don't have the ability to close the distance. This is what I mean about mobility, Teltras. It gets really easy to kite this Snake Lady. And net worth-wise, by the way, Palos has now, for the first time this entire game, come out on top. Let's take a look at that Weaver and his items, because they are fierce.
He's going to get hit. He's going to be coming to his Eye of Scotty point as well. This Weaver is going to be hitting critical mass and can then go toe-to-toe with the Medusa. You make a disperser as well sooner or later, and then you'll also give one of your allies the ability to have that instant maneuverability. And then imagine you have 3 to 4 heroes at max movement speed running around the map, kiting around the Medusa. That is the Medusa's worst nightmare coming to life this game.
I like what I'm seeing here for Execration. That game plan that they came in with, it's working out for them.
The one thing that they will need to work out is how they plan on approaching that high ground, right? Because all of that maneuverability inside of the tier 3s does not matter. Aureus all will just need to fight inside a narrow corridor, but we may not get to that point because Execration, they want to brute force their way into this triangle.
And they go, the stun is there, onto the Manta Illusions as well. Mana still enough for the Stone Gaze, but it's not enough to stay alive. Naga Siren Song will not be there in time. Can they fight back? Of course not. You've got the big bad bug, the big bad wolf, and the big bad Echo Slam that could come back in. Bob will die. He's happy to give his life for the cause. And as Nico fights back, it's in the middle of 3. It's exactly where you want to be. The Bristleback is still going to be kited around and brought down. This Lycanthrope is too strong. This Weaver is too strong. This entire team is too strong. No buybacks on any of the cores of Aureus. This should be Rax's.
One at the very least, and the fact that you have a Naga Siren but you couldn't get the song off in time despite having the position to do so, that is a blunder that you cannot make for Aureus. The one hero you need to keep alive is your Medusa, and he was positioned towards the front line. Natsumi is relying on his team to disengage him from that team fight, and without that song, he can't do that. Execrations just get on top of him so quickly. It doesn't matter what you do, how many spells you put out. The Rolling Thunder can be perfect, the Bushwhacks can be perfect, Sharpshooter right on the mark. Without your Medusa, your team fight is over.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
16,000 of a network advantage T-time. The Medusa will come back, but Execration, they're in such a good spot. Aegis up for Palos that they can go toe-to-toe on this high ground. 6v5, take Aureus when they are in a favorable circumstance.
It's rough. And when you actually take a look at the Medusa's skill participation, she's 0-3. Medusa's been farming. She's getting nothing from that farm when it comes to actual kills. This is all because, and again, I just cannot give enough credit out to Execration how they've been playing it. Natsumi has consistently been forced into the Radiant side jungle because of where the Lycan was playing and because of the fact that Dino had so much farmed consistently throughout the game. When he's forced into the Radiant jungle, Bob's your uncle, quite literally, comes in, slaps you silly.
T-time, he has 18 out of the 18 kill participation out of the 22 kills that Execution have had. Bob has been the absolute playmaker for their team, creating the openings for them to go in against Aureus. Time and time again, finding the critical kills that they have needed to keep them.
Palos is taking another Axis solo. I mean, he just took her tier 3 with no one nearby.
They don't know the Earthshaker's not nearby. Okay, they will probably see him once he makes his move towards those creeps, but now they'll be feeling a bit more safe. But again, I mean, Palos, you leave him alone against the tier 3s, he will take them down, and they're waiting for Natsumi.
Look at the mana burn. I mean, this doesn't matter. He still has the Aegis. He still has the time lapse. Natsumi, he's just losing mana on mana. If CML had been able to get a paralyzing cask onto the Natsumi illusions,
no.
That would have been the deuce of the dead.
Neither of those supports were going to do anything. That was a test by both of those, by both of these teams to see whose carry is better, to see whose carry is
stronger. It's high noon.
It's a duel, you know. It's a test.
Ah, that's an illusion, buddy.
That was not a test.
No.
That
was a test of patience. 75 seconds now without the Rolling Thunder. Weaver is perking his ears up and sniffing out blood in the water. Back out to the high ground. Nico's going to be a victim of the mana burn as well. Let's not forget this is a very mana hungry hero. Palos decides, you know what, let's not actually take damage from the Bristleback. Let's just take the Raxes instead. It's a good strategy. I like it, Palos. Range Rax is gone. Aegis not even threatened.
Yeah, Nico was standing in front as if the Weaver was forced to hit him, which I'm not sure. It's like, you know, you can always avoid the elephant in the room.
Well, Palos. Now a lot of damage being dealt, but the problem is the Echo Slam. Good disengage. If there was ever going to be a chance to make this work out, this would be it. Natsumi can go back to the fountain, re-engage with the teleportation, but you already have lost your Raxes before that. Not just your Barracks, could be your Tims as well. Refresher up, you've got the double up on the Fissure. Traps out one of Tino's creeps, but whatever, that's okay. Blink Echo Slam ready once again, and you can see it being used. Yo, Podge, you're never going to get that Rolling Thunder off unless you use your buyback. He's going to be coming back into the fight, and Natsumi is still wondering, when do I get to have some fun? Not right now, I hate to break it to you. Natsumi trying to go back over. Nico's taking so much damage and he's just not returning enough of it back. Palos has been given one job. Find that snake. Swamp down on his head. And Tino's there to finish it off without mana. Natsumi is completely useless. And Aureus is realizing that for once, that Bristleback Medusa combination that's been giving them win on win will not be able to pay dividends. Aureus, take the knee. We go to a game 3.
Execration. You know, I will be the first to admit that I did not have a lot of faith in that Weaver, but man, they just played it so well. Bob, this time around, you know, behind on lost hits as far as the rest of the tournament goes, but we just saw what he's able to do when he wins the CS game and when he is able to do what he wants. The absolute playmaker in that game. Just more than a 90% kill participation going into it. He kept them in the game despite of having a horrendous laning phase. That Bristleback Nico was just unstoppable. That Hoodwink was unstoppable on that off lane, but as it turns out, this time around, it was not enough for Aureus, and I do think that a lot of it came down, of course, one, the fact that they had such a difficult time playing against the maneuverability of the other side of Execration, and the other was the fact that I think the itemization wasn't as proper either.
I mean, itemization is one thing, but you also have to look over towards the fact that Bristleback dies 3 times in a row within 4.5 minutes or so in the Radiant jungle, right? After you've had such a good lane, you see how many times then the Hoodwink is dying. You see how many times the Bristleback is dying. These are high-value kills that you are continually giving over. You're giving Weaver a chance to come back into the game, and he took that chance. Fantastic stuff coming through over here. That is a complete strategic mismatch. Execration showing they might still be the favorites in that game number 3, but will they ban things out? Will they make their way to Singapore? Will they be able to book their flights? Let's find out after a quick break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. the new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back, and I say this for the last time. It is going to be game number 3 of the grand finals of RES Unchained. We are about to find out who the Southeast Asian representative will be in Singapore for the Blast Slam. I'm tea time with Dr. Toltros. It is between Execration and Team Aureus at the very last game, and I've got to say, I like what Execration are bringing to the table over here. Aureus in game number 1 looked absolutely untouchable. Natsumi getting his classic Medusa game. Game number 2, not quite so much.
Yeah, game number 2, I mean, they had everything going by their side. They wanted the Bristleback, they wanted the Medusa. They got both of those heroes and they didn't win. And you brought up an interesting point about the Echo Slams, T-Time.
Thanks, man.
The 3 Echo Slams that actually snowballed their way to victory, that happened... That's exactly how it happened in game number 1 as well, right? With the other way around, with Aureus getting those back-to-back Echo Slams on towards Bob's puck. And that's how they snowballed. So in this series, it's very much about that Earthshaker, and they're going to take that Earthshaker out because they want to. They don't want some sneaky business coming in with the surprise Echo.
I mean, it's interesting that after all that we've seen from Aureus, what ends up being a respect ban in a lot of ways is the Earthshaker rather than anything else. And that's even more interesting when you consider Execution has first pick. So if they technically wanted to give Bob that Earthshaker again, they could have gone for it.
Let's see though. I mean, for me, the interesting point will be whether or not Execration feel threatened by that Bristleback now or not, right? Whether they ban it out or not. And whether Aureus go for the pick or not. I'm curious to see what other tricks Aureus have up their sleeves outside of that Bristle and Medusa, right? I know the Medusa hasn't been picked every single time, but Aureus have gone for the Bristle every single chance that they have had in this qualifier.
Yeah, I wonder whether they're thinking so much about this ban because they also won't have the Lycanthrope. I think the Lycan is, in particular, a very good hero versus the Bristleback because it really makes up for the things the Bristleback can't do in terms of speed, in terms of pushing ability, in terms of, keeping the carry contained in a lot of ways. So Execration end up going for the Chen ban instead, and they will be immediately picking up the Snapfire there. A lot of respect being given to Skem's Chen here.
Oh, yeah. It worked out wonders for them in that first game, even in the previous series that Aureus have played. And then, I spoke about how Boom like to draw for this European style of Dota. Aureus seem to be doing the same thing with the Naga Siren, the Medusa going into the Pangolier as well. So it is certainly the Chen just plays hand to hand with that European drafting style. But this is, at the end of the day, Southeast Asian Dota, and you want to have team fights going around, right? That's what makes this region so special, and that's how Execration will at least force Aureus to play with.
This is so much of the reserve time being eaten up at the initial stages. Aureus is now in the contemplation period, like, well, do we go for our Bristleback? It's been pretty good, but is it really still very good? And I understand that question, right? Because at the same time, Eco was given everything you could possibly want. You got the Bristleback hoodwinked, you got a lot of kills in the lane, and with the Sand King available, now, I'll let you guys in on a secret. I have conversations with Teltros off broadcast as well. I know, it's shocking. And one of the things he told me was that Sand King is picked a lot by Southeast Asian teams, but for some reason, the teams that are picking it very often lose.
And I actually was tuned into Zibe. I heard Zibe talking about this Sand King. Zibe, mind you guys, it was the offlane player for Avulus, took them to those majors, those tier 1 tournaments, and he is one of the, I think, in my opinion, a great offlane player. But what he was mentioning about the Sand King is that Sand King is actually a lane loser. He doesn't actually win the lane. What the Sand King does is he takes the stacks in the triangle and creates space around the map after that point once you have that Blink Dagger up. So he's not actually a hero designed to do well in the lane. He is just purely designed to create space after that early to mid game mark. which was, in my opinion, a very interesting take, because I personally thought the Sandstorm was a good ability in the laning phase, but turns out it's not all that strong as far as how pro players approach it.
I think one of the cool things to see over here is if Execration then try to take advantage of that, right? If they also agree with you that, hey, Sand King is supposed to be a lane loser, maybe you go for something like a Gyrocopter. You put together a Gyrocopter and a Sapphire, you really pull down heavy on the punish for the Sand King. Alternatively, you can also go for like a Terrorblade or a Medusa yourself. Say, hey, if we're going to be winning the lane, we might as well do it on a hero that normally doesn't. So, yeah. It's a curious take. I think I'm with you. I also think the nice thing about the Sand King is there is always that flex potential into the mid lane, even if we don't really see it that much anymore. Ever since the nerfs to the ridiculous Sandstorm that was there for a while ago, we haven't seen it that much in mid. But yeah, curious to see how it still pans out. It's going to be the Nature's Prophet ban and the Medusa ban from either team. Disruptor then picked up. High priority on the Disruptor early on in a game which does not have the Dawnbreaker. I wonder if they want to go into a Storm Spirit pick is sort of my immediate question.
Oh yeah, but then you would have actually seen a Silencer ban coming out as well.
Do teams pick Silencer that much versus Storm?
It's really good, right? It forces a Storm to go for earlier defensive items, but I would have actually liked to see on Mars. I wonder why teams are shifting away from the Mars with the Snapfire. It's one of the most staple and successful combinations out there, but they will not reveal much outside of just having their two support heroes by their side. And again, you can go for the Beastmaster. It's available in the pool. We saw how good Dino was on that offlane position with the Lycan. He can play a similar role with the Beastmaster if they give that if they give that one up. They also have a great setup for that roar, or rather a great follow-up for that roar, which is the Mortimers as well as the call down now.
I'm surprised that they go for the Gyrocopter instead of their offlane initially, but Gyro is obviously one of the most flexible heroes that you can go on the carry position. You can do basically anything with him, and it's not very easy to counter him outright either. So yeah, there is that option for the Beastmaster, like you said. So in case you still want to go kind of zoo-ish, then that is there, despite the Lycan's throw being banned out of the game.
I think Aureus can go for the Beastmaster too.
If you force it as a mid lane Sand King?
Yeah.
I don't think you go for the Beastmaster this early on if it's going to be that call.
I think it is going to be a Sand King mid, in all fairness. I think the off-lane Sand King is a lot worse than the mid-lane Sand King. At least the mid-lane Sand King gets experience. The off-lane Sand King just doesn't do anything. Aureus, though, they will stick to their guns. They will stick to their bristleback that has carried them so far. Didn't carry them in game number 2, but let's see what they do this time around.
I do think that one of the big differences was also Yopaj, right? In terms of not being able to do basically anything with that Rolling Thunder. The Bangalore, even though I didn't mind the 5th pick at the time where it was drafted, we didn't see it actually achieve anything. All of his attempts with the Rolling Thunder were left behind. He was never able to snowball in the same way. He never had real impact. So I think with the Sand King, that is a natural early blink builder. The Epicenter is great for ganking and everything as well. I kind of like this Bristleback over here more so because you have that active mid laner potentially around that 10-11 minute mark.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh yeah, I think this is actually going to be a Swen versus Gyrocopter game, T-Time. With the way that Aureus are currently drafting, this is a great Swen game. Sure, you have the Decrepify on the other side, but all you really need is one clean hit from the Swen, and this Bugna is going to drop. Let's see, though, every execution, they have 2 bans, so they can potentially go and ban that one out if they are feeling under threat from that Swen pick. But right now, it's their off-lane pick that they need to think about, or maybe even their mid-lane pick. You can go for Bob Spock again, right? Doesn't care about the Disruptor all that much. Is great against the Warlock as well as the Sand King, because if you're not able to burst the puck down, which the Sand King doesn't. Remember, the contrast of that Epicenter versus the Abbot versus the Echo Slam is that the Epicenter are pulses, and the Echo Slam is nearly instantaneous damage. So the puck can actually just jaunt away. But Execution, they will go for that offlane ABBA.
It's very good versus Sven at the very least in the mid-late game if that's what you're going for. So if you just want to counter out the Sven in terms of your heroes and then ban out things like the Terrorblade, which Natsumi also really likes, that would make a lot of sense for me. I still have mixed feelings about this Abaddon, though, Tultress. It doesn't offer all that much in terms of dispel either here, right? Like, what are you dispelling? The goose stacks at most?
Fatal Bonds too, I suppose.
Can you dispel the Fatal Bonds? I don't think you can dispel the Fatal Bonds.
I think you can. I think the Slark at least is able to dispel the fatal bonds, but
then you know
I
more.
think I think at the very least they're positioning a frontliner that will survive irrespective of what you do against that epicenter, right? I think that's the big idea. And execration, that's how, at least in my mind, because there's no one else that can actually tank the amount of magical damage that's coming in from Aureus' side. Epicenter, Golem, Static Storm, the Gyrocopter will drop. But let's see though. It's time for that mid lane for execration. The puck is no longer available, and the spirit picks aren't exactly that good. The Void Spirit is the one spirit that does really well against a Disruptor because that Dissimulate means that you can actually dodge out that Glimpse as well. It's similar to the Phase Shift. So maybe you go for that. Or you could always go for, I believe, the Pangolier. It's in the pool, does very well against the Disruptor and the Warlock. In fact, the Pangolier is one of the strongest heroes against that Disruptor.
And taking their time, I mean, it's going right down the last few seconds. Last time they did this, of course, they picked up the Weaver. That's where we saw some interesting shenanigans being pulled together. When it comes to the mid lane, I can't really think of anything that you can go for that's going to be like a big surprise pick, though, right? We've seen a Tinker not going very well, but the Leshrack's also another opportunity. Now, Lesh is kind of strange here, because Lesh gets given a lot of survivability by his teammates, right? You've got the Cookie, you've got the Life Train, you've got the Aphotic Shield, but Lesh also does feel like he has to go into the middle of a ridiculous amount of AoE damage. There's a Bristleback, there's a Sand King, Disruptor, Warlock with the Fatal Bonds. I mean, this is a very strange back and forth for a Leshrac that needs to be in the middle of a fight, where on one end you've got all the buffs, and the other end you've got all the damage over time.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like a good Leshrac game. If he jumps in the middle of that fight, who is going to be there to protect him, right? You'll have the Mortimers coming in from the backline. The Pugna does not want to stay close to that epicenter or that Warlock Golem drop, and there you have it. Aureus, I mean, it was as clear as day that the Swen was coming. Perhaps not to everyone else, but to me at least.
Yeah, to
you
me,
know?
yes.
Yeah, it was, you know, you see a Gyrocopter on the other side, and those kind of bans that Aureus made, this and the Fatal Bonds as well. If you have the Fatal Bonds dropped on multiple targets and the Swen goes in with those cleaves, you are going to die on execution. And again, I don't agree with Bob's choice of a mid lane hero here.
I raise one point, just the one. Leshrac is a hard counter to Sven if he gets his Aghanims.
If he gets his Aghanims. Do you want to make an Aghanims?
I mean, it's really good versus Nico as well. Nico's damage is all physical. Basically, the only one you have to worry about is Yopaj, and to some extent or lower extent, it's Tims. Bob probably has to go for a 4th item Aghanims. The question is, can you stay alive till that 4th item? And I think if you get the Nihilism up and going, you add together an Aphotic Shield or two on that one, maybe a Life Drain, the AoE Nihilism is going to do a lot.
The caveat to that is, T-Time, is if you do stack up all of your support on the Leshrac, and he goes for an alternative item build like the Aghanim Scepter, and that fails, you don't have a plan B. There is no fallback mechanism in place at that point. And you're playing against a severe amount of punishment. Remember, the counter initiation from the other side, the Epicenter, Static Storm, Golem, the Swen's God Strength, that those 1500 to 2000 damage critical strikes. We may even see a scenario where Tino can't even get off his borrowed time. He may just end up being critical strike down without having his ultimate proc. So it is tricky for execution to play around this.
Well, let's see if they've got what it takes. Don't think there's anything too surprising in the facets. Yeah, it's all pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's the Black Grimroar is always a nice surprise to have, because you can essentially, it's a Shrine of Wisdom that you can activate at any point, but you want to be getting kills before you can have true value coming out of it. I think it's 250 experience per charge, so you may at least want to have 9 to 12 charges on it before you consume it. 200 experience per charge.
Char, of course, going for the Afterburner, something that we've seen a lot of across this qualifier instead of the secondary strikes. And what we've also seen a lot of in this qualifier is fantastic stuff from our partners over at 1xBet. They're going to be giving you up to a 100% first deposit bonus with the code RESD2. Check out the link that is pinned in the chat if you want to find out more.
Apparently, the fact that Aureus lost with the Bristleback and the Medusa broke the system. So now, we're not sure of what the odds are. I'm not sure of what the odds are, because it does seem very much like a game where if Aureus get the initiation that they want, they will come out ahead in those team fights. But right now is the talk for the laning phase, and for the first time in this game, in this series T-Time, we will have an even bounty rune exchange.
Tasha's Palace can continue chasing up over here. He's got the afterburner, don't forget. And with CML now making his way over, it's going to be a lot of damage onto Nico. He doesn't have his Bristleback skilled up just yet. That's huge damage.
We'll zone him out.
They're still fighting.
Back in.
Palos is really putting that afterburner to good use.
This is great, right? Because
CML, gotta be careful. He takes the opportunity to be just giving some more fight back to the Glimpser.
there is a blood grenade available, but Tims won't throw it out. But this is actually a great read by Execration. They realized that Aureus loved to play at that level 1 mark with just all that aggression coming out from Nico. This time around, they won't be able to do that because Execration have just brought Nico down so low on his HP. And against a hero like the Gyrocopter, in contrast to a hero like the Weaver, the Gyrocopter has plenty of ways to fight back against Bristleback that's charging in at him with that rocket barrage coming in. Unfortunately, he has a Pugna for the support. As a support. So the Pugna is not going to add that much value outside of that Decrepify, which is a great ability to have against Nico, whose Quill Sprays are entirely physical damage. So the Pugna's Decrepify actually blocks all of that damage out.
Not to mention, you can keep rocket barraging even when you are Decrepified, so you're still dealing damage.
Quite the synergy.
This top lane, by the way, is looking really annoying as well. You take a look at Tino, he's been able to bring the creep wave back over to his old self, and Skem decides, you know what, I'll take the fight to you as well. Morlock is beating down on the Abaddon.
I will say that these are two dubious picks coming out from Execration, right? We spoke a lot about the Leshrac, but even the Abaddon, I don't necessarily agree with. I think they were much better offlaners, but
Leshrac almost taking down Yopaj over here. It was really an opportunity there, but the Edict explosions are finishing off. Lesh will now have to try and close the distance out towards that water rune. Cannot deny it, and he even uses his last bit of mana on a failed lightning storm. That could make a difference for Yopaj.
As particularly considering the fact that the other water rune was taken away from their Warlock. So Bob, not going to have the best of times, but he is pretty successful when you take a look at the lost hits, when you take a look at the fact that he's able to zone Yopaj out, so he can just wait out this additional minute, make sure that he grabs up the 4-minute water rune instead. Of course, when it has to be that Snapfire, right? It has to be Shanks who rotates towards the water rune, because your Pugna on that bot lane cannot leave the Gyrocopter's side. They are simply going to punish the Gyrocopter for it. These voice lines, T-Time, I do love
it. Especially when it's a Philippines versus Philippines matchup.
I saw Wildcard spamming out the Philippines voice line in their series against Nemesis, and I was like, what is going on? It's just so catchy. All three of them.
That to me is just having a field day. Beating down on the Abaddon. Paulus is having a lot of the same experience in the meanwhile. The one difference is that because of the few creep waves that Shanks has been able to draw back underneath the tower, Natsui will actually have less farm than the Gyrocopter. And that's significant because, remember, you're not winning a lane versus the Sven. You're just trying to make your Gyrocopter have a better time than him.
Oh yeah. And it will be interesting to see what items Tino goes for, because this time around the radius is actually pretty good. The mischance applied on that Swen is perhaps can make up a bit of difference if you're able to dodge out an entire critical strike, you know? So it can work out well, but I don't think there's any ideal itemization on this happening. I don't think there's anything he can do that's going to stand out.
It's a very good Auras game as well in a lot of ways, and early Vladimir's could help you a lot as a Gyrocopter. The extra damage on the flat cannon's always nice, and not to mention the lifesteal.
That's a good point. I think they need a pipe here.
Tims might need a bit of help over here as well. He does manage to get the electromagnetic propulsion back on, but as Execration will leave their support out on an island, CML turns out to be a pretty good swimmer. Glimpse back into the sandstorm. First blood is found, and unfortunately for Bob, he continues to struggle as his supports even cannot help him with the rune rotations.
Yopaj and Bob trying to play the sneaky maneuver, a power display coming out from both of these two sides as Yopaj wanted to come back from the stairs, but Bob was not allowing it, but will have to be forced to do so. Yopaj meanwhile comes out with the first blood, something that will favor him considerably as the lost hits are really not favoring the Sand King. He is behind 8 entire lost hits. Bob has 2 entire creep waves ahead of Yopaj at this point of the game, and I believe the net worth will reflect it when you get to that point.
And speaking of last hits, you look at the discrepancy between... Oh my god, Yopaj could just end up dying. He's so lucky that his creep wave gets there on time. Otherwise, remember, the Edict still does damage even to invisible units. Leshrac is only on 22 last hits. This has been a very successful... Sorry, I mean the Sven. He's only on 23 last hits. It's been a very successful offlane so far, coming out from Execration.
Oh yeah, particularly when you consider the fact that their mid laner as well as Palos is able to survive against a hero like the Bristleback. This is not a strategy that's working out for Aureus so far. But the one thing that you have to consider is the fact that Aureus are playing for their ultimates or with their ultimates, right? So their power spikes are going to come about when their Warlock hits level 6, when your Disruptor hits level 6, and when your Seal Pouch has that Blink Dagger.
How many runes are you gonna give him, Skem? All of them. I feel a little bit bad for Bob.
He's fine. I think Bob doesn't care about runes that much because he's a Leshrac. So ideally you want to get that Blink Dagger, right? You can go for rotations because Leshrac isn't that weak of a rotator. He's kind of average at it. But ideally, if you get to that Blink Dagger timing, you're going to be good.
CML is making his way over. He knows that he's going to be able to maybe snipe out a few of these creeps with a quick nether blast at the end. But in the meanwhile, there's snipes happening at a dive. Tim's on the mid lane realizes, I can't even glimpse this guy back. That's just going to help him. Good observer ward spot as well coming out from Execration. They would have actually seen Yopaj going for that ultimate. And right now, they find themselves a courier while Paulus finds himself a solo kill. Paulus is having a field day out towards the top side of the map. Not a solo kill, rather. There was the Snapfire to help him out. And Natsumi's been forced back. Execration in a fantastic spot as CML also continues to soak up the experience from that Ancient stack. He's now level 4.5.
It's tricky. I mean, you force out Natsumi to farm up the jungle camps. I mean, he does not actually force out. I think he's just doing this as kind of farm priority. Has his farming pattern mapped out on the Swen. Meanwhile, Yopaj was able to take down the stacks and now will use the epicenter on the Spugna. But there's a Leshrac coming in.
I mean, Leshrac just comes over, makes sure that CML, if he dies, it'll be to the Disruptor. And CML might not die at all. TP is not going to be successful. I'm not sure how they had vision on him there.
I think the Sand King gave them the edge of that vision. Just playing around with the trees.
Well, right now, Paulus is going to be playing around with Yopaj. Again, man, this is the benefit of having a gyrocopter. He runs at you. He's very happy to continue fighting in. And when you've got stacks like this, when you've got the triangle as a main priority, if a gyrocopter can invade and take over it, you're losing out on so much farm.
But he's a bit too late to the party D-time. The stacks have already been taken down, so that doesn't actually help Execration all that much, particularly because he didn't get the kill. So now he's just going to go back to the lane to farm. Again, doesn't significantly hurt them, but doesn't significantly benefit them either. The big thing, though, is that you are able to take down the tier 1 topper on that mid side 8 minutes in. Again, all of this is just time being bought by Aureus to hit their critical timings. The level 6s for your Warlock and your Disruptor. Skem and Tims desperately need to get there because they are just level 4 right now.
And they've been committing so much in just making sure that they can secure the runes out for Yopaj, but has not really necessarily paid off for them because Yopaj has had so much of that experience stolen away by the Pugna. The epicenter, the first epicenter was also only used to actually take down that very same Pugna.
Dire's structures.
And Bob, in the meanwhile, he's having a nice little ball across the map. The one major advantage they do have is that this is a very over-leveled Bristleback, and I like the fact that Nico's not going for a Lotus Orb. This doesn't feel like the kind of game where you have that happen. He's queued up a Blade Mail for himself instead. Up against the Leshrac, up against the Gyrocopter, that does a lot.
It's great against the Leshrac, right? Especially in a scenario where the Leshrac wants to be blinking in, suddenly seeing a Blade Mail in front of you, you will think twice whether or not you want to go all in. Because all you really need to do is pop that Blade Mail and charge at that Leshrac, and even if it's a 1v1, right? Even if the Leshrac is able to take the Bristleback down but then dies himself, you take a look at Execration's lineup. Who else is going to do the work if the Leshrac is down? And I don't think the answer is there. That I don't think anyone else can do it. Gyrocopter will need farm, Abaddon will need farm, Snapfire is not going to be on the front line, neither is the Pugna. And that's why I am so skeptical about this Leshrac pick still, is that there's no one to join you in the front lines in that mid-game mark until it's late game, because the Abba and the Gyrocopter simply will not be in a position to do so.
I wouldn't hate a Blink Dagger from Tino to come out relatively early in this game. Of course, he still has to go for his Helm of the Dominator and whatnot early in. Shanks is still without that level 6, and as he's getting greedy for experience, it'll instead be a quick trip back to base. Yopaj uses his second epicenter to take down a support, and like you said, Telch, they're pretty okay with this. His Blink Dagger is not going to be making its way over as well, and sure, he'll be without the ultimate, so you're not going to see a kill immediately. The problem is, you are losing towers all in the meanwhile.
Oh yeah, the second tower to fall from being taken down by Execration. Aureus are getting pushed in. They will expect this to happen. I'm not sure how much of a beatdown they are expecting in this early game, but now they have their ultimates online, and immediately you see a smoke play happening.
Follows. Oh, going out of here. Static Storm is not going to be enough, and you can't get him in the kinetic field. Palos looking to go back into the storm, baiting things out for the double rock drop. And although he does die, he trades his life for Nico. That doesn't seem entirely worth it if you're Execration. Big ultimate being used, TP's being called in, and all you get is a 1-for-1.
Dire's middle tower is under
Maybe
attack.
not. Aureus struck. Never mind. Thought he might be able to close the distance, and he just can't.
Aureus will lose their Bristleback for this though, and they've just committed very big ultimates for this. Meanwhile, the Leshrac actually now has a Blink Dagger, so Execration, if they want to, they can choose to force the issue. At the minimum, they get a tier 1 tower. At the maximum, they take Aureus' heroes down.
Nico's here. He's looking to prevent the minimum. He might cause out the maximum. They'll just... No Sand King, let's not forget about that. Tino just continues to Photic shield his way up. Eventually that's going to be a little bit less useful, but by the time that's a risk factor, you've already got the tower, invaded the triangle, and maybe even looking for more. Top lane. Palas has to be careful. Natsumi still has that God Strength available. If they can get the Blink Dagger out from Yopaj and stun through, this is going to be a very dead Palos. Epicenter comes out. Palos don't even need the God Strength to take him down. That is a very important kill from Aureus.
Execration should have been expecting that. They realize there's no Sand King towards the bot lane when Bob wanted to go in. And Aureus come out with a kill of their own, but Yopaj, he's just gonna blink out.
That's not enough. You don't have an instant stun for the Sand King. He's going to be very mobile.
And that's also a lot of information that you can now give away, right? Because Bob did not reveal his Blink Dagger towards that bot lane. He did reveal it just now, so Aureus will know that's available and will accommodate for it. But the one thing though, T-Time, is Execration have taken all 3 outer tier 1 towers down. Aureus haven't found a single tower. They might be able to find the bot lane tower courtesy of Nico, but they need to build some space now around the map.
The thing is, you're looking at the just the degree of farm that you've been able to stack up on the Sven and the Sand King. It does feel like they're kind of reaching escape velocity.
They're playing for the 25 to 30 minute timing, right? Once you reach that 25-30 minute mark, if Execution are not significantly ahead, they will have their lineup collapse.
And Natsumi's basically on the Blink Dagger. Mother, actually he went for an Echo Saber, sorry. He does have the Echo Saber, and he won't be too far away from the Blink Dagger. Basically on the 24-minute mark, when you have a Crystallis, Blink, and a little bit of gold on top of that, that's when you're probably going into a fight. Wouldn't hate a BKB coming out early on either.
I
Now-
don't think he's pressured enough, though, that he needs to be forcing out these items right now.
One thing to remember is that even if you go for Aghanims on Sven, on the Leshrac, there's always an Aghanims on Sven that I do believe dispels Nihilism. I can't pretend to know that interaction. I don't think I've ever seen an Ag Sven versus an Ag Lesh.
We will never see that interaction, Titan, because no one makes that scepter anymore.
And
It's
once
just
upon
so
a time,
slow.
you know?
Middle tower.
It's true.
It enables a counter initiation to be possible, right? I mean, Execration, they can just use a Decrepify, and suddenly that Ag's Superman jump coming in from Natsumi is not going to be doing anything.
No, but it dispels.
Yeah, but you can use it after he lands.
That's true. That is true.
That's why they need to think about what they want to be doing with that scepter upgrade for the Swen. It was great. It was in a great spot before, but with the reduced speed of that Stormhammer,
It
it's
was a little bit too
just not
strong
great.
before. Nico's really taking the front lines of it here. He might not be the most farm, but he knows it with the Blade Mail. He's incredibly hard to focus down. 1600 HP with a full Blade Mail. Yeah, you're not having a good time. Perhaps get onto the puck now would be incredibly helpful, but he's turned it around with a life train. Rock drop, and it's all for position 5. CML takes that one any day of the week. Glimpse back in, so he will fall, but abilities used aplenty.
Orchid being built up by this Abaddon. We saw Tino go for it last game, which was a great Orchid game. This time around, I'm not sure who they're looking to punish with the Orchid, unless he goes for the Blink like you mentioned. The only real viable Orchid target right now on the side of Aureus is that Sand King when he goes in, or that Bristleback when he goes in.
The supports are pretty
But-
good to Orchid, Dan, if you can get there.
But the supports have such high cost range ultimates, right? The Golem drop can be cast from such a distance. The Static Storm, sure, it's not that big, but you're always going to drop down that Static Storm when you're in a safe position to use it, right? At the back of a frontliner already being present there. Blink Dagger now for Natsumi. Meanwhile, the Leshrac at the bottom of the net worth chart as far as the cores are concerned. 7,500 for him. He has a
He's
Gaia
really fallen
up.
off.
This is not enough for Bob, right? And this is the problem. You're a playmaker without being able to make plays. That's the worst kind of position you want to be in, because you'll just start falling off, and there's nothing you can do unless you find kills. And the more this accelerates, the more as time goes on, it's going to be harder and harder to come out with those plays.
All in the meanwhile, Natsumi feels like he's just comfortably tagging away. This Disruptor's really helping him. Tim's, with the amount of glimpses he's been able to get back in for Natsumi to just finish off with another player, it has been going fantastically well. Yopaj finds CML in the meanwhile, and look, Yopaj has been using his epicenter a lot for the supports, but again and again we have to remind you, it's all just a matter of time. If Leshrac is going for plays and he can't find kills while Yopaj is finding even just the one repeatedly, that difference accumulates really fast.
Not to mention, this is a game of single pickoffs, right? Sure, you have some big AoE ultimates, but we saw it in that last game, in game number 1 as well, mind you, that one-man Echo Slam can do a lot, and it's a similar situation. That one-man Epicenter actually means that Execration, they will never fight you 4v5. They need their entire lineup together. And even then, T-Time, it may not be enough, but the one good thing is, Palos is farming away. He has the Aghanim Scepter, has the Chrysalis, and if you get to that Daedalus Satanic timing, maybe Daedalus and a BKB, then you can fight back against Aureus. It's not going to be an easy kill on that Gyrocopter. Everyone else will melt, but that one Gyrocopter can keep your team running.
That's what you're hoping, at least.
Well, if there's any position that you
Gyro-
want to place your hopes on, it's your carry, right? It's
The thing is
if you got
that Gyro is a very low-ranged hero. Good killer find for Bob in the meanwhile. Bot lane, Skem was trying to push out the waves and just does manage to do so, but glyph's not been used. Are they hoping to target down Bob? No. Just a general glyph to buy some time.
Radiant are scanning.
Gyrocopter does have low attack range, but
Radiant are scanning.
you
No, the
can
flag cannon's
always
good
look
and
up a
all, but
hurricane pike. You know,
even
it's
then,
not
like
ideal.
Sven doesn't. It's not a high-range hero which Sven struggles to close the distance against. Is my point. So you're not going to be in a position where you don't at least get to see the mano-a-mano macho man madness that comes in between the Sven and another carry. And it's very hard to be more macho than the Sven.
Tormentor play tea time, both teams. Or rather, it's just one team that's ready. Orius is in a great position
Oh
here.
no, not again. Shanks keeps on getting caught out. It's supports on the side lanes that have been problems at number 1, 2, and 3. But in the meanwhile, CML has found Tim's. He thinks he can do enough damage with the life drain. It's just not true. Silence onto the Sand King is nice, but he didn't have the epicenter anyway. So what are you even silencing him for? The call now will be meaningless. No damage dealt whatsoever. 4 will fall. Tino will just have another opportunity to count his lives before he loses them.
Just an overall calculated execution coming up by Orius. They had the numbers advantage. That Leshrac was not present at the start of that fight, and their lineup was divided with CML at one place and the Snapfire on another place entirely. Orius had a field day with that one, and they held the Static Storm. That's key. Because when that Leshrac finally did come into that team fight, all you had to do was drop down that Static Storm. And again, it all roads lead back to that Swen. The amount of damage coming out from that God Strength is just too much for that Leshrac to deal with. And it's not going to get any easier. That was a Swen without a Daedalus, without even a Chrysalis. What happens when he hits you with those critical strikes? What is going to be your response? For Execration, that was a huge team fight loss, and that has propelled Orius to a 6,000 net worth advantage, courtesy of that Aghanim, that shard going in there as well. And it's a great shard game to have as well, right? That Disruptor, Kims, will have that ground targeted Thunder Strike.
Yeah. Shanks is
can't
going
lose
to
one
be caught out
fight.
again, and there he goes with Natsumi. Stormhammer onto 2. You remember that glimpse, Shanks? Well, there it is again. You're almost never getting to get to see the Mortimer's Kisses, and now will maybe be the first time he can pull it out because the backlines is where Bob is, but he's gone on to the Blade Mail. Blade Mail's going to be too much damage, and he is out of there. Yopaj gets away with the Bar Strike, and with his movement speed, he doesn't have to worry at all. Blink Dagger, and as the Orchid doesn't disable the Blink, they're out of there. 1 for 1. You take the mid laner down. Hell yeah.
These issues, T-Time, I'm afraid there's no easy fix. There's not even a band-aid available for Execration. Bob simply can't go in, right? You're damned if you do, damned if you don't at this point. And sure, you brought up the point of the Blade Mail. That did massive amounts of work. But you also have to consider that the God Strength was there in the was there as well with that Bristleback. That Leshrac was dead to rights as soon as he decided to go on in. And we see the lack of simultaneous initiation, right? Because this is the point that I keep bringing up. The Leshrac can go in, but who else is going to join you in that initiation? There's no one that can do that.
I appreciate that the Lesh is at the very least going in for a BKB, and with the Abaddon Blink Dagger, maybe when Bob has a BKB and you can go for a double blink in, you can actually see some of that power coming through, but is it going to be too little too late?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
By the time he has the BKB, this Swen will have nearly his Daedalus complete. But what I assume is that the Swen will not fight now until he has that Daedalus, because he wants that increased power spike.
Maybe
It is a
you're
Roshan,
wrong
though.
about that one. There will be no Mortimers to contest. Shanks is on the top lane. Abaddon is in nearby, and they're really worried about a smoke gank. What they should be worried about is the Roshan. They're putting scans down on the map. They're receding back. They're getting away from farm, and when that message comes in that the Dire has slain Roshan,
Dire's middle tower is under
can't feel good.
A gift from the temple. Where's my pension?
You have to fall back to your original, or maybe your plan B, which is bank on your gyrocopter. At this point, that's the only way out of this precarious position. If the gyrocopter becomes big, again, Palos can have the damage output and the kind of potential to reverse the kind of scenario Execration are in. You get to that Daedalus, you get to that Satanic, and you are good to go. You might be able to catch that Swen in a difficult position. You know, catch Natsumi off guard, bait him in maybe, use every trick in the book to allow your gyrocopter to go 1-to-1 against that Swen, and he will be able to take Natsumi down.
Hard to see that happening with the Blade Mill on the Bristleback though. The Flak Cannon's going to be doing a lot more damage back to Palos than he deals himself. And when you also add in the fact there isn't a Vladimir, there isn't a lifesteal item on him, it might be tough. Smoke now up from Bob and the gang. Bob with his BKB really wants to aggress forward. Abaddon could be spotted out by the Observer and the Washer that is down, but he doesn't really have much of a choice but to go forward, and they haven't chosen the right direction. Sven's already almost back at the base. There's going to be no one here. If they can use the Twin Gates to circle back behind Sand King, maybe you can put Yopaj at risk, but even he's coming to quickly realize it. I don't see anyone on the map. Maybe I shouldn't be visible myself.
Ori is just dodging out that smoke completely. I don't know if Execration, I think they're better off not finding someone with the smoke.
Dire's structures are fortified.
You have a pipe on Nico as well, so not only will he be able to reflect damage, he'll also be able to block it out. And it's weird because I find myself thinking, maybe don't use the pipe for yourself. Use it for your Swen, sure, but not for yourself. You want to reflect damage, take the Leshrac down as quickly as possible.
Well, CML, I'm sorry, but this has been a fate that you've been resigned to actually quite a few times so far. Unfortunately for him, you can't even say that I got them to use an ultimate this time, guys.
Listen. This is the situation that Ex-Nova found himself in, Eris found himself in, right? When you're at a loss of a game plan, your Pugna is going to feed. That's just a simple matter of him not having a purpose in this game other than to keep these lanes pushed out. And that's always going to come at the risk of losing your life several times. The good thing is he's at the bottom of the net worth chart, 5,000 net worth, so every single time he dies, he doesn't actually give that much gold away. Sure, it's not that good if you die to the Swen, of course, but you have to go for this. You have to keep Aureus pushed back, particularly because they have an Aegis.
And they're putting that Aegis to good use. This Tier 2 tower is going to be not long for the world, and Sven, who is now building in towards his Harpoon, is maybe even going to have that before the next 5 versus 5 team fight, especially if Execration keep on trying to stay away from these fights.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
You can't defend the Tier 2s. There should be at least 2 of them falling, even if there's only about a minute left on this Aegis. Natsumi still wants to fight. There's no one who can really contest him if the Gyrocopter doesn't boogie on over.
Radiant are scanning.
Even just controlling the Shrines of Wisdom is important when you consider how far behind Execration is in the experience charts.
Natsumi's experience doesn't really matter all that much. Oh, Shanks.
Would be a good kill to find over here onto Shanks again. If you can just take him down quickly, that just gives you another, minute or so where without the Mortimers, you can continue to push up comfortably.
I don't think they're going to go for that high ground push.
They want to push in onto a fight for Palos. He was spotted out by a ward. And they're in pursuit, but there's a Radiant side ward as well.
Radiant's middle tower is
I don't think they're going to fully commit to a fight without their entire team beside them. I think they really do need that Static Storm going their way, or maybe it's the Golem. But they're in a good spot. Natsumi now has a Hurricane Pike to close the distance. I wonder though if we'll see a Nullifier coming out. Maybe Nico goes for it, but no, he's going for the Lotus, so there's no one that will actually have a Nullifier, which means you'll have a full
Palos has
duration
caught out this Observer. What is going to be his death? He doesn't even get the chance to ask for help. He's all taken down right as the Aegis will pop. These observer wards have just been fantastic, really stifling this gyrocopter. He's had to be so prim and proper in his farming parts. The one misstep he makes, he's gone.
And he gets gone on it instantly, right? Because Natsumi knows there's a huge damage discrepancy. The gyrocopter is saving up for that buyback. He has about 3,500 gold. Doesn't want to commit to that date list because as soon as Aureus see the date list on him, they will know that he's bought out. And that will give them the green light to go in towards the high ground, maybe these tier 2s.
Honestly, wouldn't mind a casual talisman of evasion before even the eagle swung over here, but right now, in they go onto Natsumi. He turns it around with a 2-man stun, but you can't kill Abaddon, and you surely can't kill the Decrep Bob. Now, still a chance for here to continue fighting up. The problem is Nico's mana isn't really fantastic. A blink stun in from Yopod doesn't catch out multiple players, and even the ones he does aren't easy to kill. They'll have to disengage, but can they disengage? They're cooking forward, and even though there's a glimpse, Bob's actually the one in trouble. He doesn't have a BKB anymore. Another great Decrep comes in. CML really making up for lost time, but the epicenter will still be the demise of the Leshrac. He's still saying, commit to this fight. Go in for more. They've used all they have. They cannot come back into this, but with the outpost here, Warlock can come over with the golems as well. Dino's glimpse back in the meanwhile, and as Warlock makes his way through, does he have a blink dagger? Does he have any way of closing distance? No, he doesn't. Palos has to be careful. He's got a 9-second BKB. He'll be forced to use it soon, but on his sidelines, Dino's gonna lose his life, this time without the borrowed time, and Palos continues to be stunned on stunned on stunned. Harpoon will not bring him back over, as the BKB will at least give him the space to stay alive, but a long-range Stormhammer and a glimpse back that will not commit in time. It'll be a quick blink in. What? Wait, no.
The Thunder Strike. The
Oh my God.
Time. Execution choosing to force that fight in a desperate attempt. I don't know why they lost the patience. The gyrocopter respawned. Just go back. You knew the God Strength was about to come back online. You did not have Bob's BKB. They chose to brute force their way in, and they might have just given up the series. They might have just given up the dream of going to the first stadium event for Blast Slam 4 in Singapore. This was Aureus just casually outplaying them. They played it patient. At the end of the day, they have the re-engagement potential. Execration do not.
Aureus are the wardens of the prison. They are the only ones who will be truly unchanged in the Relog Esports series. One last-ish effort, one more attempt. And Tino, unfortunately, is realizing that he can stay alive, but that doesn't mean he can stay relevant. A glimpse back over. No borrowed time, not this time. And although there are buybacks available for the gyrocopter, he never actually used it. He knows that he just cannot afford it. This game feels lost, and they realize it too. They're not using their buybacks. They're going to let their buildings fall. Tier 2 is all they have to try and protect the dream, but maybe the dream will still die. Tier 4s are going to be put at risk. All 5 players of Aureus are alive. The God Strength is back over. They've got the Satanic. They've got the BKB. You cannot touch Natsumi.
It's impossible.
And in they go. Blade Mail used. Call down there. It won't be doing anything. Natsumi is single-minded. He's got one thing and one thing alone on his mind. It is a flight. And that's a flight he's happy to take with the Blink Dagger initially. Aegis not needed. All of this game was completely in control. Aureus is taking this by storm. They defeat Nemesis, who are TI representatives. They defeat Boom, TI representatives. They now defeat Execration, the only other undefeated team in this qualifier. Aureus are your champions. What a performance coming out from them. Outdrafts on outdrafts, outplays and outplays. And I've got to say, man, Natsumi, I am so impressed by him, Touches.
It's Natsumi, it's everyone else. The epicenters were absolutely perfect T-time. As soon as they decided to not go for one-man epicenters, they then decided to go for 2-man, 3-man epicenters, and they found their marks each and every single time. They recognized the strategy that Execration were coming in with and decided to outplay them, outweigh them, coming in with the patience game, taking it better. When they wanted to play swift and fast, they played it swift and fast, and it just seemed like every single strategy was executed much better coming in from Aureus. And again, this is a team that recently formed Skems back into Dota, but a lot of these players, they have had multiple wins under their belt. They have competed in the international stage, going to TI from some of these players as well. And now they get to go back again to Singapore for the Blast Slam 4.
I mean, this is fantastic news for them, especially when you consider the growth across the qualifier as well. Even when they're actually challenged in the draft, even when they're actually losing out with their, undefeated Bristleback and the like, they come back in, they make critical adjustments, they don't go for the standard itemization. This is going to be a deadly team at the main event as well. Trust me on this one, they are going to get some big upset wins out and really try and make a play to play in front of the home crowd of the stadium as well. Aureus are just, coming into this tournament, I'll be very honest, I thought Aureus would at most have a very outside chance. I thought this would be a 3-horse race between Execration, Boom, and Nemesis. But the fact that Aureus has come through and ridden them all to death, that is so commendable. Great performances coming out from Yopaj as well towards the end of things. Obviously, we talked about how Yopaj hasn't always been a focal point for them. But in a game like this where so much of the emphasis was on him from the other side, right? Execration was trying to challenge his ancient stacks, was trying to keep him away from getting experience and farm, kept trying to throw CML and other supports at him because they're thinking, well, if we just pummel this Sand King, we're going to be fine. Yopaj plays such a good recovery game. And yes, it's enabled by the fact that Natsumi's having a great game, so he doesn't have that pressure on him. It's enabled by the fact that the Bristleback is also there, and you know that you're going to have a very good performance coming through with it with the amount of times you've won on it. But that is just really impressive. All in all, great stuff. Aureus, they defeat everyone who they had to defeat. They will come through having taken down every one of the big horses. You cannot question who deserves to be going to that Blast Slam number 4. You cannot question the validity of the champions of the RES Unchained. Hats off to them, Touchers. I don't know if you expected this from them. I really didn't coming into this qualifier.
I didn't expect them to actually, perhaps it is a healthy surprise. It is a pleasant surprise seeing them make it. And another thing that I would like to point out, that Skem, who is their position 5 player, was at the road to the international. He has seen every single top tier team in the world perform on that big stage. And he's the one that is going to be guiding them in that LAN event where you will have, again, the top teams there are going to be assembling. And as far as these qualifiers go, I would like to give a little bit of love out to some of the other teams out there, teams like Interactive Philippines, teams like Copites, and teams like Reconyx, who were coming in from the lower stages, the tier 2 to tier 3 scene, and actually had a shot at the big leagues. Those teams are now improving. The overall scene is being lifted up, and I'm glad that we have now new and a lot more representation going into it. But again, history will repeat itself for the first LAN right off the season. It is going to be 5 Philippine players representing their country, representing their region, heading into Singapore.
Of course, and if you want to be keeping an eye out on them, the Blast Slam 4 will be happening later on in October. It'll be between the dates of the 14th of October and the 9th of November, of course. It's split into 2 stages. It is initially going to be an online phase, and then immediately after that, the teams that qualify out for the LAN will be going out to Singapore for the stadium over there as well. It's going to be great stuff and great opportunities for this team to continue building it up. But for now, Aureus, I'm sure they've got celebrations to do, and I'm sure we've got some commiserations to give to Execration and the bunch of them as well. Great performances, but at the end of the day, you can't really fool with the tides of Dota. Sometimes it's pretty clear who the better team was, and Aureus was it today. Champions of the RES Unchained, and that means that we've got nothing else to talk about other than reminding you that there's going to be more Dota action. Keep an eye out on the RES Unchained series for Europe, as well as the future qualifiers coming out for other Blast Slams. Blast Slam No. 5 will be happening on the weekend of the 10th of October. The qualifier to it, rather, will be happening then as well. So make sure you're tuning in for all of the action here, now, and then later on. We're signing off. I've been T-Time, he's been Tultrus, and from us and everyone from the Relog staff, thank you all for tuning in.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.